Godslayer in the comic world. Chapter 101 I am Gundam, Hematmesis 10 more. Still fighting. Wonder Woman looked at the deflated Eng with a happy expression. Hit. Why not? It's rare to have an instructor who is not too far behind in strength, and who is still holding him down. Free sparring, and those who don't practice are fools. For the next hour, the loud noise in the basement made Aang's bodyguards tremble with fear. It always felt like Godzilla vs. King Kong inside. Finally, the sparring ended with Aang being beaten black and blue. Yeah, don't be discouraged. The skills you have developed in such a short period of time are actually quite good. In terms of strength, you have already stabilized many Greek demigods. Wonder Woman smiled and comforted Aang before changing the subject. It's just, why do I feel that you seem to be holding back and not using all your strength? Aang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a smile. In these days, who doesn't have a few tricks to suppress the bottom of the box? Those tricks are only suitable for use when fighting for life. In mere hand-to-hand combat, even if Aang absorbed Achilles' skills, it was impossible to master them in such a short period of time and rely on them to defeat Wonder Woman. You must know that Wonder Woman is basically the ceiling of DC except Dacheo, the ceiling of the physics department, and there are no guys who just play hand-to-hand combat. In actual combat, Aang can also use the magic horse chariot Troy's tragedy and other foul things to make the heroine ecstatic, or use Flash to catch Wonder Woman by surprise. When the means are not limited to hand-to-hand combat, there are more ways to kill the opponent immediately. Just not suitable for sparring. With such confidence, Aang doesn't mind being a sandbag at all. The improved skill level in the system prompt is very sweet. What he is more concerned about is that it will be very difficult to improve his strength after reaching this level. After all, it is really hard to find a humanoid experience pack with obvious weaknesses like Achilles. I don't know if Aang killed Achilles. Can Shazam still use Achilles' power? Angie's thoughts drifted far away. What are you thinking? Diana asked. No, I just thought, is there anything that can give me a real practice? Aang walked out of the basement while muttering. After he calmed down the frightened bodyguards with his banknote ability, he just returned to the lobby of the villa when he saw the news broadcast on TV. Hammer Enterprises announced that it will hold a press conference and will show the world its advanced weapons system. It is said that Hammer Enterprises has successfully developed a humanoid drone armor comparable to Iron Man. Affected by the news, the stock price of Hammer Enterprises soared sharply. Aang became upset when he heard this, and made a phone call. Hi, Sarah, inform the Wall Street people I know. In less than an hour, Wall Street was shaken. Because of the famous stock market sniper, Angie Wayne, known as the new generation of stocks, publicly sang against Hammer. The original words of the video he posted are as follows: the drone armor system at this stage is a bunch of answers. These large dolls can't guarantee loyalty to the country at all. Only a machine like Iron Man that is controlled by people armor is the future of the world. In the video, the female reporter who interviewed Aang was showing off her weapon, twisting her waist, and said, "Mr. Wayne, does this mean that you are standing next to your good buddy, Mr. Tony Stark?" Here. Of course. I'm bullish on Tony. So I decided to short Hammer Enterprises. The interview ends here. No one saw it, so Nge changed hands and threw the small note from the female reporter into the trash can. No one knew, but Justin Hammer, the owner of Hammer Company, was furious behind his back. What the hell? You want to short Hammer Company? I'll raise the stock price and pay you to death. After finishing speaking, Justin immediately contacted Tony's old opponent Whiplash Ivan Vank. Of course Justin knows that Ivan is not a good bird, but he really has no talent at hand, so he can only count on Ivan to help him rewrite the program of the drone armor, making it an existence comparable to Iron Man. What is the end of giving your own high-tech weapons to others for programming? The collective rampage of the Hammer drone army is the best interpretation. When relying on his father's information, Tony, who got rid of his palladium poisoning and developed a new type of power furnace, drove Iron Man to the press conference site of Hammer Company, he found that he was controlled by his old friend James Rhodes. Iron Man war machine is locked. Hi. Dude, what are you doing? A large number of warning messages suddenly popped up on the Steel's internal electronic display, and Tony was a little confused. Tony, something is wrong. My weapon system is locked on you. What did you do? No. It's not me. Gears of War has been invaded. Hell, someone is overriding the mecha's program and taking control of the mecha. Looking at the crazy data subtitles, James really panicked. Not only War Machine, at this moment, all drone armors simultaneously raised their right arms loaded with weapons towards Iron Man. Something is wrong. Tony's first reaction was to stay away from the scene. You must know that hundreds of innocent people were watching the ceremony at this press conference. If a fight started here, there would definitely be heavy casualties. Iron Man did not hesitate to fully open the injection system and flew out of the venue. Behind him is the war machine controlled by Whiplash plus a dozen air combat drones tearing the sky, chasing at high speed. This scene is no different from history. However, when those flightless ground combat UAVs began to pass through the crowd and fired anti-aircraft missiles at Tony in the distance, one of the same 2 meters high and unique shape suddenly appeared outside the venue. A strange mech painted in pure white. If there are travelers here, they will definitely find that this is Unicorn Gundam. Of course there is no Gundam in this world. Because this is Aang's new leather case. The Whiplash, who was fighting remotely in the Hammer Company, held the toothpick in his mouth and lost his mind for a second. What the is this? Not only him, but everyone is curious, which company is this drone armor? Before everyone could react, the machine guns of the land combat drone armor had begun to unleash terrifying barrages towards Unicorn Gundam. The scene that made people lose their glasses collectively happened. Obviously, the power of the jetport behind the white mech is not much stronger than that of Iron Man. It just burst out at an outrageous high speed, and its speed is so fast that it directly pulls exaggerated after images on the ground. Maybe the armor of Unicorn Gundam is not enough to resist the 20mm machine gun, but it can really move faster than the machine gun can turn. In the next second, the Unicorn Gundam, which seems to have a high technological content, launched an attack with a very primitive method. Boom! There was a loud noise that shocked the audience. Justin * Hammer's mind went blank. What is this? Unicorn Gundam actually flattened the skull of a land combat drone with a fist. Aang said to himself in the mecha, it's amazing. Block my fist with the skycap. P.S. There are too many messes at home, no manuscripts are saved, and he vomits blood 10 times, Yunfei tried his best. Chapter 102 Gundam Fierce Power, one more. The scene of the press conference was in chaos. The glass dome was shot by drones just now, and large pieces of glass shards fell like rain. There are screaming civilians everywhere, and electric sparks are flying around. However, there are such a small group of people who risk their lives to stick to their posts. Right? They are colorists. The timid ran away, and the bold were exhausted. There were 2 courageous ones who pointed the 4K high-definition camera at the white mecha full of hardline aesthetics in the center of the field. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled cannon of the land combat drone resounded through the sky, but the actual effect was thunder and rain. Because you can't hit it at all. As if driven by the jetport on the back of the Unicorn Gundam, the mecha made an extremely exaggerated speed from 0 to 100 km per hour in 1 second. This kind of irregular movement from extremely quiet to extremely dynamic greatly interferes with the logic program judgment of Drone A. In this case, the mechas of Hammer Company seem more cumbersome and cumbersome. A standard Z-shaped assault, the Unicorn Gundam transformed into a terrifying streamer, and passed by the 3 land combat UAVs standing in a zigzag shape. Gundam shot. A beam knife that exudes a terrifying golden light can cut open the robot armor that Hammer claims can withstand direct fire from a 40mm howitzer as easily as cutting butter. This scene stunned the bosses of the Ministry of National Defense who were watching the live broadcast. Tony drove Iron Man, and also opened a small live broadcast window in the lower right corner of the screen. Tony swallowed, feeling extremely painful. Not to mention outsiders, even Tony himself thinks that this mecha named Gundam is real just by visual inspection. Exquisite outer armor, extreme mobility, plus an exaggerated beam saber, no matter how you look at it, it is definitely a high-tech product. If it wasn't for the fact that the metal jacket was made by Tony himself, he probably would have believed it himself. The truth of the matter is, using the power furnace of the previous generation of Iron Man, it is still a shrunk version, resulting in Aang's metal shell having only half the thrust of Iron Man Mk2, and the mech is not equipped with any weapon system, let alone a smart computer. There isn't even a screen on it. The Gundam head shell can only see outside with a pair of eyes, and the field of vision is very narrow. As for the astonishingly powerful beam saber, it is the ordinary titanium alloy saber he made for Aang in the beginning. Tony knew very well that those 2 mechs with their own shapes would never be able to chop Hammer's mecha. This means that, except for the little strength bonus attached to the exoskeleton system, all the combat power displayed today is at Aanger's own level. It's over. The Ministry of Defense is going to be screwed to death. Tony muttered. What? Tony forgot that he was connected to the mic with his old friend James. No. I said the Ministry of Defense was almost killed by Hammer. Tony decisively turned on the cover-up mode. As the largest arms dealer, he certainly knew the preferences of those masters above. White House and Department of Defense lords are not afraid of a single powerful individual. In their view, this can be drowned with strong technological and industrial strength. What they prefer are war machines that can be mass-produced with industrial power, and unmanned ones are the best. As long as Van Anger creates some kind of Gundam Legion in the future, it is guaranteed that this group of bosses will not be able to sit still. Tony continued his grand air battle while complaining about someone in his heart that the monster deserves to be a monster. On the ground, Aang felt refreshed. The cumbersome land combat humanoid mecha couldn't keep up with his movements. The pure white humanoid mecha is like a raging lion, rushing towards its enemy without hesitation. Fire! Fire! Outside the arena, Justin Hammer jumped because the control of the mech was taken away, but he also couldn't tolerate the mass-produced drone he invested a lot of dollars in research and development by an inexplicable one. The mecha was easily overturned. He firmly believes that he is the man who wants to grab orders from the Ministry of Defense for the next 25 years, and he didn't come here to be the background board. Such a pity. For some people, a background board is a lifetime. Whiplash remotely control these land combat mechas, and collectively launch short-range combat missiles. After a series of roars that seemed to shatter the world, the fragments of chairs left at the scene and the exploded floor, like a supersized cluster bomb, exploded on the venue. The powerful heat emitted by the explosion even twisted the chair made of aluminum alloy into a lump of noodles. The point of explosion covered half of the venue, turning everything it passed into fly ash. However, an unbelievable scene happened to all the people who were watching the live broadcast. This 2-meter-tall white mech looks like a descending from the world. It is surrounded by a cluster of lightning thunder snakes. It separates the tumbling explosive air mass with its hands, and passes through the shockwave of the explosion with unrivaled violence. Everyone saw the flashing red eyes on the mecha under the shining V-shaped antenna above its head. A violent aesthetic full of metallic beauty filled this body, and then it dominated this dilapidated venue with its destructive power. Hammer Company is only in small-scale trial production. There are only 8 drones for each model, and one was smashed at the beginning. After the remaining 7 missiles fired the most damaging missiles, the main weapons that could be used were 20mm cannons and a robotic version of the tactical dagger that even Justin Hammer didn't expect to be useful. The white mecha is here. It jumped up. The injector on its back seems to have given it the propulsion unique to the standard 4th-generation fighter jets on Earth. It flew off the ground like a cannonball and hit the chest of the nearest land combat UAV. That's where the control system lives. A dazzling beam saber was like an arrow shooting at the target, easily separated the bullseye, and directly penetrated the chest of that mecha. The thick alloy armor is helpless in front of this beam saber, which is very hot at first glance. With the help of high-definition cameras, the boss of the Ministry of National Defense even saw the melting of the chest armor of the mecha. Just as the white mecha hit the insider, the rest of the land combat humanoid mechas finally showed their different sides from humans. They unscrupulously covered the enemy and their own people with the firepower of the 20mm machine gun. What made Justin Hammer desperate was that the cannon shells that were enough to tear the armor of the junk armored vehicle couldn't do anything to the white mech at all. Amidst the splash of sparks, the few hit shells returned without success on the opponent's hard armor surface. Only after the military review could it be discovered that invisible energy ripples gushed out of the mecha and completely pushed the shells away. At least for this moment, the scene is ricocheting. Without giving the land combat UAV any more chances, Anger knocked down the 7th mecha like chopping melons and vegetables, and then pretended to be fighting for his life. A land combat mecha knocked over, and the 2 mechas fell into the giant sewer around the venue. Chapter 103 Head-grabbing professional account, 2 more. While Tony was still being chased by the air combat UAV, Tony received the communication. "Hi. Tony, I'm done." Tony felt his face being slapped. He is definitely a staunch supporter of mechanical ascension. Although he and Ange are good friends, but this kind of big issue, his Iron Man does nothing, doesn't it mean that mechanical ascension is not as good as exercising the body to the extreme? Even if he thinks Ange is not human, it doesn't stop him from getting angry. But with one too many, Iron Man is indeed a bit embarrassing. After all, Iron Man is not in a reloaded state now, and the War Machine and a group of air combat drones on the opposite side are equipped with a large number of military weapons. In terms of firepower, Iron Man is quite at a disadvantage. Those air-to-air combat missiles thrown out without money, even with the flexibility of Iron Man, it is still difficult to dodge them directly. Tony had no choice but to fly under a viaduct at high speed, borrowing the complicated terrain, and using thick bridge piers to block such missiles. A missile that follows its shape. Boom boom boom. A thick pillar was blown off, and the viaduct was crumbling. The cars parked under the viaduct were even more unlucky. They were swept by the cannons fired by the UAV, and suddenly turned into big fireballs flying into the sky. However, the turning point of the matter came from the other side. The Black Widow single-handedly overturned all the security guards in the Hammer Company office building. If Tony's bodyguard Harpy fought fiercely for 10 minutes to bring down a security guard, and then forcibly invaded Hammer's office building. The system finally released the remote control of War Machine. The 2 good buddies reunited, retreated to the exhibition area, and started their Jedi counter-attack against the UAV. Even if War Machine is added, Tony's side is still at a disadvantage. The famous laser cutting that can only be used once is here. A 360-degree laser cutting in a roundabout style. The ultra-high temperature laser can easily cut the air combat drone armor distributed in different positions into 2 sections. True * fleeting. At this moment, the big villain Whiplash appeared in the whip mech made with Hammer's technology. Huge body, a stronger mech driven by the arc reactor, it might not be much weaker against Iron Man and War Machine. Even a while ago, Whip Swaven used his previous generation Sorrow Whip armor to face Tony, and fought a few rounds. Not to mention Yvonne Tiao jumping out when both of Tony's mechs were crippled. When the cannon on War Machine was cut off by Whiplash Mecha with the energy whip, The battle completely entered Whiplash's favorite hand-to-hand combat mode. Die laughing. This is the gorgeous mecha battle. Whenever the bells and whistles and machine guns are used up, it is hand-to-hand combat that decides the outcome. Just when Tony and James were beaten into dogs, that somewhat inappropriate voice came into Tony's communication system again. Yo. Tony, can you help me? Asshole. Come on. Hee hee. Just don't blame me for taking the head. Speed. Brother, I'm going to die. Tony didn't know that when he and James were pushed to the limit in history, they would use the arc pulse cannon to shoot each other. Tony only knows that Iron Man's condition is very bad, and the red alert pop-up window almost drives him crazy. At this critical moment, the white unicorn Gundam burst out of the sewer. What the hell? It's you again. Whiplash was filled with anger. The object of his revenge is Tony. As a technical genius, his father Anton Vank was exiled by Tony's father Howard because he wanted to use the Rubik's Cube to obtain ill-gotten gains. After Anton's death, Ivan decided to bring down the Stark family and avenge his father. Adding up the resentment of losing to Tony at the racing track last time, Ivan definitely has new and old hatred together, and his whole body has long been filled with revenge anger. He couldn't allow anything to stop him from killing Tony. Seeing the unicorn Gundam appearing, he lashed out with a whip. Whiplash is just a mortal after all, and his proud melee ability is worth nothing in front of an existence that is already a demigod. In the eyes of outsiders, the energy whip is extremely strange, but in Anger's eyes, it is like slow motion. It's like humans can't resist the bite of a poisonous snake, but a cat can easily beat a poisonous snake with its small claws. You, Ivan, are so slow that Eng would be embarrassed if he didn't kill you. During an extremely windy high-speed dash, Eng changed direction in a Z shape, and Eng avoided the energy whip that was drawn by bending with an even weirder trajectory. A wrong body, the fiery beam saber sliced through the belly of the whip mech without any hindrance. Fatal blow. Plan the focus. Eng is absolutely professional in stealing heads. He's even received a red soul from Whiplash. But Eng thoughtfully gave Whiplash a time to say his last words. You lost. With Whiplash's words full of curses, Whiplash's mechas, together with all the hammer drones that had just been knocked down by Tony and James, all flashed on their chests representing time bombs. Triggered red light. Tony's eyes widened, and he shouted out a word in shock, run. Iron Man, War Machine, and Unicorn flew away at high speed in different directions. Boom, boom. The huge continuous explosion raised the entire exhibition area to the ground. But that's not the point. Anyway, the blame must be Justin Hammer and his hard-working company. After this incident, natural aftermath continued. James came to ask on behalf of the Ministry of Defense, Tony, do you know that white mecha? Tony was expressionless. I don't know, what's wrong? You really don't know him? Why did he suddenly help us? There is always a wonderful resonance between righteous heroes, isn't it? I also fought with Kratos and Batman last time, but I really don't know their true identities. Most superhero identities are kept secret. Tony said in a very fidelity tone. This time, many senior figures in the Ministry of National Defense couldn't fall asleep. In fact, in their eyes, the commotion, the explosion, and even the death are not a problem. They had already solved the problem of who is superior to drone armor, but suddenly a unicorn Gundam came out. As for why the Gundam doesn't have long-range weapons, that's not a problem at all. The key lies in the super athletic ability of this humanoid mech, which is the incomparable advantage of today's dumb drone armor. They were going crazy. Tony ignored them all, and began to develop his own next-generation Iron Man. Only in the Wayne mansion in Gotham City next door, Bruce Wayne looked at his disobedient son indifferently. What are you doing here? Oh, my stubborn dad. Your son has brought you a present. Eng smiled and opened a huge box. Inside, there is a Hammer Company ground combat UAV armor with its self-destruct device removed. Here is its full set of design drawings. Righteous Mr. Batman, how you want to use it is up to you. Bruce was silent for a long time. I accept this thing. Chapter 104 I Hate Athena, 3 more. Bruce Wayne is a selfless person. Compared with preaching justice, personal affairs can be ignored. He is still unhappy with Ange. After all, there is nothing he likes about this illegitimate child. On the other hand, he had to admit that this kid did a good job. Unmanned driving and unmanned control technology has always been the shortboard of Wayne Group. In the case that Iron Man already has his own intelligent AI Jarvis, most of Wayne Group's products are still at the level of manual control. In fact, the last nuclear fusion reactor, if Iron Man didn't throw it out of Gotham City on his behalf, it would be Batlord himself to test the newly installed autopilot technology. You know, the Master is ready. If the autopilot program goes wrong, he will sacrifice himself and throw the reactor out of Gotham. Relying on this complete UAV armor and additional programs, it is difficult to say that it can catch up with Iron Man in the field of artificial intelligence. At least it can reduce the gap. Bruce had to accept this great gift, both public and private. Only, Bruce still doesn't like Aang. This little obviously has a flexible moral bottom line, from the Osborn incident, to the Wayne Group chaos, to the Hammer Enterprises just now. Every time he saves innocent citizens from the evil party, Bruce always see it. Originally, Angle did good deeds, but what Dad Bruce hated the most was that this little knew that the other party had a problem, and ran to snipe other people's stocks. It's true that he praised the bad guys, and this guy also sucked the blood of all shareholders and stockholders, by the way, fattening his own pockets. Bruce does not deny that he was once a money-capable person, and money can indeed do whatever he wants, but Angie's approach makes a good act of justice just cast a disgusting smell of money. This is unacceptable to Bruce's justice. Looking at the embarrassed anger, Bruce warned coldly in a low voice, if you are found to have committed a crime, Batman will become your enemy. Discovered by you. Wouldn't it be fine if they weren't discovered? Ange shrugged indifferently, come on, Dad. You can't beat me, and I don't want to inherit your mantle and become Batman. Bruce will never know about his name. To be Batman, you have to kill your parents first. When he thought of Kratos or the new so-called mysterious white mecha, Master Bruce's face darkened even more. He knew very well that this little had become stronger again. When Ange walked out humming a song, he saw the old butler Alfred. Good day, Master Ang. Good afternoon, Alfred. Ange greeted the old housekeeper with a smile. Yes, I made a little money recently. If you need it here, I can call. The old butler knew it was Hammer's money as soon as he heard it, and he smiled politely, even if this money may become a weapon against you. So what? Your master will never know what cards I have, nor will I know where the limit of my growth is. Even if he is my enemy, what can the garbage made with outdated information do to me? The old butler was not annoyed, and bowed. Master, you have at least inherited the generosity and kindness of the master. Ange smiled, left without saying a word. The old housekeeper looked at the shadow of Angie's car going away, and couldn't help feeling, this child is still filial. Really? Bruce appeared beside the old butler like a ghost. An incompetent father raised a child without pouring emotion into him. Not only did he not take revenge, but he also saved his father's career. Even as an outsider, I think this child is impeccable. As for his rebellion, the heavenly dynasty has there is an old saying the son does not teach the fault of the father. Bruce is choked to death. Co-authored me to hate anger for a long time, or is it my fault? But thinking about it, it seems that this is really the case. Master Bruce hates it so much. If he dies, there won't be so many bad things when he shoots the wall. On the other side, Ange looked at Wayne's old house before leaving, without any sense of belonging. Master Bat saw anger wrongly. If that day really comes, NGE will definitely not be a dad killer, but, is Batman without money ability still Batman? Ange decided that in the future, he would still be at the limit of Master Bruce's tolerance jumping left and right. It's just that Ange didn't know that the so-called Gundam mech he made out of his own mind made a mess of SHIELD. Originally director Nick Fury planned to send agents to Anger's house as a guest, but this time he received an order from a higher level and had to immediately mobilize a large number of operators to investigate all possible companies in the territory. Congress always likes to play military bidding when approving budgets. Of course, they would like to have a military industry company come out and say that this is a new product of their family, and compete with the Stark Group that they don't like. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a few days, he asked several suspects including the Wayne Group explicitly and implicitly, but he didn't ask the Fart. Now Congress and the Ministry of Defense are a little panicked. This kind of mecha that may become a large-scale industrialized product, whether manned or unmanned, may become the enemy of the country and the world. After Wayne Group and other major military enterprises denied intentionally or unintentionally, the Ministry of Defense pinched its nose and threw money at Tony's face, allowing him to develop more war machines. No one expected that the real culprit, Mr. N, was not researching how to subvert the country, as those elders with persecution paranoia thought, but was studying Helen's matter. Quay, Master Ange, do you really want to try? Helen was still lucky. Of course. Ange ordered in a firm tone that could not be refused. Helen had no choice but to put her heart aside, spread her legs, and put herself in a metal shell that was also a Gundam series. The pink metal shell reveals a hint of festive atmosphere in the cold. The prototype of this mech is Strike Gundam Bright Red. This thing doesn't even have a flight function because of the rush. According to the system evaluation, only the pure exoskeleton mechanical system provides the wearer with a 20-point strength bonus and 50-point armor. This is not only Anger's bad taste, but also caused by his anxiety. He always thought that if the plague of the zombie universe broke out in this world, the people around him should at least have a leather case for self-defense. The result is that he annoys Tony enough to get a new mecha suit for Helen and Black and White Canary. It's just that, when the man's mecha coat was half-worn, Ange looked at the new version of Gundam Girl, and suddenly the DNA moved. Then he couldn't help but think of a famous saying of an emergency food called Paimon, I can't get in. No matter how I think about it, I can't get in. Dry. I hate Athena. Chapter 105 Enhanced Edition Reunion, 4 more. Put on the mecha coat, and Ange asked Helen to perform a Greek version of Lindae pulling Weeping Willow upside down. With the help of the exoskeleton mecha, Helen, who had no strength to restrain a chicken, actually uprooted a small tree the size of a bowl. This time, Helen and the Lance sisters who were watching the battle were stunned. In this world, what technology is so advanced? Helen asked weakly in broken English. The Lance sisters nodded together. They suddenly looked forward to what they would look like after the mecha coat was updated in the future. If you can combine the power of Iron Man with your own physique, it will be beautiful even if you think about it. After the test, Ange ran back to his study, pretending to check his asset statement. In fact, money is such a thing, after a small goal, it is difficult to spend too much money. After buying big-ticket things like private jets, big villas and yachts, there are really no luxuries that can be spent on a small goal. So it is understandable for Tony to build his own mechs because he had nothing to play with. Ange is currently following the path of both magic and martial arts, but he doesn't mind putting on a mecha shell, even if he doesn't need it. What about his girl? Opening the system window, Ange suddenly smiled wryly. This time, the only attribute reward for killing Whiplash who wins with his mind is intelligence plus 15. A folding symbol appeared behind the intelligence option. When he clicked on it, he found that intelligence was subdivided into 2 branch items, mystery and modern and future technology. 87 points of intelligence were divided, the part about mystery was 75 points, and the part of technology was 23 points. That's right, the total is wrong. This is because the system believes that part of Anger's intelligence value can take into account both mysticism and science, and there are overlapping parts. On the whole, he is still on the side of magic and gods. It's just that he is not a demigod with official blood, and he is still using magic power, not the higher divine power. However, even though Angie's intelligence on the science part is only 23 points, now in his mind, he already has the aircraft blueprint of Vulture, the arc reactor of Whiplash and the 3 versions of Hammer's infinite human mech blueprint. As long as he finds a high-tech factory that is suitable and confidential enough, he can mass-produce these things by himself. Ange is just hesitating whether to use the factory of the Wayne Group. After all, this cannot be hidden from the eyes of his cheap daddy. Suddenly, Ange frowned, then reached under the table and patted it. Half a minute later, Helen, who looked a little aggrieved, got out from under the desk, and ran away like flying. Of course, in order to let Helen integrate into the modern society, Anger made a lot of efforts, such as letting Helen watch the classic drama Titanic. Speaking of this, of course it is indispensable to learn how Jack draws for Ruth. Ange yelled mysterious words such as gift crab from time to time, making Helen feel ashamed to death. Cough. Why not be a colorist? Fart, how can you take pictures like this, asking people to pose for so long? Ange is not the kind of scumbag who took a picture of his girlfriend and ran to threaten her to borrow money. He must appreciate it slowly after painting. No matter how bad it is, it can also be said that this is art. At worst, just reply this is not her. There is a reason for Ange to be so turbulent recently. The good days of peace are coming to an end. As the strongest teleportation master in the world in the eyes of Wonder Woman, Ange has to exhaust his mental power every day when he is sure that the future Doctor Strange Stephen Strange is still a doctor. Perceive the existence of Paradise Island. As a result, Paradise Island did not perceive it, but found that the recent wave of teleportation across planes became more and more obvious. Looking at the location based on perception, I suddenly found that NASA's Space Radiation Center was marked on the public map. Outsiders don't know that there are actually a series of signs under the signboard, such as Shield Accelerator Test Center. These titles that fool outsiders cannot fool travelers. Ange knew that S.H.I.E.L.D's research on infinity gems would eventually lead to disaster. The legendary supreme god, the invincible, great and elegant Loki, is about to descend on the earth that is loyal to him. Well, Anger can't make it up anymore. In human terms, the Avengers is coming, maybe in the next few days. This made Angie very entangled. Recently, Penthesilea has recovered very quickly. As expected, a strong demigod with the blood of the gods has strong resilience. She can't exercise vigorously yet, but normal activities are fine. Under the guidance of her niece Diana, the Amazon Queen began to learn the dressing style here. On this day, when Angie saw that she was deliberately hiding her masculine vest line and wearing a very feminine evening dress with a low cut and large backless, Angie suddenly felt weird. This female father suddenly wears women's clothing, which is very subtle. It cannot be said that friendship has deteriorated, it can only be said that love has arrived. Ange had a premonition that the day she recovers from this injury is the day she launches a night attack. He has teased people in Troy for so long, now it's almost time to get serious. Ange swallowed his saliva, thinking that it might take time to deal with a fully fired Amazon female warrior. He decided to find Catwoman and Ghost Spider a few more times while he still had time, and have a candlelit night chat. Then, the fateful day arrived. The so-called door can actually be opened from the inside or from the outside. The space gem burst out with dazzling blue light, ignoring the will of Nick Fury and the scientists of the Institute. At this moment, the stagnant gear of fate finally started to turn again. It looks like blue fire from a distance, but in fact this kind of fiery space energy has never been grasped by mortals. When the blazing blue fire suddenly condensed into a group and finally turned into a handsome and evil-robed man, Nick and the others were stunned. The guards at the base approached the mysterious alien with small steps and M4 assault rifles. Facing these hostile and vigilant humans, the evil man showed a ferocious and cruel smile full of arrogance. "Sir, put down the spear in your hand," Nick warned. Only absolute violence and mystery responded to him. The man raised the staff in his hand, and the blue beam shot out in response to the sound. With just one blow, the damage caused was like the bombardment of a 105mm howitzer. Within 8 meters of the explosion center, all personnel and research instruments evaporate instantly, and within a radius of 20 meters, the accompanying explosion shock waves and fragments kill and injure all personnel within the area. Whether it's Nick or the special attack Eagle Eye guarding this place, they can only lie on the ground with tactical instinct. After the violent explosion, most people's minds were buzzing. Only a few guards reluctantly raised their assault rifles and shot at the hostile mysterious man in front of them. Chug chug. No use. The 5.56mm bullet hit his chest, and sparks splashed, and all of them became ricochets. After the mysterious man killed in a whirlwind, he actually mentally controlled a large number of people, including Hawkeye. He took away the space gem grandly, and then the collapse of the portal caused the entire research base to collapse, and a terrifying depression with a diameter of more than 2 kilometers appeared on the land. Things are getting worse. In desperation, director Nick Fury held a video conference with his superiors. "I need to start the Avengers project." In the picture shown by Nick, there are 2 very eye-catching photos, which are Kratos and Batman. "I have a cold and a fever today. The liver doesn't move." Chapter 106 Refusing to enter the pit, one more. The first official above frowned when he saw Nick Fury's list. "We are in a war, but we need stronger weapons, not." Nick didn't answer directly, but just showed the fighting scene in the base after Loki appeared, and then talked freely. "With all due respect, facing such an existence that can ignore all existing individual weapons in our army and has an attack power comparable to that of a 105mm howitzer, it is extremely dangerous to be within a range of 500 meters. Let alone he easily controlled the loyal agent Eagle Eye, who was rated sea level in the Avengers list. When the individual's great power can ignore all conventional weapons, we must learn to compromise." The boss asked again, "Are we going to hand over the future of the country and the world to masked men, Greeks, aliens, and a so-called god in legends?" He's referring to Batman, Kratos, Superman, and Thor. "That's right, before Ange entered this world, Raytheon had already been here, but he just ran away again." Nick cleared his throat. "I need an emergency response team. Maybe we can't get all the beings on the list, but I believe that as long as we get half of them and give them enough motivation, we will succeed." The upper-level officials were silent. After discussing for a while, they voted and finally agreed to start the Avengers plan. It's just that compared with the original version, the list of the new version has a lot of expansion. After all, they can't ignore this hero from DC. It's just that many people are masked, and their concealment has caused headaches for the upper class of the old Americans. Nick is the same. He can only start with the list of people who have already mastered their whereabouts. He himself found Captain America Steve Rogers, who had been recuperating, asked Black Widow to find Hulk Bruce Banner, and asked Agent Coulson to find Tony Stark, whom he knew well. Just when Tony Stark Tower completed the lighting ceremony and was officially put into operation, Coulson came. After Tony escaped from Afghanistan, in this life, Coulson helped Tony get rid of Tony's partner Stanislav without a company civil war. Coulson is very familiar with Tony and Pepper. After some pleasantries, Coulson recruited Tony into the group without difficulty. After all, Tony knew about the Avengers plan early on, and he was temporarily excluded from the plan because of his too selfish personality, not because he didn't want to enter it. It's just that Carlson asked a question that tested Tony's humanity. Hey, Tony, do you know any of Kratos, Batman, and Superman? I mean, do you have their contact information? Tony is undoubtedly a hero with both shortcomings and advantages, and is extremely contradictory. In many cases, he can be unreliable, relying on ridiculous luck and outrageous thinking patterns to solve problems. In dealing with people, no one ever said that Tony is a villain who sells his friends. Even in American Team 3 Civil War, he had a clear discussion with the US team, and he had no choice but to attack the US team after he officially declared war. Facing Carlson's little temptation, Tony was shocked, and almost threw out the triple trick of "I'm not, I don't talk nonsense." He put on a slightly stunned expression, and finally frowned, "I don't know Superman. He hasn't come out for a long time. He appeared even before I became Iron Man." As for Kratos and Batman, they are considered to be acquainted, but it's not to the point of leaving cards for each other. Carlson was not too surprised. It's okay, Batman has public contact information, and Director Fury will follow up. As for Kratos, we will find a way to contact him. Tony agreed to join the Avengers, and Carlson has completed the task. Right after Carlson left, Tony secretly called his smart butler, Jarvis, "Ask my old friend if he would like to join my party," as I mentioned. Party can be a pun in English, which broadly refers to a party, but it also has the meaning of organization and party. So, without Tony even lifting a finger, there appeared such a seemingly ordinary post on a certain Luahulu forum: "Dude, we're going to fight, revenge, tonight, for missing one, come or not." Here, Ange was enjoying the Canary Sisters singing and Helen dancing, when suddenly there was news on the forum he followed. After looking at it, Angle seemingly casually replied to a post in another Middle Eastern forum. The name is nonsense, the focus is on the letters of the person's name. According to the agreed rules, the English of Kratos can be spelled out in the end. The content of the post seems to be nonsense, but after deciphering it, it was summarized into such a paragraph: "I only like to let those congressmen work for me, not for me to work for them. Of course, for your sake, I will definitely come to help you when you are in an emergency." After Tony saw the news, he sighed softly. He really regretted admitting that he was Iron Man in such a high-profile way. Of course, it only took a second to regret it. If he could keep a low profile, he wouldn't be Tony Stark. Ange refused, because he had his own considerations. There is an essential difference between joining Justice League and joining Avengers. The Justice League is an unofficial organization led by Batman. To put it bluntly, it is superheroes who come together for the same idea. Come if it fits, break up if it doesn't fit, no worries. The Avengers Alliance is not the case. This organization has a strong official brand from the first day of its birth. Joining, of course, you can get various conveniences such as aircraft, weapons and equipment, artillery support provided by the government, but what is the price? For example, this is like playing a game on a PS console on a computer. The character is still the same character, and it is not up to you to decide what to wear. Let's just talk about Helen. If you want you to wear a maid outfit, you can wear a maid outfit or something, and you can't even control what you do. Captain America 3, Civil War is a good example of what the price is. Once you enter the pit, all your information will be cleaned up by the government. When you are a dog, you will be rewarded with a few bones. Then, like the US team, he was thrown to participate in various anti-terrorism operations, doing the dirty work. When you refuse to work against your conscience, even Captain America, who is almost equal to the American spirit, can put all his followers in prison. Tony is in the pit. In the final analysis, his Stark group is inseparable from the government. His status determines his position, and he is naturally compromising with the government. P.S. The author has a high probability of being provoked by his son. It is currently 37.8 degrees, but the temporary state does not seem to have a big impact. Chapter 107 The two major alliances that cannot be merged, two more. Originally, Ange also had the same position as Tony. Ange's cleverness lies in that when he does any heroic deeds, he never shows his true colors. This completely separates his identity from an existence that has extraordinary abilities, but is not controlled by the government and may threaten national security. As long as he is shameless, he can declare himself "I'm just an ordinary person," and then pretend to be a plutocratic leader who influences Congress, not some superhero. He refused to enter the pit, and Tony would naturally not sell his brother, so he went to Avengers to report while researching information about Loki. On the other hand, the process of recruiting the Hulk and the US team went smoothly. The biggest difference in this life is that Nick Fury ran to Gotham that night and turned on the bat light in the building next to the Gotham Police headquarters. When the searchlight with the bat logo hit the thick clouds, showing the symbol that Gotham people once regarded as taboo, the whole Gotham City was in a commotion. Batman re-emerged to clean up Bane, which made the rumor of Batman's retirement unfounded, but Gotham officials still failed to pull back their faces and re-acknowledged the existence of Batman. After all, the upper-level officials in Gotham City used to acquiesce in the public opinion to promote Batman as an outlaw lunatic, forcing Gotham City Police Chief Gordon to smash the bat searchlight calling for Batman in public. But now Nick turned on the bat light next to the Gotham City Police Station, which made Master Bruce find himself in a dilemma. See? Still missing? Finally, Commissioner Nick sees a 3D projection of Batman. A small electronic projector attached to a bat dart projected the figure of Batman, but the Master himself was still in his family's underground base. Meet you for the first time, Batman, I'm Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. After that, he showed his ID, and then introduced the two behind him. He is Captain America, and this is Black Widow. Batman doesn't know Widow's sister, but he is quite interested in Captain America. He first nodded to the Widow's sister as a greeting, but said to the US team, "My parents liked you very much when they were alive. I didn't expect you to be alive." Captain America nodded, "I slept for 70 years. After a short and unnutritious exchange, Nick talked about Loki, and then expressed his intention, "The United States and the whole world are in great danger. I came here hoping that you can join the Avengers." In the eyes of the US team, convincing Batman should be a sure thing. He has read Batman's profile. Unlike most superheroes, Batman shows high morals and a clear tendency to obey the law. All the villains he defeated were finally handed over to the police and sent to prison or madhouse. Unexpectedly, Batman asked a question: "If I join, do I need to take off my mask?" Nick froze for a moment. "I'm afraid so. Because Avengers will have very close cooperation with the military." Master Bat said in a low voice, "Then I refuse." At this moment, Nick had thousands of thoughts in his mind. He estimated that there must be a very large industrial team behind Batman, otherwise he would not be able to create a series of high-tech gadgets such as the Batfighter and the Bat Vehicle. In Nick's heart, the mysterious Batman has long been hooked up with several big chaebol in the country, and in addition to a more mysterious Oriental country. India V, that's right, it's right here. Nick, bah. Nick's 1,000 words ended in a single sigh. That would be a shame, if we do get attacked by aliens. I will shoot. Very well, thank you for your frankness. Then the last question: do you know Kratos, or do you have a way to contact him? Batman's pupils suddenly narrowed, and of course he couldn't hide his fierce reaction from Nick. Nick felt that there should be. Who knows? I refuse to provide his information, and I do not recommend that you mess with him. Why? Captain America was curious. Bruce behind the mask has to rely on the bat mask to hide the blue veins on his forehead. Do I want to tell you that my little boy has outrageous combat power and flexible moral bottom line? If it were someone else, Batman would probably have confessed him. However, Ange was too smart to completely bind himself with the Wayne Group. Once something happens to him, Batman's last borrowed money ability will be exhausted. However, although Ange's methods are not very glorious, he is still stuck above Batman's moral bottom line. As a result, Bat-Dad had to protect his cheating son. Facing Captain America's curiosity, Batman chose to remain silent. This is very intriguing. This time, Nick came to smooth things over. It's okay, S.H.I.E.L.D. welcomes all friends who work together to fight against the alien invaders. Batman stopped talking nonsense and nodded, and the 3D projection disappeared immediately. Not only that, the projector on the Batarang exploded immediately, and all the electronic components showed a molten state. Next, Nick's search for other superheroes was not smooth. He asked the media to secretly talk about Kratos. I also tried to find information about Kratos and the male and female Spider-Man through the few surveillance cameras in the city, but it didn't go well. Sister Widow frowned. Someone hacked into almost all cameras in advance, erasing almost all traces of superheroes. Putting this matter in the past, it is definitely an anti-government act. It's a pity that Nick can't worry about these things anymore. That guy Loki ran out to make trouble. Get the rocky base of the Rubik's Cube, Space Gem. In order to use the Rubik's Cube to open the space portal, he also needs an extremely rare iridium element as a stabilizer. In order to obtain this rare metal, Loki came to the banquet held by the scientist Dr. Cypher in Germany. He directly poached Dr. Cypher's eyeballs with an instrument, and then let the brainwashed Hawkeye simulate Dr. Cypher's eyeballs through sensors. Eyes successfully opened the secret room through retinal scanning, and got the iridium element in the safe. Then they can use the Rubik's Cube to open the space portal and summon the Chitauri army. After the iridium element was dealt with the tactic of smacking east and west, Loki's addiction to pretending to be coercive was not surprising again. Loki followed the crowd fleeing the banquet out of the hall. First, he blasted an approaching police car with a scepter, showed off his muscles, and then trapped all the fleeing people with phantom clones, shouting, "Kneel all to me." The loud voice is majestic and cruel, and it is full of divinity. This is a typical dimensionality reduction strike for civilians with average mental attributes. Almost everyone knelt down, except for a stubborn old man. Originally, Loki was going to play a trick of killing chickens and monkeys with one hand, but who knew that Captain America and Iron Man arrived, and it turned out that Loki knelt down. Facing Iron Man's heavy firepower, Rocky gave a military salute to France next door to Germany. Interestingly, this scene was put directly on live TV. Dr. Seve's banquet was very big, at least it was broadcast live on the local TV station, and Ange saw the scene by selecting the channel in advance. Ange was very curious. Don't you think Loki has a flexible moral bottom line? 1 second he claimed to be the king of everyone, and the next second he is a grandson. It was fine if he didn't say anything, but when he said it, all the girls around him laughed so hard that their stomachs ached. Chapter 108 The early reunion of chicken feathers in one place, 3 more. After a burst of laughter, Wonder Woman asked her own question, I read that right, Aang? You said that the alien powers sent guys like Loki to invade the Earth. Strange. Strange is right. For Thanos, Loki is just a harmless pawn. Besides, Loki has another amulet, his brother Thor. He is indeed Loki's enemy, but his family affection makes him never kill him. Killing Loki will even save Loki's life at a critical time. Pay attention. Even when the gods on Earth have disappeared, Thor's strength is still top-notch. Ange called up a video from the computer and placed it on the huge projection screen. In the video screen, a giant metal monster destroyer that looks like a humanoid armor is fighting Thor. Destroyer from the hole in the opened mask, shoot a terrible flame ray. With just one sweep, more than 10 wooden houses were instantly evaporated. From the height of an adult's knees, everything was reduced to ashes, and there was nothing left. And when Thor went down with a hammer, a place as big as a football field was sunken by more than 1 meter in the blink of an eye, and the violent lightning spread, overloading all the wires within a 2-kilometer radius, sparks flying, and I don't know how many transformers and other devices were burned. With such terrifying destructive power, even Wonder Woman couldn't help but sternly said, "He is a real god." Yes. I'm curious, who is stronger, Odin in Nordic mythology or Zeus in Greek mythology? After all, today, Asgard, where Thor is still the guardian of the 9 worlds, set yourself up with the ruler. Diana gouged out anger, who seemed to be about to turn on fire. I don't feel the breath of Zeus, Father God, in this world. Father God, she said it in a divine voice that only Ange could hear. Ange is not annoyed, he is too lazy to say that Zeus in Thor 4 has become a dead house that only spends all day in his own temple for fun. After all, in this fusion world, it's hard to say who will become what. White Canary suddenly said, then let's just watch like this. Almost. After all, at least at this moment, there is still a very powerful mage guarding the earth. If she is not dead, no one will attack the earth head on. Even if we kill Loki, there will still be other guys trying to make trouble. Rather than trying to eliminate the spies one by one, we might as well just chop off the claws that the other party stretched out. At least the other party knows the pain. The reason is this, but the trouble is that New York is going to be destroyed again. Ange turned his head and looked at Gwen in the video link. New York is in great danger. I'll find an excuse to transfer your father, and you take your mother out of New York. Gwen froze for a moment. Okay. Historically, the families of superheroes were lucky enough to escape, but Aang was unwilling to put their lives on luck. Leads. There will be a large-scale attack in New York. You take your mother immediately. And find a way to persuade your good sister and all relatives and friends of Peter Parker to leave New York in these few days. Liz was stunned for a moment. If Ange hadn't come to her, she would have almost forgotten that there was such a big boss on her head. After a little hesitation, she nodded. Then, where is Peter? Maybe he needs to go to war. Understood. Ange sent out instructions one by one, and even sent a message to Superman, who didn't know whether it would be responded to. Anyway, I got it, it's up to you to believe it or not. Don't think that Superman himself is fine, but his girlfriend and his adoptive parents are all in New York. Actually, Ange is quite curious about what will happen if Chitorai's group of idiots offend Dachao in this merged universe. But Ange couldn't afford to bet. If Dachao's relatives and friends died and Dachao became black, then he would be wonderful. When he finished sending, Wonder Woman looked at him with her arms crossed. You are so busy. This is obviously teasing. After all, Ange mostly has private goods, and half of the messages are sent to women. Ange shamelessly replied, no way, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He never underestimates his enemies nor overestimates his allies. Just as he remembered, there was a lot of quarrel in the reunion. Tony and the US team caught Loki, and immediately used the transport plane to Loki back to the famous aircraft carrier for interrogation. Torture can't be used against Loki, so how can a group of people play tricks against Loki, the of tricks? Loki didn't get it done. The newly established Avengers had internal strife first. Bruce Banner, who didn't turn into the Hulk, had a good time working with Tony. They made a computer model of energy detection and began to search for the Rubik's Cube, Space Gem, but in the process, the Hulk found out that Nick was unlucky. The director had prepared a special cage for him long ago. It made him feel humiliated and disrespected. Tony used his superb computer technology to find the secret document that SHIELD intends to use the cosmic Rubik's Cube to tinker with weapons. The American team found the finished weapon made by using Rubik's Cube energy in the cargo hold of the aircraft carrier more simply and directly, which made the American team feel that SHIELD is more like a Hydra. You must know that what he fought desperately with his companion 70 years ago was also an enemy holding a cosmic Rubik's Cube energy weapon. As an agent, the Black Widow feels nothing. But Thor, who claims to be the guardian of the Earth, had a fierce verbal conflict with Nick. Thor feels that with Asgard protecting the Earthlings don't need to do so many things. Nick believes that the Earth must have the ability to protect itself. You are doing so many things. For advanced civilizations, this is a signal that the Earth is ready to go to war with advanced civilizations. In a sense, Hammer Gotal is right. This concept can only be said to be very Asgardian. Nick was rightly upset. Please. There are no Earthlings going to your planet to cause trouble. This scene of dissatisfaction with anyone suddenly made Tony very emotional. He suddenly remembered a question he asked his good friend Anger not long ago: if the US government regards you as a major threat, what will you do? Angel's answer is quite philosophical: if the White House sees me as a threat, I better be a real threat, so that at least there will be peace between us. Don't forget, being the enemy of the White House is dangerous, and being the White House's ally but deadly. To be honest, the situation has completely froze at this point. The entire Fulian, from the director to every member, is full of strong distrust among each other. As the saying goes, the best way to get a group of existences with different ideas and different interests into one is to give them a recognized enemy. As long as Rocky makes a move later to make troubles, the reunion might be a mess. Under the eyes of everyone, Hawkeye, who was mentally controlled by Loki, led a team of special forces to attack the flying aircraft carrier, not only rescued Loki, but also killed many people, almost destroying all the engines of the aircraft carrier, let this flying aircraft carrier with thousands of people almost crash. The key is that Rocky killed Agent Phil Coulson. As a good old man recognized by the US team, Tony and others, Phil has a collection of US team's cards and wants the US team's autograph. He also helped Tony and Pepper a lot. It is such a recognized mascot hanging up, who can stand it? Anger spread in the silence, every Avengers member had light in their eyes. Tony repaired Iron Man, which was damaged in the battle, and after putting it on, he made an internet call: one of my friends was killed by Loki, and I'm going to New York to beat Loki, are you coming? Come. Angie said concisely. P.S. As long as the author updates secretly, no one will find out that this is a supplement, sure. Still have a low-grade fever of 37.8 degrees, but the condition seems to be fine, I can figure it out. Chapter 109 Loki, I am God, one more. Man is such a kind of creature. Hearing that people he doesn't know die, and die at most is just a string of numbers. At most, he can say I'm sorry. When someone you know dies, the shock is overwhelming. Phil Coulson, an agent who was only a small in the long history, has now become an opportunity for the establishment of the top supernatural alliance organization on the Earth. Tony, Captain America, Soul, Widow, Hawkeye, Hulk, let's just let it be that Loki repeatedly teases and kills everyone around him. How can they swallow this anger? Especially when the system that detects the energy of the Rubik's Cube discovers that Loki's chose the opening point of the portal to be Tony's newly built Stark Tower. Tony is almost full of anger. The 6 people rushed to the scene in different ways, and Tony chose to go to the meeting alone, no wonder. Dude. He yelled during the communication. I'm in place. Thanks, buddy. Tony can distrust Captain America and Nick Fury, but he unconditionally trusts Angle, who has a lifelong friendship. Flying to the rooftop of Stark Tower specially for Iron Man, Tony let Jarvis control the mechanical arm to take off his badly damaged armor on the flying aircraft carrier. In the sky garden of the proud Stark Tower, he saw the figure that disgusted him, Loki. Very funny. Conceited people always like to show their elegance or demeanor. Few of them don't talk nonsense when they come up, and just kill them directly. Seeing that Tony took off his armor, Loki, who didn't know what was going on, immediately became very calm. He concluded that Tony without steel armor is a dish. Are you here to beg my forgiveness? If so, I don't mind leaving such a small, pitiful place for you in my great country. Loki was confident, and opened his arms, showing his false mind. Actually, I'm here to beat you up. Tony told the truth, but Loki couldn't handle it. Then you shouldn't have taken off your armor. Yeah. That suit is a bit old. And you are still holding a gleaming scepter. Tony sneered at Loki. With the contact for a while, he can be considered to have some understanding of Loki's temperament. He was sure that Loki would not turn his back on him, not to mention he still had Angle as his whole card. Loki felt a little embarrassed when he was said so, and if he did anything casually, it would appear that he was not tolerant. Tony seemingly casually, would you like a drink? It's useless for you to procrastinate. That's what Loki said. In fact, those who procrastinate include him. Tony was natural. Beating people is a very sacred thing. Our ancient warriors would drink a cup before going to the battlefield. It's a lie to say that I'm not afraid. Tony, without the Iron Man armor, is extremely weak. He is sure that Loki, an indigenous god, doesn't know what a remote control bracelet is. When Tony pretended to be pouring wine, he put another set of brand new Iron Man controllers on his hands. In fact, at this moment, his heart was already half down, and he was just muttering in his heart, where is that Angie? In place? What about people? But without a communicator, he couldn't even call Ange. Loki sneered, the Chitauri army is coming, no one can stop the opening of the portal, I am fearless. Really? There are Avengers in this world, a team of extraordinary people, and some guys you can't afford to mess with, such as Superman, such as Kratos. Tony didn't know why he wanted to praise a certain bastard, but he just wanted to say it. Your strength. I have seen it before. Are you sure you are not afraid of your true brother? Tony stepped on the thunder with precision in the first sentence, almost pulling out Loki's face and phantom limbs, and trampling on it repeatedly. Of course, killing and punishing one's heart is the kingly way. Tony continued incessantly, we also have a muscular man with poor emotional management, an omnipotent cloak monster who wears his underpants outside, and a big bald man who dares to kill even a god. Loki was upset, he weighed the Hulk, and felt that the latter two might be even more outrageous. At this time, the famous scene came out. The reason why Loki kept Tony talking so much nonsense was that he was short of workers. After Hawkeye was physically awakened by the widow, he didn't even have a thug. This made Loki very unhappy. Seeing that Tony seemed to be defenseless, Loki's scepter that controls the mortal spirit just like this poked Tony's chest. Another guy might have done it, but Loki poked Tuan into the reactor embedded in Tony's chest. I poked it twice in a row, but it didn't work. Tony was about to taunt Loki, when suddenly Loki became enraged and grabbed his neck with one hand. I am a god. Well. At this moment, Tony only felt that he was stuck in a pulverizer. A palm that doesn't seem to be strong, but its grip strength is at least 10 times that of an adult human man. This is the quality of God. Even though Loki is not known for his close combat ability, he still has basic physical fitness far superior to that of humans. Tony has an illusion that in a tenth of a second, his jaw will be crushed. But Loki seemed to sense something, and suddenly he swung his empty right hand towards the void beside him, and an exaggerated energy ray shot out like this. Boom! The solid walls of the Stark building, built to resist 40 mm howitzer attacks, were easily blasted into a large hole with a diameter of 5 meters. Seemingly not caring about Tony anymore, Rocky throws Tony out of the window very meanly. Ping pong. The glass shattered, and Tony fell down the stairs in a seemingly miserable manner. At the last moment when he was thrown out, he saw a big white bald head. Here, Loki swung his scepter violently, avoiding this extremely strange burly man who came out through the wall. "Aren't you going to save your friend?" "It's not necessary," he was answered by a rough and deep male voice. The next moment, the bald man rushed over like a cannonball. For some reason, looking at this wild face, Loki suddenly realized what his big brother's enemy felt like. That kind of violent charge, that kind of exaggerated speed, scared Loki almost peeing. Without thinking, Loki launched the clone technique that he is famous for. But the bald man snapped his fingers and made a snap, and Rocky's main body and all clones were electrocuted at the same time. "Got you." A brute force hand grabbed Loki's neck tightly, just like what Loki did to Tony a moment ago. "I am a god," Loki shouted with all his strength. "I'm Kratos." When the big man reported to the house, he performed a shoulder throw without any fancy. Chapter 110. Such a weak god, 2 more. Boom. Under Anger's extreme dynamic vision, he could clearly see that Loki's face, which was actually quite good looking and full of evil spirits, was instantly deformed by the huge impact. The lower jaw suddenly tilted more than half to the left, and the cheekbones seemed to have undergone extreme deformation. A good evil face, just like that, turned into an out-and-out harmonious face. No, after the first stroke, Anger seemed to find something was wrong. Anyway, Loki has already shown his boundless trembling temperament, then you are welcome. Anger grabbed Loki's left leg violently, and began to repeatedly beat violently left and right at a speed that was hard to discern with the naked eye. No tricks. It's pure violence. The ultimate crush brought by absolute power. Loki began to suspect that God was born. The promised supreme and great King Loki is about to come to the earth loyal to him. How about hundreds of millions of ants and humans worshipping him? How did it become that he pretended to be the biggest coward and was beaten the most viciously? Loki was thrown so badly that his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he vomited 3 liters of blood. As if this beating never ended. After a hell windmill, Anger launched giant throwing Loki hard like a cannonball on the main pillar of the Stark Tower. The tragic Rocky took the final blow first, and when his whole body bounced back and jumped out, he was so alive that he just met Tony wearing the new Iron Man armor and flying up. Seeing Rocky rushing, straight, in front of him, Tony instinctively made up the last blow of the shotgun. Loki flew back into the house like a bag of garbage, lying dead on the ground, motionless. Tony's rare humor, he says he's a god. Anger shrugged and spread his hands in disdain. What a weak god. Tony bared his teeth. By the way, he won't hang up, will he? When Tony thought of Loki's unreasonable brother-in-law, he suddenly shivered. Tony, I remember that you made up the last blow. Anger was so murderous. FXCK. How about we tell Thor that the deceased Loki is currently in stable condition? Tony has the heart to kill Aang, can you say something nice? Okay, this guy's life is tough. Aang kicked Loki's ass, and Loki's body still had a twitching response. At this moment, the Rubik's Cube system on the top of the Stark Tower finally entered the final stage, and a huge dazzling blue beam of light shot straight into the sky. The blue space fire blew away the white clouds, and then opened a space portal with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Aang and Tony looked out the window at the same time. Wow! Anger screamed strangely. Tony's constipated expression, do you know how to fight in the air? Slightly understand. If it were someone else, someone as proud as Tony would have said a word back. When he thought that Aang could even play the portal, he was speechless. You find a way to close the portal, and I will hold it here first. Without the slightest hesitation, Iron Man's gorgeous red and gold figure immediately soared into the sky, heading straight for the portal in the sky. Loki was right, the Chitauri army was already waiting opposite the portal. Looking at the Chitauri who were sitting in the sky similar to flying motorboats, Iron Man suddenly opened the bomb bay on his shoulder, and dozens of high-energy missiles roared out, drawing a strange flight curve, and accurately sent the first batch of Chitauri bursting through the portal exploded into grand fireworks. Unfortunately, this is not enough. How could a real army have only a few dozen people? These Chitauri who lead the battle are not even vanguards, they are scouts. Iron Man roared forward to kill, using all the weapons at hand to delay this huge and terrifying alien army. Based on this courage alone, Anger admired Tony as a true warrior. At this moment, Thor, the hammer god, waved his short-handled hammer and landed in the sky garden of Stark Tower. Anger's auditory hallucinations appeared in his ears, as if something 80 was ringing. Loki. Brother Hammer's heart twitched instantly when he saw his good brother who was in tatters, as if he had been trampled by 80 men and died tragically on the ground. He wanted to kill Tony, and I beat him up. Ange kicked Rockies again, and the comatose Yeshentong instinctively snorted. Oh, it's not dead. That's fine. Thor's tense face immediately eased. Loki is so aggressive to his younger brother, he can be beaten, tortured, and even serve him with whips and candles. Thor doesn't mind. As long as you don't kill Loki, the one who beats Loki together is my good buddy of Thor. Brother Hammer showed a naive smile. He imitated the etiquette of the earth, and made a gesture of with Aang, you are Kratos. He's Tony's friend. Ange pretended not to care and boxed with Brother Hammer, and secretly used the giant throwing skill. Boom. A small shockwave created a sonic boom, shattering the glass in Tony's bedroom. That's right, the hammer Thor was surprised that the opponent could clean up his stupid brother, and used a little 50% of his strength to punch. I didn't expect the other party to actually hold it. Here, Anger seemed calm on the surface, but in fact he found that his bones were cracked. Grass. It hurts. As expected of the hammer, Nemas, Thor at this stage stands out for his strength. It turns out that usually this product is really collected and beaten. Anger saw the opponent's ability to do a job with ease, and conservatively estimated that Thor's strength was at least 1,000 points. No wonder he is the righteous of Asgard, and he, Ange, is only a middle-level demigod. Fortunately, Ange's rapid regeneration skill has been activated. This small injury will be healed in a few minutes. Ange changed the subject decisively, the Chitauri are here. Do you want to go? Brother Hammer hesitated for a moment. I'll come as soon as I've dealt with Loki. Okay, I'll go first. After saying that, Ange jumped out of the window. This is a 100-meter tall building. Brother Hammer knew that Kratos probably had someone to rely on, so he still couldn't help but take a look at the past. I saw a very unscientific carriage galloping across the sky between the two buildings next door. The carriage was covered with glittering bronzes, but the most important thing was that the carriage was actually pulled by 3 translucent war horses. Shenmue. Brother Hammer was really curious. He could clearly feel the divinity of water flowing out of the 2 heroic horses. This thing will only be taken out during major festivals in Asgard, and it is even rarer than Pegasus. Obviously, Kratos belongs to a very powerful system. What's more striking is that there are 2 female warriors on the carriage. They wear golden half-masks to cover the parts above their cheeks. One of them is driving the chariot while the other is holding a sword. The shield guards beside Kratos. And Kratos pulled a huge longbow. Just listen to the bowstring vibrating like a drum. 3 arrows salvo. The next moment, there were 3 groups in the opposite sky. Each group of 3 Chitauri flying motorcycle soldiers were pierced to death by the giant arrow on the spot. 3 Chitauri warriors who were still twitching like dying were worn on each giant arrow, like grasshoppers on a rope. Chapter 111 The Tragedy of Troy, 3 more. If this multiple shooting is just a show of archery, then Anger's subsequent continuous shooting is the ultimate in violent aesthetics. 3 in a row. 3 in a row. Again and again. Every time he grabs into the void, he gets 3 giant arrows more than 1 meter long, and immediately pulls the bowstring without any delay, and shoots the arrows out. Not only are the arrows shot without fail, but in many cases, one goes through 2 and one goes through 3. The giant arrows easily snipe those Chit'ori small flying motorboats, and a series of grand fireworks bloomed in the air. The violent rain of arrows reminds people of the Vulcan cannon. Tony gritted his teeth. If he played masturbation and masturbation, he would definitely complain about why the meat shield took the job of ADC. But no matter what, a strong support is definitely a good thing for the current situation. At this moment, Widow's sister, Hawkeye, and the US team have arrived in the Shield's unique Quinjet fighter. This vertical lift fighter is used as a transport aircraft most of the time, but it is also equipped with a good firepower. Was only physically awakened by the Widow's sister not long ago, Hawkeye, who returned to the hero sequence, was a little puzzled. Why is this Kratos's archery similar to mine? Seeing Lord Quay galloping across the sky on an ancient Greek chariot, the widowed sister complained to Hawkeye without saying a word, "Come on, Clint, that guy is probably like Thor, who lived from the age of mythology to the now demigods and stuff." Captain America agreed with self-mockery, "Isn't it? There is an old antique in front of you who has lived for nearly 100 years and slept for another 70 years. The eyesight of the heroes is definitely not bad." If this ancient Greek Spartan-style Quay seemed to be playing cosplay before, but now after showing the tragedy of Troy, it is a real hammer. This kind of thing from the age of gods, not to mention that it can fly into the sky, just like that. Even if you want to imitate it, you can't find the real prototype, let alone the magic horse that pulls the cart. To be honest, it's the first time Ange has used the tragedy of Troy. He was embarrassed when he used it. The power of this chariot is absolutely overwhelming, but it is too laborious. To enter the flying state, as a non-Greek descendant, he must either pay a little elemental energy per second as the power to drive the carriage, or he must use divine power. Where did Ange get such a deep energy pool? At this time, after Penthesilea, who had returned from her injury, found out about this, she offered to pull the cart. At that time, Anger was embarrassed. "Well, it's not good to have the majestic Amazon queen to help me pull the cart. A queen with no subordinates." Penthesilea raised her hair chicly. "When I was hunted down by the Nemesis, I disbanded my clan and handed over most of the clansmen who could not be taken away. Hippolyta. Those 12 female warriors are my last men. And..." Speaking of this, her eyes rolled, and her eyes were full of affection as deep as the sea. "I swore to myself, if I can't kill Achilles with my own hands, then whoever kills Achilles will be my man." Diana heard about this. "Since Ange is a sharpshooter, then I will be the gun-shield soldier of this chariot." Those who belong to the same system all came from horses and chariots. This is a seamless connection. When it came to this, Ange couldn't refuse. No reason, when a real queen comes to pull a cart for herself, and a real Amazon princess acts as a gun shield for herself. Ange just wants to say, "What more can I ask for?" So, there is this 3-person chariot galloping the sky. Compared to Iron Man, who single-handedly has a smaller target, the Troy tableware with larger targets and more powerful firepower is more eye-catching. At a time, I don't know how many Chit'ori rushed over in flying motorboats, and the large laser gun fired at the golden carriage for free. Of course, it's useless. With this level of laser light, even Captain America's vibrating gold shield can withstand it, let alone Diana's Aegis. With a flash of golden light, the laser beam immediately deflected and sent flying another Chit'ori who rushed forward. Even if there are occasional Chit'ori who can fly over from the bottom of the chariot, as long as the queen pulls the reins a little and makes the chariot sideways slightly, The 2-meter-long meat-grinding war blade on the side of the chariot wheel will stop the attempt. The Chidori who had done it were chopped into blue pieces of flesh. Anj showed his might and at least helped Tony attract 70% of the Chidori. After all, Iron Man is a character whose offense outweighs his defense. Regardless of his titanium alloy armor, he will still be damaged if he is hit by a laser gun. He is not like Angle, Hammer, and the Hulk, who are rough and thick. Guy. To put it bluntly, ADCs are most afraid of being targeted. The crimson and golden figure of Iron Man flashed and moved in mid-air, shooting down the Chidori jet ski with pulse lasers non-stop. But quickly, the pressure mounts as more Chidori rush in through the giant portal. Iron Man also received a few laser shots, and several error alarm red boxes lit up on the smart display inside the helmet. Sister Widow drove a Quinn-style fighter into the battle, but unfortunately, the combat power of this not-so-small fighter is just that. The Vulcan cannon on the belly of the plane swept down a dozen or so Chidori, and they were immediately blown up by concentrated fire. The world was spinning for a while, and the Widow's sister tried her best to force the fighter jet to land on the ground. The three immediately wiped out the invading Chidori at a reasonable speed. When the first giant Leviathan battleship emerged from the portal, the whole situation changed. According to a random visual inspection, the size of this thing is more than 100 meters. From a distance, it has a big mouth that can swallow an entire train, and fish structures that look like fins are spread all over the sides of the body. The exaggerated heavy metal armor on the whole body is even more chilling. That's right, this is the most iconic Leviathan warship of the Chidori. It is a weapon hybrid that the Chidori use biological transformation engineering to integrate space sharks. As soon as this thing came out, the Widow's sister and the others were numb. Well, just like the 5 constants, it is also divided into the upper 3 constants and the lower 2 constants. The same as the Avengers Alliance, the difference in combat power can probably be 1 sky and 1 earth. The Top Hammer and the Hulk all have the ability to single-handedly kill a Leviathan warship. Today, Anger decided to give it a try. I come. Angie's voice came from Tony's headset, and Tony froze for a moment. Are you sure? The carriage galloping across the sky drew a gorgeous golden arc in mid-air, then pointed obliquely at the sky, and headed straight for Leviathan at a height of 1,000 meters. Seems to have discovered Aang's plan, and the Chidori began to focus on them. The bright laser beams are dense like rain, presenting an exaggerated cone in the sky. At this time, just hearing Penthesilia's loud shout, the entire chariot actually showed a golden light, protecting in front of several divine horses, using its shield to resist the shooting of hundreds of laser guns. This is a mysterious patch, please don't care about the update time. Chapter 112 Grand Welcome Ceremony, one more. Near. Is closer. The moment the giant Leviathan opened its terrifying mouth with a 5-meter-long fang, Ange suddenly jumped out of the car. It's a good trick to divide people and cars. Just as Leviathan instinctively turned his head and seemed to want to bite the target's larger chariot, Angel launched an attack on the exposed neck of the giant Leviathan. It is also a trick aerial whirling dance, which is performed with ordinary titanium alloy double knives, and it is performed with a pair of real artifacts Trojan twin stars. The effect is completely different from the same concept. Looking from a distance, one can clearly see the thick white clouds in the sky suddenly move slightly, and the clouds begin to gather in the direction of the chariot in a vortex shape, and a golden light shines in the center of the vortex. Hiss. A strange continuous sound, a bit like tearing paper, extended from the left side of the Leviathan's mouth to its tail. It was as if there was an invisible giant standing upright, using his butcher knife to cut open the body of the giant Leviathan. The dazzling spiral golden light cut through the thick flesh of the space shark, and at the same time, countless lightning and fireballs exploded at the incision. One piece after another, the external metal armor turned golden red in the light, exploded, and then turned into a puddle of molten iron. The stinky blue blood in the sky and the fallen metal armor fell to the ground like rain. A giant leviathan was solo killed by anger. On the right wing of the behemoth, countless hatches opened, and individual Chitauri soldiers who could not fly jumped out screaming in despair, and even some blind guys tried to jump onto the tragedy of Troy. The queen snorted coldly, slightly adjusted the angle of the spiral blade on the side of the chariot wheel, and minced these miscellaneous soldiers. Occasionally, there are a few who cannot be hit, and they are all given to Wonder Woman. The chariot drew a 120-degree arc in the air, and finally caught Ange beautifully at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Nice job, my dear. Excited, the queen turned her head and gave Ange a kiss. Ange was stunned. Wonder Woman was also in a daze with him. Even though she only saw half of her face, looking at the chin that was almost exactly the same as her own, Diana felt as if she was kissing Ange passionately. At this time, the whole of New York has become a mess. No matter how fierce Ange and Tony are, no matter how hard the widow and the others work, it is impossible to block all the invading Chitauri, and a large number of single soldiers or two-person flying motorboats descended on the city. These brutal guys fired at everything that moved on the ground regardless of the situation. SHHHHHH. The high-power laser cannon on the airship blasted down randomly, and the cars were blown up on the spot, exploding into huge fireballs in the air. There is chaos everywhere, blood and blood. The Avengers were a little surprised to find that they had received a certain degree of fire support. Not the military. Don't forget, New York is the city with the most police officers in the United States, and 35,000 police officers are not just for nothing. The firepower network formed by AR-15 automatic rifles knocked down many Chitauri who were flying at low altitude. They look like solid armor, but they can't actually stop the shooting of 5.56 mm bullets. It looks like the scene in the movie where the policeman holds a small 9 mm pistol and shoots at the aliens. That is definitely a lie. Where is New York? Next door is Gotham City with simple folk customs. Where is New York so good? Digital New York is a safe haven with a 22% increase in the annual murder rate. Even if a large number of public places in New York belong to the gun-free zone, which New York police car does not have a shotgun or a rifle in the trunk? Rifles are issued by the public. There is no rule that you cannot install scopes and modify them yourself. Except for the police patrolling the streets on foot, when they saw aliens attacking, the policemen came out to work without saying a word. In the major sub-bureaus, the arsenal was opened urgently. In less than 10 minutes, the streets were full of policemen wearing bulletproof vests and holding rifles, relying on various bunkers to open fire on the aliens. Many places in New York prohibit the entry of guns. This does not mean that citizens are prohibited from owning guns. Many citizens opened their windows and opened fire outside. At least one low-altitude firepower network is formed. Of course, this also aroused the viciousness of the Chitauri, and more Chitauri descended from the air. They flexibly clung to the outer walls of buildings, and then jumped into private houses or office buildings, launching indiscriminate attacks on human beings. Kill. It turned out that on the aircraft carrier 100 kilometers away, seeing the large and small light spots on the radar that almost exceeded the search limit, Nick had a headache. What about support? We need anti-aircraft firepower. The beautiful Agent Hill next to him replied, the National Guard will take at least an hour to arrive. The 4 F-22 fighter jets that took off in an emergency are about to arrive on the battlefield. Regardless of the large number of old American aircraft, the only fighters that can be dispatched in an emergency are those that are already on duty. There can be 4 aircraft in a New York area, which is actually quite a lot. It will take time for other planes to be transferred across regions. At this time is life, and time is hope. Suddenly, Agent Hill's voice sounded again. The North American Aerospace Defense Command sent information. There are several aircraft of unknown origin requesting to join the temporary air defense identification signal. Who? The other party claims to be Batman and the Birds of Prey squad. Nick froze for a moment. Batman? How many fighters are there in the Birds of Prey team? But when Nick thought of the famous Bat fighter, he gritted his teeth and agreed, just say I agree. A fighter jet is a money-burning thing. Not counting the research and development costs, a vertically ascending fighter can cost over $100 million. This thing cannot be played without the ability to make money. Birds of Prey. Nick has never heard of it, but he plans to go back and talk to Batmaster slowly. As everyone knows, Batman is also scolding his unfilial son. A bat fighter will do. Also he wants to make 2 fighter squads. But the real power user is Ange, and Bat Daddy can't help it. Recently, whenever Ange finds out about any new gadgets produced by his family, he opens his mouth and says, I want this, give me half a dozen. Defense by day and night, house thieves are hard to guard against. Oh, the money given by the house thief? That's alright. What's even more outrageous is yet to come. Master Bat's Batfighter is an orphan. What Aang wants is the engine and core of the Batfighter, but the aerodynamic design and shape are copied from the Quinjet fighter of SHIELD. It's just that there is no transport compartment, and the entire interior has been changed to a missile compartment. After extremely simplifying the control system, the control is a bit like playing a game. As a result, even a katana can be opened, let alone Catwoman, Huntress, and Canary Sisters. Master Bat flew solo, while the other 5 knockoff Kun-style fighters formed a formation of geese and rushed into the battlefield in one fell swoop. Chapter 113 Heroes Gather, 2 more. The fire control radar is on. The computer locks onto the target by itself. 3, 2, 1, salvo. Black Canary's pleasant voice sounded in the communication circuit with only 6 people. In the next second, the fiery trees and silver flowers bloomed together. Each fighter plane released hundreds of missiles at the same time, forming a huge barrage. The rumbling explosion flashed for 2 kilometers, sweeping away the Chitauri single and double airships in the sky north of the city. Of course, ordinary fighter jets cannot have so many missiles, but it is another matter to have all the pen missiles of the same style as Iron Man in the special bomb bay. Traditional missiles hit these motorboat-sized things like cannons to hit mosquitoes, but this kind of missile, which is not much bigger than a pen, is just right. Their power is significantly weaker than the missiles used by Iron Man. For any heavily armored target, its power will be greatly weakened. Fighting a Chitauri who has almost no armor protection at all is mowing grass. As long as they get involved in the explosion range, even if they touch it, they will lose their limbs and lose their fighting ability on the spot. So far, Batman's mind is full of doubts. He handled the 5 female fighter planes. For these fighter planes, the 8 groups of missiles in the entire bomb bay all adopt honeycomb bomb hangars, and hang pen missiles with small damage. This kind of overemphasizes the number of enemies and almost ignores the quality of approach. Batmaster has been puzzled. But the scene in front of him convinced him that Ange should have known the news that the Chitauri were coming early, otherwise there was no reason to play so much against him. However, this is a good thing for New York, and indeed for all mankind. Master Bat temporarily suppressed his doubts and began to fight the enemy with all his strength. After a few rounds of missiles, the missile bays of the 6 fighters were completely empty. Generally, American military aircraft will choose to return at this time. These 6 fighters did not have any. Except for the fighter of Batmaster, the other 5 fighters had deliberately specialized firepower. The ammunition of the 2 Vulcan cannons on the plane reached a frenzied 2,000 rounds. You know, even the cannon of the famous A-10 attack aircraft has 1,350 rounds of ammunition. The most excessive thing about these 5 planes is that, forgetting to use cannons, they are also connected to 5 planes with a data link. The Chitauri jet skis within a kilometer were knocked down like bugs. No. It is more straightforward to describe the Chitauri as moths to a flame. Under the linkage of the fire control system, even the Chitauri lying on the outer wall of the building will be hit by at most 3 or 4 machine guns, and there is absolutely no waste of machine gun fire. As soon as these odd-shaped fighter planes entered the field, the Chitauri sky over New York was completely empty for a short time. Unfortunately, their strength did not last long. The Chitauri sent down to parachute, all of them are biochemical soldiers, they are really cannon fodder as much as they want. On the contrary, their cars are worth a little money. When hundreds of thousands of Chitauri rushed over in their motorboats, the rain of laser beams rained down, and they could no longer maintain their formation. The difference in driving skills is immediately apparent. Almost at a face-to-face meeting, the samurai sword and the huntress were swept away. They only had time to eject before the fighter plane exploded. The Chitauri had no habit of not killing pilots. Fortunately, they did not use simple parachutes. A pair of mechanical wings unfolded in the mechanical backpack behind them. They used the same type of aircraft as Vulture, and they landed on the ground in a few strokes. The huntress is okay, she can be a tall turret like Hawkeye. The samurai sword can only fall to the ground, and together with Captain America and Widow's sister, clean up the Chitauri infantry that have landed on the ground. This is the difference in combat power. Regardless of whether it is a katana sword or the shield of the US team, each move is a Chitauri, and the flesh and blood are flying all over the place. In fact, the speed of killing is far inferior to that of the Chitauri airborne speed. The remaining 4 bat fighters in the sky are also in trouble. Damn. There are too many flies. Catwoman cursed. Even if they have computers to help them shoot enemies automatically, just avoiding the laser beams falling from the sky is enough to make their scalp numb. At this time, Gwen's voice came, "Turn to 42nd Street." They went without hesitation. The 2 fighters look different, but in fact, their maneuverability is derived from the Harrier vertical takeoff and landing fighter and the V-22 Osprey deflection wing aircraft. The fighter plane relies on 2 parallel arranged propellers at the bottom to provide lift and can take off and land vertically. Tail boosters allow for extremely fast acceleration in flight. Relying on them, the 4 fighters shuttled freely between the reinforced concrete buildings, extremely flexible. It took a few breaths to get there. It seems that those 2 buildings are no different from any ordinary buildings in Manhattan, New York. When 4 fighter planes that were chased by more than 200 Chitauri motorboats flew by, it was very abrupt that the 2 buildings of more than 50 an extremely exaggerated giant net was suddenly lowered between the multi-story buildings. The Chitauri, caught off guard, ran headfirst into a spider's web like a mindless flying insect. The extremely tough spider webs engulfed the leading 70 or 80 Chitauri jet skis. Even if the Chitauri in the back braked in the air urgently, many people still couldn't dodge it. They bumped into their own people in the sky, turning into big fireballs. The 4 fighters that almost turned around on the spot immediately poured firepower on the gathered Chitauri. Boom! The continuous explosions shattered all the glass windows of the building near the road. In wartime, this can be ignored so much. It doesn't work. Peter Parker laughed loudly. The shots of the 2 Spider-Man immediately made the situation better again. At this moment, on the top floor of Stark Tower, Thor was so angry when he saw this scene. It happened that Loki in his hand woke up. Brother Hammer suddenly raised his good brother high. "Rocky! Look at what you've done." Loki, who woke up slowly, saw the scene where New York was being smashed by the Chitauri. He was not afraid at all, but laughed. "This is the reality, my good brother. Everything can't be stopped." After all, he was unequivocal about what to do with his good elder brother. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, a small T-shaped dagger was stabbed in the waist of his elder brother. Ah! Taking advantage of Thor's screams to distract him, Loki used his phantom, broke free, and fell into the air, only to be picked up by the Chitauri in a flying motorboat after flying into the air. Loki, you. Thor vomited blood in anger. It's just the relationship between Thor and Loki. In the past, NGE would have thought that this was Loki abused Hammer thousands of times, and Brother Hammer treated him like first love. Now Ange has a better description. It is probably that Brother Hammer tasted the 9-turn large intestine made by Loki. After eating it once, he was immediately sprayed with amnesia spray, and then ate the reincarnated large intestine again. However, after letting Loki go, Brother Hammer finally came back to work. A strike of lightning, a strike of thunder passed, and immediately cleared out a large number of miscellaneous soldiers. At this moment, the third fierce Dr. Banner, who can kill a Leviathan in one move, rushed to the scene on his beloved motorcycle. On this day, New Yorkers finally realized how lucky they are to have so many superheroes protecting them. Chapter 114 Guarantees are always masters, 3 more. Originally, there was a man who was the fiercest man on the earth, who was using his clairvoyance to watch the scene over New York on the outskirts of New York. Several times, he wanted to tear off his shirt to reveal the S-shaped logo inside to Superman to kill aliens. Just as he was about to do it, suddenly his clairvoyance saw the SHIELD aircraft carrier 10 kilometers away in the opposite direction, especially when he found that the old U.S. Air Force's channel was directly above his home. He gave up. Louise Lane just finished answering the boss's phone call, and then saw Superman's ashen face. "What's wrong?" "Clark." "No, I suddenly remembered Miss Prince, who came to visit me a while ago, and the warning letter I received 2 days ago." Lewis and Clark fell silent at the same time. The warning letter is very simple and straightforward, just a paragraph: "Mr. Clark Kent, New York will be destroyed. If you are willing to help, welcome to join us. You just need to reply and I will receive it. If you are worried about the safety of your family, please try to get them as far away from New York as possible in the near future. Even if you can't come, we should be able to handle it." A perfectly well-intentioned reminder that there isn't even a moral kidnapping, at least not on the surface. Superman at this point in time is more willing to bury his fame deeply, at least on the surface, as an ordinary person. Actually, he was quite happy when he knew that there were also superheroes such as male and female Spider-Man and Iron Man in New York. His adoptive parents spent years teaching him to be human. He also enjoys being a normal person. It's just that watching the city I live in is suddenly attacked by aliens and plunged into war, the feeling is very delicate. That is a very subtle sense of peeling. As an ordinary person, he is helpless against this terrible invasion. It is the only thing he can do to take his family away from the disaster. He is a hero in his bones, but he has a sense of absurdity. When does New York need someone other than me to guard it? Can you do without me? However, he saw the man who cut open a giant space creature with one blow, saw the god who swept half the sky with lightning, and also saw the man who punched the head of a giant space creature and turned it upside down. Incredible green giant. As Clark, he breathed a sigh of relief. As a Superman, he suddenly felt a little lonely. At this time, Louise gently put her hand on the back of his hand. "Honey, go if you want." A gentle and considerate girlfriend, what more can a husband ask for? Karak showed a gentle smile. "If necessary, I will take action, but they did a good job. New York is not as dangerous as you think. Moreover, there are a pair of big eyes in the sky behind us." He pointed the direction of the back of his head with his finger, and Louise exhausted her eyesight, but could barely see what seemed to be a black spot on the horizon. She completely understood. "You can figure it out." Clark really smiled knowingly, and he suddenly thanked the considerate stranger who knew his name but did not report it to the authorities. On the other hand, Angle actually doesn't care too much about whether Superman will participate in the war. After all, a 5-player version of the Avengers can handle things in history. There is no reason why adding him, Wonder Woman and Batman and a large number of heroes can't handle it. At least his side is half of the Justice League. And Superman is at best an insurance policy. Not only him, but also a great ancient mage who retreated in Kamatage and watched the battle silently. As the guardian of the time gem and the earth, the ancient great mage who can force Asgard not to wantonly enslave the earth people will also take action if necessary. These two super bosses are guaranteeing the minimum, just like the minimum guarantee mechanism of the card game. It is good to be able to get it in advance, if there is no way to advance, as Anger who has already collected the minimum guarantee. I am afraid of a fart. If the Superman who destroys the world is a small guarantee of 90 draws, then the Ancient One who knows space magic is the big guarantee of 180 draws to settle the event. This is the so-called guarantee person, guarantee soul, and guarantee are all masters. Those who can be the guarantee boss are naturally awesome. In the final analysis, Anger just went to Superman to brush his face and save some favorability points in advance. New York played quite well. Brother Hammer healed the small wound on his waist with his super self-healing ability, and immediately devoted himself to helping kill the giant Leviathan. Just as the Hulk took off a piece of Leviathan's armor viciously and slammed it into the neck of this former space idiot, Brother Hammer directly hit the nail with a sledgehammer. The triangular nail at the lower end dissected the flesh and blood of the back of the neck, and deeply penetrated Leviathan's cervical nerve, killing him on the spot. This huge destroyer-like space creature slammed into the ground obliquely under the action of inertia, and shoveled the solid floor tiles into pieces, plowing out a 100-meter-long, 20-30-meter-wide canopy. In the end, he slammed into a train station where a person had already been running around. The behemoth swallowed his last breath and froze in the station hall. Brother Hammer proudly stood side by side with the Hulk. Unexpectedly, although the Hulk, who is unhappy with everyone, can maintain his sanity most of the time, it is often the small part when facing Brother Hammer. Boom! Brother Hammer, who was triumphant a second ago, was punched away by the Hulk's quick and violent left jab. Only a fool like Brother Hammer doesn't mind. If you were an excellent teammate in Zewan, you would have already greeted Dr. Banner's family. At this moment, the rare old American National Guard gave a boost, saying that it took an hour to assemble, and it took them about 40 minutes to enter the fiercely fought neighborhood. The National Guard is a bit like the Chinese armed police, but with better equipment. It belongs to the second echelon of the old U.S. Army. They took the lead with high-powered armored infantry fighting vehicles, and savagely smashed away the abandoned cars abandoned by the citizens, followed by a large number of Humvees, Jeeps, and military vehicles. They began to strip the sky with cannons and high-caliber machine guns. More National Guard members carried all kinds of individual anti-aircraft weapons, rushed to the top floors of various skyscrapers, and joined Hawkeye and Huntress to open fire on the Chitauri blimp in the air. The firepower on the streets and rooftops has built a brand new air defense network. Chug chug. The sparkling tracer barrage added a sweet sparkle to the New York sky. It's just that as more and more Chitauri rushed into the sky over New York in small airships, their entry also slightly turned the situation back. The current situation is like the Fed facing the economic crisis, while releasing water, while filling the pool with water. This excellent primary school math problem is worth pondering. On the other side, as the Chitauri's radar signal filled the radar screen, Nick Fury on the aircraft carrier heard the call from the top again. Use the nuclear bomb. In a sense, this is also a small guarantee. Chapter 115. Are you recruiting or not? One more. Nuclear bomb? Director Nick rolled his eyes with his only eye. Can't you pigs have some new ideas? It was like this last time in Gotham City, and this time again? Nick angrily pointed at a camera screen that was still functioning. My men are still fighting in New York, and with some extra help, they are fighting well. Drop nukes on civilians, and that's the real deal. During the video conference, a senior official crossed his fingers. No. New York is over. As if in response to his speech, a giant Leviathan swooped down. Iron Man bravely chose to rush into Leviathan's mouth full of fangs when the energy was not enough to kill Leviathan from the outside. Its belly explodes. Tony succeeded. Another giant Leviathan crashed to the ground, but the price he paid was that more than 80% of Iron Man's functions were damaged, or the weapon system reported an error. In the next block, a golden woman descended from the sky and pierced the brain of a Leviathan with her golden sword. However, the behemoth leveled 2 skyscrapers during its death fall. The heroes played well. Then what? The huge portal in the sky, which looks like an abyss, is still constantly being attacked by aliens and giant Leviathans. The corners of Director Nick's eyes were twitching slightly. It was difficult for him to refute the arguments of these senior officials. He seemed to cut off the communication casually, and thought to himself, "You of the Avengers, work harder." On the ground of 42nd Street in New York City, the US team and the Widow's sister were beaten with a lot of skin trauma in the continuous fierce battle, and they were out of breath. The Widow glanced at the blue beam of light on the top floor of the Stark Tower in the distance. The portal must be closed, otherwise it will be endless. Captain America sighed, "To go up there, you need to find a ride." The Widow glanced at the sky. "Isn't that what it is?" Using a shield, Captain America unleashes his superhuman strength, directly causing the Widow to leap 20 meters high, and land on the back seat of a Chitauri flying motorboat with incomparable precision. The Widow released the Chitauri in the back seat at a height of 100 meters. After +1 merit, she killed the pilot in the front seat with a single knife, and controlled the airship to divert and fly towards the Stark Tower. Go. Right at this moment, Loki rushed over, and started firing from the rear. Bayou. To be honest, just Loki's accuracy, coupled with the Widow's flying skills. Ange, who was high in the sky behind, was speechless when he saw it. Rocky children's shoes, your carbine skills at the level of human body strokes, even Bull has to say good horse. Originally, the Widow would ask Hawkeye to help get rid of Loki's pursuit, but in this life, Hawkeye was unfortunately entangled by a few Chitauri minions and fell into close combat. Rocky at this moment is simply like a tree, very chic. In the oncoming gust of wind, her silky long hair flew up. The earth is under his feet, and thousands of armies and horses are in his hands. Looking at the human female who kept dodging in front of him but couldn't fight back at all, Loki felt the pleasure of a cat teasing a mouse. He showed an extremely charming smile. "So, this is the scenery that the real king can overlook." Just when the Widow's scalp was numb from the violent shooting from behind, and she was about to yell out, a almost no evil carriage passed by quickly, severely hitting Loki's ass. What? Loki is a typical caring head. He didn't notice that Troy's tragedy was coming. When he found out, he had already been stepped on with the airship. On Loki's gorgeous green cloak, there are so many horseshoe prints. Loki, who was stepped on by the undead horse and had a fresh 9-turn intestine, screamed and crashed. Fighting to die, he rushed to the sky garden of the Stark building in his fate. Over there, the Widow stared back at the bald man on the chariot who raised his hand to greet her, finally nodded and shouted, "Thanks, Kratos." Just as the airship passed the top floor of the Stark building, she made a very feminine front flip 3 times and landed on the roof. Not far from him, Aang also jumped down. Before he landed, a simple but powerful Spartan was kicking his legs, stamping Rocky's handsome face with the big sole of a size 45 shoe. Loki, the #1 sandbag in the god realm, flew upside down into Tony's hut, smashed miserably against the wall, and then flung himself on the ground gorgeously. That idiot Thor. It's useless to give him face. Why did you let you go again? Aang's face was full of ridicule. Loki stood up in great resentment, looked up to the sky and roared loudly, shouting at a huge volume of 120 decibels, "Enough, I am a god." Aang tilted his head. "If an intruder like you deserves to be a god, then I am God killer. Lies are often hidden in the truth, which is the most wonderful. You idiot, you ants don't want to humiliate me. Before he finished speaking, Nge had already killed him. A palm leaf fan held Loki's face tightly, and before Loki could react, the huge force from the opposite side had already sent his whole body flying. The next second, Rocky's handsome face made intimate contact with the wall again. Kalala! Countless pieces of gravel were splashed out. The marble decoration Tony decorated on the wall was unexpectedly plowed by Loki's face into a deep mark at least half a meter wide. I don't know how many hard and sharp gravels pierced Loki's face. Even though he has a standard body of a god, this severe pain still makes him feel miserable. His face plowed the ground in the wall, and even hit the hard steel bar. This made Loki feel dizzy in addition to the severe pain. It is impossible to know that someone first wrote the word 2 on the wall with his head. And wrote the word B flamboyantly. Tell me. Bastard. How can we close the portal? In Tony's luxurious penthouse villa, the domineering roar of Master Quay echoed. There are some traversers. He knew everything, but deliberately ignored the facts and took the opportunity to beat Loki twice. The violent roar even reached the ears of the widow on the roof, who was also looking for a way to close the door. While the widow's sister was frightened by this domineering voice, she became more and more sure that Master Quay was an ally. Then the widow found out that Dr. Selvig, who was captured by Loki, woke up, and learned from him the way to crack the portal. The widow jumped down from the rooftop, just in time to see Ange finish the last stroke with Loki's face, and the scepter just landed in the middle of the hall. It was like the battle after the cannonball plowed the ground, which made the widow feel a little bit afraid. When she looked at each other, she said, "Hello. Kratos, I just asked that Loki's scepter is needed to close the portal." It was a bit unexpected for the widow. She saw the light of reason in the eyes of this seemingly cruel man. "Please do it," Ange said casually. The widow no longer hesitated, took the scepter and rushed to the rooftop. Loki heaved a sigh of relief. He thought it was over, but the casserole-sized fists rained down on his face again. "Speak. Loki. Is the way to close the portal real?" "It's true." Loki confessed with a bruised nose. "You lied to me." Another burst of old punches. "No. I'm not lying to you. It's true." Loki couldn't bear it, and screamed. "Liar. I'll ask you if you want to recruit." "No, right? You bitch." Another slap in the face. From now on, the Earth will be implicated many times by this like Loki. The chance to beat Loki is one less chance. Ange beat him harder and harder. Chapter 116. Be careful, 2 more. Well. Changing to another god, Ange has already been in the white knife in the red knife out. Let him know what a Godslayer is. Although killing a Leviathan can provide him with 5 points of strength and a persistent behemoth killer buff, the effect is that every time a Leviathan is killed, the damage to the cosmic behemoth will be superimposed by 5%, but how can killing a space shark? Killing the true is more fragrant. Thinking of Loki's illusion and resistance, Ange became crazy. Unfortunately, he still couldn't do it. He felt Thor's gaze. In the distance, Ange threw a bag of trash named Loki over. Coincidentally, Brother Hammer has no time to pay attention to Loki because he has to deal with minions. Just like that, Loki printed a deep large font on the road, which was embedded in the ground. Well, when it fell, it also killed a few Chitauri miscellaneous soldiers by the way. Your brother looks like he's dying. Captain America, who was fighting with Brother Hammer, frowned. Brother Hammer smashed a scrap car into the air with a hammer, killing several Chitauri. He glanced at Loki and said indifferently, "It's okay. I can't die. I have sufficient experience in this regard." "Well, it's your brother after all." Captain America didn't have time to care about Loki's life or death. Instead, Brother Hammer took the time to say hello to Kratos on the top of Stark Tower. "Thank you for the second time, buddy." Loki was beaten, and Thor liked it? "Are you still saying that you are not your own brother?" Ange, was the first to not believe it. Ange looked around and found that the situation was getting worse. Hulk's weakness of not having a long-range attack is obvious. The Chitauri didn't get close at all, and drove an airship to bombard him from a distance. The Hulk leaped high several times and was knocked down by lasers in mid-air. The laser can't kill the Hulk, but it can hurt him and effectively prevent him from taking off. Tony's mecha was damaged in many places, and it has been reduced to the point of hand-to-hand combat with soldiers. Hawkeye and Huntress ran out of arrows and also turned into large infantry. Those who are still flying in the sky, except for Batman and Catwoman with the best skills, and Lau Mei's 4 F-22s were all killed by Chitauri ants. Almost all the women under anger were reduced to infantry. Only the chariots of Wonder Woman and the Queen are still rampaging and invincible. The country name guard below had more than half of their casualties and was in a rout. So at this time, Anger was not surprised to hear the news from Tony that the White House had fired mushroom eggs again. Nick became ruthless. In order to prevent the fighter plane carrying the nuclear bomb from taking off from the aircraft carrier, he even used a tube to kill one of his own planes. But still flew out a modified F-35. Damn. There are 2.5 minutes before the nuclear bomb will fall on Manhattan. Tony cursed in the communication. Ange turned to the headset. "Will you come?" "Let me do it." Ange said calmly, "I'm in better shape. If a Greek touches a nuclear bomb, it might explode on the spot." Tony said in the communication channel inside the Avengers. Ange was silent. It is true that Ange knows history better. What Tony understands is the hearts of the high-level Americans. Ange dared to touch the nuclear bomb, maybe a hand trembled above him, and the timing trigger and impact trigger of the nuclear bomb became a remote trigger. "I'll cover you." Anger used the power of the wind element and whistled sharply. Suddenly, the Queen galloped from the sky in the chariot of the gods, and picked up the murderous Wonder Woman along the way. Brother Hammer originally wanted to go too, but at this moment, the exhausted US team accidentally ate a laser gun in his stomach. It is worthy of being a strengthened person. If you change a soldier to take a shot, you will definitely not be humming. Captain America snorted in pain, but didn't die. Brother Hammer had to turn over the surrounding miscellaneous soldiers one after another to protect the US team. Over New York City, I don't know how many people are staring at this scene. Beside Iron Man soaring into the sky, there is an extraordinary golden carriage also galloping towards the sky at a perpendicular angle to the ground. Wonder Woman held onto the carriage compartment with her toes, bent her bow and set her arrows, and kept shooting and killing the Chitauri who dared to approach Iron Man. Maybe the heroine's archery is not as exaggerated as Angie's, but one string, one arrow, one head, the efficiency is equally good. Only Iron Man scolded directly, "Why are you tearing down the lightning rod in my building?" Ange smiled and pointed to the space carrier at the other end of the portal. "Are you sure you don't need me to open the way?" Tony returned anger with an international friendly gesture. Opposite the circular void door, around the overall X-shaped space carrier, there is a light blue energy mask. How could there be no such thing as a starship shield? On the contrary, Anger felt that the original book was outrageous. Could it be that the mothership of the cosmonauts relied on the metal of the hull to resist all the asteroid meteorites that flew over? While the two old buddies were laughing and cursing, just before rushing through the portal, Ange pulled the huge lightning rod behind him. At this moment, he seemed to be possessed by a centaur, and then turned his whole body into a bow. Exhale and make a sound. Meteor gun, the tip of the star gun galloping into the sky. As a Greek, the javelin is also one of Achilles' unique skills, but he rarely has the opportunity to use it. As soon as the skill was released, Anger suddenly felt that the wind element in his body was instantly emptied. A violent tornado lingered on the 2-meter-long lightning rod, and immediately accelerated it into a dazzling lightning that pierced the void. Here. The huge throwing gun accelerated from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in an instant, past Tony, and bombarded the shield of the Chitauri starship first. To be honest, it is unrealistic for Aang to blow up the shield of a space carrier alone. But there is no problem at all if you break the surface. Tony, prompted by the intelligent AI Jarvis, suddenly saw the originally impenetrable energy shield, and was stunned to be pierced by angle into a hole the size of a basketball court. Even though the mothership's shield generators were quickly patching the hole, Tony thought this is safe. He didn't even think about making a dying phone call to talk to his beloved Pepper. Without hesitation, he told Jarvis to put all the energy on Iron Man's thrusters, soaring into the sky and into the void. In the void, he watched the white mushroom egg fly in at the last moment before the shield closed. Boom! There is no sound in space. When a huge explosion appeared in the middle of this X-shaped mothership and blew it apart, Tony made up the sound by himself. He even had time to sync this picture to Director Nick's aircraft carrier. Almost at the same time, the Chitauri biochemical soldiers and the giant Leviathan that had broken into the Earth fell to their deaths at the same time. When the monsters fell, they also shoveled a bunch of skyscrapers. Oh! Long live! Thank God! On the bridge of the aircraft carrier, whistles, fanatical cheers, and excited crying rang together. At the teleportation gate, although there is a wonderful space barrier blocking the circulation of the air, there is no such scene in the movie that Iron Man falls down according to gravity. It is Anger, the three demigods, who drive the chariot out against the void, pulling Tony back. Tony, who had barely survived death, saw the two girls, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't change his aggressive nature. Wow, what a beautiful girl, why don't you introduce me? Aang Ben wanted to squeeze and let Tony get into the car. He changed his mind. With a look, Wonder Woman pulled out the lasso of Mantra and grabbed the leg of Iron Man who had lost power. Drag away. The carriage made a chic 180-degree turn and rushed into the portal again. A kite named Iron Man was dragged behind the carriage. Kratos, you bastard, FXCK. 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 The communication channel is full of joy. Chapter 117, Aftermath of the New York War, 3 more. I promised to save your life, but I didn't promise to save your life. Just like that, almost everyone who followed the scene saw that the golden carriage that had just soared into the sky and entered the portal came back again, pulling a big red weight. Their background is the Chitauri mothership, who is warming the souls of the Earth people with its own body as a big firework. At this moment, I don't know how many people are cheering and celebrating, but the widow remembers her mission and stabs Loki's scepter into the device of the portal. This is the back door secretly left by Dr. Selvig. Almost the moment the scepter touched the cosmic Rubik's Cube, space gem, the portal hanging high in the sky quickly closed. Oh dash! Long live! The New York citizens who survived the disaster, as well as the police and guard soldiers, were all cheering and celebrating. Only Brother Hammer and Captain America felt something was wrong. Wait. Didn't Tony hang up? Captain America looked at the red Iron Man who was being dragged behind the carriage, and suddenly had an ominous premonition. Shall I go up and have a look? Brother Hammer can fly, but first he wants to shake the hammer into an electric fan. This scene is a bit like the power-on ceremony of the walking tractor. Soon Brother Hammer stopped, because he saw that the gleaming golden carriage was slowing down and landing in their direction. Slow down, but not come to a complete stop. In front of everyone, a big Tony asterisk poop was thrown down like a bag of garbage from a height of 50 meters. For a second, Captain America almost thought that Kratos had killed his teammate, and his neck turned red. Before Tony fell down, a spider web firmly wrapped around the broken Iron Man long before the Hulk flew into the air. The Hulk still went up, and he used his huge palm to peel off Tony's visor, to see if Tony was dead or not. Who knows, Tony's angry scolding was heard on the whole street. "Kratos, you bastard! Remember me? Very good. Very energetic. Most of them can still drive warships." The other Avengers immediately relaxed their hearts. "It's just a chatterbox with a hood running out. Mr. Stark. Hello. I'm your big fan. You were so handsome just now." The little spider under the mask's eyes lit up, and his mouth kept talking like a machine gun, which directly left Tony speechless. Of course Tony knows that entering the Avengers is equivalent to putting on a tiger's skin. Tony is shrewd. He knew that Ange was deliberately avoiding suspicion, so he found an opportunity to torment him. It's nothing compared to the two life-saving graces. He swears and swears here for outsiders to see, turning around to fool the official above Nick. Only. Why did you, Spider-Man, deliver it to your door by yourself? Tony, people are drunk. As soon as he heard the voice, he knew that Spider-Man was really young, which made him feel guilty for forcing children to go to the battlefield. It's over, though, at least temporarily. After Tony was rescued, he also bragged and farted non-stop. "I'm too tired, why don't everyone take a collective vacation tomorrow? I know there is a Turkish barbecue 2 streets away." At this moment, a culprit in green clothes with a bruised nose finally woke up, struggling to climb out of the herringbone-shaped pit. As soon as Loki opened his titanium alloy dog eyes, he saw Chitauri biochemical soldiers with corpses strewn all over the field, and a giant Leviathan corpse lying on a building in the distance. Before he could react, the light in front of him dimmed. 6 Avengers plus a little spider to join in the fun, pointed at him with weapons. In the sky, Master Bat was the first to slip away when it was over. Catwoman used a fighter plane to retrieve the badly injured Huntress and Katana. Then she glanced at the display screen, and when she zoomed in on the camera, she saw that Ange was picking up Sister Canary on a rooftop a street away. Black Canary looked at Ange's god-level chariot, and flinched a little. "Can it still hold our sisters?" "It's okay. My car is quite big." Anger is purely bragging. Don't look at it as the artifact chariot of the undead Mara. After all, it was used by the ancient Greeks for war. How can it be spacious and comfortable? This thing doesn't even have a shock absorber, and the carriage space is only 1.5 square meters. Ange unceremoniously put the Canary sisters into the car. Wonder Woman blinked her beautiful eyes, and complained to him, "Why didn't you get Mr. Stark in the car just now?" "Don't ask. Just ask. Women and cars are not allowed to be borrowed." The heroine laughed angrily at him. "What if I ask again?" "Ask again. Ange, have nothing to do with gambling and drugs. The kind of guy who wants to sacrifice himself to make the women at home cry at every turn is not worthy of my car." Ange thought of Tony, who put on the Infinity Glove and snapped his fingers in history. Suddenly there was a sigh. He really didn't want to see Tony go this far. The Canary sisters laughed and said in unison, "Why do we think you are the real bastard?" Riding the horse and whipping the whip, the artifact chariot flew away from the sky above New York City at high speed. It wasn't until New York City gradually disappeared at the end of the field of vision that Nge said with a feeling, "So Iron Man is the real hero. And I, just a villain with a bit of fighting power, am willing to save by the way within my ability. It's just a world." The aftermath of the New York War has just begun to ferment. For most kids and young adults, these heroic superheroes inspire admiration. They mimic their moves like groupies, donning their own headgear. Ange even saw on TV that there was a little boy cosplaying Quayet. The savage headgear did not go well with the child's thin arms and legs. Ange smiled knowingly. Of course, most of the so-called gentlemen who are well known have lost money, and insurance companies will not pay for such war losses. So they encouraged politicians to stand up and speak out. These so-called superheroes are a bunch of selfish bastards. They brought in horrible aliens, destroyed our home, and ran away. They are the ones who should really come out and pay for everyone's loss, people. To put it bluntly, this so-called city councilor is the kind of guy who doesn't dare to hold the aliens accountable, but only dares to be aggressive and vent his anger casually. More New York citizens said in interviews with reporters that Captain America, Hawkeye, Hulk, Kratos, and Spider-Man are their saviors. And the scene that anger has been worried about is happening on the aircraft carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. During the video conference, a female official spoke, "Are you going to hand over Universal Rubik's Cube to that Thor? Regardless of myths and legends, or in terms of biological composition, we should call it God. I think Thor will handle the Rubik's Cube very well as the war criminal Loki in this incident. Then what about your monitoring of the Avengers and the so-called superheroes who came in behind? They are highly dangerous people." Faced with the question from his boss, director Nick was very loyal and answered with his head held high. The Avengers need a vacation. The mothership was severely damaged at the time, and the bat plane could not be tracked down. The flying Greek carriage, seems to use materials we don't understand. Others, the reflection from the metal was so small it was about the size of an aluminum foil balloon, and we lost track of Kratos and the others. Chapter 118 Tony's Love Dead. For more. People's desire to control can be unlimited. There is no shortage of such guys in the senior management of the United States. Just after you beat the aliens away with great difficulty, you can't wait to give every Avenger a thorough brainwashing, and add a positioning system to ensure that these guys who seem to be able to destroy the world become the best. Humanoid weapons. Or cut the Avengers into slices, like the Chitauri, and make the Avengers into biochemical soldiers that can be mass-produced. After all, capital hates things that are uncontrollable alone, and likes things that can be mass-produced and bring them a lot of benefits. If they didn't have a little awe of the name Thor from the bottom of their hearts, and they were somewhat afraid of Tony being a representative of the military-industrial complex, they would probably really do this. In fact, without telling director Nick, they have already started to implement a plan called Suicide Squad. It is to control the criminals caught in prison by Batman or other superheroes, and then order them to carry out various secret operations that can be called crazy. Whether it's Nick or Aang, they all know that these old and beautiful high-ranking officials already have brains. The most frightening thing is those politicians who run the train with their mouths full of words. In the so-called direct elections, only the politicians who can make the most gimmicks can attract the uneducated voters the most. It's like those parties that shout that environmental protection is more important than everything else, clamoring to dismantle all thermal power plants and nuclear power plants. Then what? The so-called clean energy cannot meet the huge gap in the electricity consumption of residents and businesses. What should we do? They can reverse the sentence "we can do everything." What do you officials do? They are typical dreamers of "leave facts aside, I want ideals." Anyway, the ones in front are innocent citizens and soldiers who are cannon fodder. If they really want to destroy the country and the clan, they ran faster than anyone else at that time, and if they really couldn't escape, they took the lead in surrendering. Ange has calculated all of this correctly, so he will not join the Avengers if he lives or dies. If the current strength is not enough to make the old American government use the mouse, then wait until he kills Ares, the of war, and then he will be casual, without looking at the official face of the old United States. Ange returned to his villa on the outlying island, and he really felt much more comfortable. Only, after getting off the new type of fighter jet, Selena didn't give Ange any good looks when she caught a glimpse of the pair of noble Amazon relatives. Jealous? No. How dare I be jealous? Selena tilted her head, crossed her arms, and walked towards the direction of the motorboat, obviously intending to change vehicles and leave here. It's just that the escaped cat made a threatening shrimp sound on the spot after being grabbed by its paw. Cats, especially cats that have not graduated from the Cat Morality Academy, often have a common characteristic of being difficult to tame. For cats, some people like to treat her as the master, while others hold up a 20 centimeters cat teaser. When the cat saw it, it was so frightened that its body went limp. Just as he was about to run, he was immediately grabbed by the back of the neck. Cat, as soon as it is grabbed by the neck, it will behave immediately. Actually, I like cats very much. Cats are special to me. The long meowing sound lasted all night in the hangar. After dawn, the cat seemed to be limping, and boarded Angie's private helicopter in an awkward posture. Through the glass porthole, the cat mouthed with a ferocious expression, "Bastard." Ange picked up the walkie-talkie. "Captain Andrew, please wait a moment, Miss Kyle and I still have some important things to talk about." "Okay, boss." Selena's eyes were straightened, and the fierce expression just now disappeared instantly, and changed to clasped hands, a begging expression. Ange waved his hand, indicating to take off. Just after taking off, she immediately changed her face and made an international friendly gesture to Ange. Then, the helicopter flew back. This time, the helicopter returned to Gotham City 3 hours late. The warm sunshine at noon shone on the island and swayed into the room through the giant floor-to-ceiling windows. Ange just turned his head slightly, and immediately saw Helen standing aside, with a pair of beautiful legs swinging. Facing Ange's gaze, she tried to stand firm. "What are you afraid of?" "I don't eat people." The number one beauty in Greece trembled and didn't dare to speak. "Hey, isn't it just to show what 233 points of Constitution means you can do whatever you want?" At this time, Sister Canary walked over with awkward steps because she had just been a supporter. Ange looked at the two sisters who were blushing, and looked away. First of all, there was the incident in New York. Most of Manhattan Island was almost razed to the ground. Such a big incident naturally caused the stock to plummet. Ange didn't act as a sniper this time, and he didn't even shoot secretly. Sniping the Osborne group is fine. If you really want to take advantage of the aliens attacking the Earth to reap the national disaster of the United States, anger has no psychological burden, but it will be very troublesome if he is discovered. Can be done, but not necessary. Ange didn't like the new and disliked the old, but made Catwoman docile. In fact, it was largely because he discovered a name, Maya Hansen. This woman was Tony's former confidant, limited to one night, but she was about to bleed Tony and almost killed her. To be honest, from the beginning of crossing over to anger, the dead ghost, Anger, and Tony were doomed to be the same kind of people. Everyone is a playboy, there is no need to look down on anyone, or to accuse anyone from the moral high ground. The difference is that Ange is I want it all, and Tony is the groom every night. Before he fell in love with Pepper, Tony was a typical one-night out and ruthless. This aggressive play is destined to cost Tony. Ange is not interested in getting involved in Tony's and one-time ex-girlfriend's revenge on Tony. But considering the history, this incident also involves the Commander-in-Chief Amilika, and Ange doesn't mind showing Quaya a face in front of the Commander-in-Chief, so as to increase his favorability. Although the White House is looking for Kratos, it has nothing to do with anger, but if the commander is saved, even if Mr. Quay commits 34 federal felonies and may be imprisoned for 136 years, then the commander can sign an amnesty order, directly acquitted. As for the possibility of a New York State prosecutor prosecuting Anger, die laughing. In this 3-acre field in New York State, who would dare to sue the next head of the Wayne family? He will be kicked out before he starts to go through the process. Ange felt that the plan made sense, and in a good mood, he ordered a lot of popcorn and Coke, and was ready to sit in a special seat to watch the big show. At this moment, Tony, who had no idea that he was about to suffer disaster, was engaged in the research and development of Mk-42 Iron Man. P.S. I said this is the 4th update yesterday, and it is. Arrogant ing. Today's will be calculated separately. Chapter 119 Ange the Lying Gun, one more. 3 weeks have passed since the exaggerated New York War, and there are many sequelae. The most direct consequence is that the American people have much higher security requirements. It happened at this time that a series of bombings happened. The strange thing is that no explosives could be found. A terrorist leader who calls himself the Mandarin claimed responsibility for these terrorist incidents. The entire United States is in a panic. After some weighing by the battered White House, the response personally launched by President Ellis was Steel Patriot. When the girls around Anger saw this thing, Black Canary complained, "Is it different from War Machine?" White Canary made up the knife, "Didn't you give Captain America the same red, white and blue three-color livery for the previous War Machine?" Ange said it didn't matter, probably the software has been slightly upgraded, at least in terms of superficial firepower configuration, it is not much different from the original version. Gears of War was born out of the design and system of Iron Man. This was the choice Tony had to make after the last congressional hearing, either hand over part of the technology, or be classified as treason. This is the disadvantage of being obsessed with being a technical dog without political support. After obtaining the technology of Iron Man and experiencing the failure of the unmanned armor of Hammer Enterprises, the upper management of the old America finally fully promoted the project of the manned armor. Just. The politicians above are always first rule out a correct answer. There is no doubt that Tony's technology is the best in the world when it comes to humanoid mechas. Master Bat is strong, but his talent is different from Tony. Congress doesn't trust NI. The last time Gears of War was given to Hammer to develop the mecha program, this time it was handed over to a company called AIM. As a time traveler, Anger knew very well that this is a branch of the evil organization Hydra. The operation of the White House is completely crawling out of one cesspit, and then bravely jumping into another cesspit. With this level of wisdom, how could someone in the VIP seat not applaud? Only after witnessing such a thing with his own eyes, Ange felt superior in IQ. Watching the TV, Ange suddenly felt a little thirsty. He casually pressed a button on the remote control, and at the bar in another corner of the room, Helen immediately started to work in a hurry. "It's so hard to die," Catwoman just entered the door, and saw the highlighted picture on the bar counter. "This layout is the same as the menu board of McDonald's." "That's a silly laughing, Thor, he's holding a Thor's hammer." Selina asked Helen curiously, "Wait, what does this picture mean?" "This is, the master is about to drink latte. Helen spoke awkward English. In fact, it was Ange who shared with her through the system, and she barely learned it, but the Greek accent was very strong. After Catwoman heard this, the corners of her eyes twitched, and she pointed to the picture of Hulk holding a warhammer next door. "This is matcha latte." Catwoman pointed to the third picture with trembling fingers, which was a Captain America who had just been fished out from the frozen state. "What about this one?" "Ice American." Catwoman almost gasped for breath, shaking her fingers wildly, pointing to the last picture of Captain America with her chest muscles bigger than her head and naked to the waist. "This is American milk." Helen replied seriously. Catwoman fainted on the spot. There is no way Helen made so many pictures, there is only one prisoner. Well, at this point the prisoner greeted Catwoman. Catwoman flew for it. "Oh my god." The old lady followed something. At this moment, the mobile phone in Black Canary's pocket vibrated suddenly. She turned to turn on the tablet, and after a few seconds, "Boss, there is a man named Aldrich Killian who wants to see you and says he is Ames." Anger? The next afternoon, Anger met this handsome guy in the Wayne building. "Hi, I'm Aldrich Killian." "Hi, I'm Angie Wayne." After sitting on the sofa and exchanging unnutritious opening remarks, Ange leaned his left hand on the armrest very naturally, and raised his legs. "Mr. Killian looking for me, what's your business?" Ange said calmly, maintaining basic politeness. I wonder if you, a well-known investment guru on Wall Street, are interested in investing in our Ames biotechnology. After finishing speaking, Aldridge took out 3 marble-like things. Ange waved his hand directly. Who told you that I am interested in business? Sorry, I am a speculator in my bones. Ange is not self-effacing. The other party was obviously choked. No, I have a friend who happened to know that you bought a department that belonged to the Osborne Group. Ange opened his eyes and said, nonsense, I accidentally dated Miss Gwen Stacy, and later I found out that her father is the New York Police Commissioner, so I had to give a breakup fee. A $10 million breakup fee. A lot, said the inhuman Ange. Aldridge, who was choked to death, was completely speechless. No, I just... Ange directly raised his right-hand palm. Wayne Group is the ancestral business, I can't help it. After all, the industry is too slow to get money. My biggest interest is finance. If you have good news, I don't mind joining forces with you to short a certain unlucky company. If your proposal just now is all, then please go back. Ange's speech is very Wolf of Wall Street. This is in line with Ang's personality. In front of the public, Ang is a Wall Street vampire, frequently playing short selling, destroying one big company after another, and grabbing a lot of wealth. Aldridge seemed to be speechless. He faltered for a while, and finally lowered his noble head. It's because I didn't understand your development direction. Sorry to bother you. It's okay. Let's meet one more friend today. If you have the opportunity, make a fortune together. Ange turned his head. Miss Lance, please help me see off my guests. Unexpectedly, but not so unexpectedly, after the two separated, their eyes turned cold at the same time. After returning, Black Canary reminded in a low voice, Boss, he has murderous intent. Of course I know. But it doesn't matter, his goal is Tony. Ange suddenly wanted to laugh. Aldridge was a hot-blooded young man back then. He thought that his invention would be appreciated by Tony, so he recommended himself to find Tony, hoping to get Tony's investment. The results of it? Tony, the ex-worm, was on the brain, and he was all focused on dating the beautiful scientist Maya Hansen. Tony casually agreed to Aldridge and asked him to wait for him on the icy and snowy roof in the middle of the night. So, this is Aldridge's revenge. Not only for Tony, but also to destroy everything Tony cherishes, including his girlfriend, his career, and even his good buddies. This time, anger is lying down. Chapter 120 Extremis Virus and Ascension, 2 more. Since Aldridge is visiting Anglewayne, as Tony's public buddy, it's not too much to make a phone call, right? Beep. Unexpectedly, no one answered the video call. After 20 seconds, it was suddenly connected. Appearing in the picture is a middle-aged man who is almost bald. Sorry to take this call, Mr. Wayne. This is Ethan, Tony's chief assistant. Where's Tony? He's been a little hyperactive recently, and he hasn't closed his eyes for 72 hours in the workshop. What about you? Anger saw Ethan's big dark circles. I'm not bad, I can sleep 3 hours a day. Sure enough, things of a feather flock together, and people are divided into groups. Ange rescued Ethan, but Ethan went crazy with Tony. Ethan, pay attention to your body. Thank you, Mr. Wayne. Is there anything I can tell Tony? Tell him to be careful about a guy named Aldridge Killian. That guy came to me once. But I feel like his real target is Tony. Okay, I'll remind Tony when I get a chance. As it turned out, it was clear that Tony hadn't heard, or didn't take in, the news. The huntress lurking outside the Stark Industries Group building reported to Anger about Aldridge's attempt to steal Tony's house. Boss. Confirm that target number 1 has entered Stark Industries building. The Stark Industries building is not the building that was destroyed in a mess by Tony in the Battle of New York. That building can be regarded as Tony's private residence. This is the office building of Tony Company. It is relatively low and looks like a T-shape as a whole. The Huntress was able to look down at the panoramic view of the Stark Industries building from a high altitude in a nearby building. Naturally, there is nowhere to hide Aldridge's whereabouts. Tony claims that his company's security is good. Unfortunately, the new security director is his former personal bodyguard, Harpy. This big fat man is obviously a little too hard. He strictly checks the employees in details. The fake badge went in, but he didn't even notice. The Huntress secretly placed some small monitoring equipment in the office. As a result, not long after the Huntress finished, he discovered that Aldridge was trying to poach Tony's corner. He was using some very new gadgets to attract Pepper's attention. In his office, he used three-dimensional stereoscopic projections to show the brain nervous system of AIM's new research. The Extremis virus can allow humans to evolve perfectly. To put it bluntly, it is to change human DNA through a special virus, so that it has stronger strength, agility, firepower, etc. He said, holding Pepper's hand. Or, seemingly unconsciously, on Pepper's shoulder while turning her body around. Interestingly, not long ago, Tony missed the dinner with Pepper because of his obsession with research. Aldridge saw that Pepper didn't seem to mind physical contact with him, so he increased the physical contact even more, but it didn't exceed the upper limit that ordinary friends should have. Aldridge had no idea that Eng and the girls were following along. This kind of life science at the forefront of science is not qualified to be commented by women. If you change the angle, it's another story. Catwoman adjusted her legs contentedly, changing from the one with the left leg underneath to the one with the right leg below, and voiced her opinion, this kid's ranking is too low. He obviously failed. Miss Potts' focus is on science. Sarah satirized Catwoman a little bit, success sometimes has nothing to do with rank. You see, you claim to be a high rank. Didn't anger win it? How can I have it? The cat frowned. Yes, yes, yes. You are already in the shape of Aang, please continue to show your stubbornness. Dana made up the knife. Catwoman was so angry that she turned her head away, not looking at Aang or the Lance sisters. Aang rounded the field and handed over a can of Coke as a microphone. May I ask our love master, what did you see? Catwoman was a little awkward and didn't want to answer at first, but when Angie's paw touched the cat's leg, she tried everything. This man probably has malicious intentions, he even came here knowing that Miss Potts is Tony's girlfriend. That means he wants to take everything from Tony, women, fame, wealth, status. Guessed right. Too bad there's no prize. Ang smiled, but didn't retract his paw. At this time, Aldridge's boasting continued. Dinah was suddenly curious, is the Extremis virus really as miraculous as he said? Ang sneered, let's not say whether that thing has serious flaws, this thing should obviously not have a high upper limit. Right, Huntress. Ang spoke to the communicator at the end, and the other end was connected to the headset of the Huntress. Yes. Boss, I just took the opportunity to approach him with a hidden breath, and I did feel a faint murderous aura. He should have used some kind of strengthening power similar to the fire system, and he couldn't even perfectly suppress this power. How strong is it? Less than 1/10 of your boss. Ang cut off the communication with a smile and shrugged. Black Canary was a little disappointed. At this time, Nge suddenly held her hand, and in the next second, she felt a powerful force passing through the skins that were in contact with each other into her body. This is the power you want. Ang smiled. Canary only felt 100,000 pores all over her body suddenly open, and a sense of excitement flowed through her body. Not only did the body become lighter, but the limbs seemed to be full of strength. She walked slowly to the middle of the hall, and simply did a side kick. Oh! A gust of wind burst out of thin air. It was just such a kick, which actually gave people an exaggerated shock wave of a big balloon exploding. The sharp-eyed women even saw the air in the kicking part. Because of the rapid flow of air, a short visual distortion was formed. This. Not only Black Canary, but all the girls turned their attention to Ange. Ange kept a smile on his face. This is a power called Slayer from Zeus, the Greek god king. I can kill enemies, their souls, and extract their unique power from it. Power. And of course, I can share it with my women. The faces of all the girls suddenly turned red. This is too shameful. Catwoman retains the minimum caution, so, what's the price? The life of the enemy. And the conversion rate is not too high, it is impossible to fully obtain all the abilities of the opponent. Also, if your soul is not strong enough, you will be polluted by the soul of the opponent crying before dying. Nothing is free in this world. The price is very reasonable. Mysterious patch. Count yesterday, I cry. Chapter 121 Ange, don't meddle, 3 more. To be honest, when anger killed the enemy, many red souls were useless. He has already strengthened all the skills that can be strengthened with the red soul. There are still a lot of red souls left. The combat power to be faced at the moment begins to exceed the limit of what mortals can do. Even if Captain America is such a city-level powerhouse who claims to be able to destroy a city alone, he will still be beaten by miscellaneous soldiers. The girls have indeed reached the point where they need to be strengthened. Ange took turns holding their hands one by one, in a way that seemed to be passing on skills, but actually clicked 2 buttons through the system, first pulling their physical fitness to 1.5 times that of ordinary people. This brings them a lot of burden. It is not easy to be compatible with the Godslayer system. Ange can adjust it as he pleases, but they cannot. The simplest example is that they have become unable to control their power. Catwoman accidentally crushed the glass with a click, and stabbed herself several times. But immediately she found that her recovery speed had also accelerated. It doesn't take a second to recover. As long as you observe and sense carefully, you can still feel that your wound is wriggling rapidly. Squeeze out the glass embedded in the wound first, and then close the wound tightly like a stitch, and then heal. This is too amazing. Black Canary said in surprise. Anger predicted like a magic stick. It's nothing. Spider-Man and the others also have super self-healing ability. In fact, I guess the so-called Extremis virus is not bad. It's just the price that Extremis virus has to pay may be bigger. Maybe the latest explosion has something to do with this virus. The girls no longer care about this topic. They are getting used to their sudden surge of power. The older one said that if he played his best, he already had a chance to blow up the sandbags. The little one said, take it lightly, at least don't pinch the glass and break the machete. On Tony's side, without any surprise, an accident happened. Happy chased after Aldridge's naughty guard Savin with his immature tracking skills, and there was a fist fight. Well, Happy was the one who beat someone but was beaten, and then one with Savin, a man who had talked with, suddenly glowed red all over. The man's skin and even the muscles under the skin became extremely transparent, and strange red pulses were pulsating in the blood vessels visible to the naked eye. As the fluctuation became more and more obvious and accelerated, a strange red light emanated from every hole in his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. He blew up. Boom. Comparable to the power of a C4 bomb explosion, it just broke out at that garden party. Happy only had time to hide behind an unremarkable bunker, and was forced to be bombed. He was seriously injured and sent to the ICU intensive care unit. Afterwards, the so-called Manchurians came out anyway and admitted to being responsible for the explosion. Facing the terrorist attack that hurt relatives and friends around him, Tony was rarely outraged. In front of dozens of media reporters across the United States, Tony declared war on the Mandarin. I've long wanted to give the Mandarin a little holiday greeting. My name is Tony Stark, and I'm not afraid of you. I know you're a coward. So I've decided, buddy. You're a dead man. I'll collect your body myself. It's not politics, it's not the White House, it's old-fashioned revenge, just me and you. My home address is at. It is rare for Tony to abandon being an idol and take revenge as a superhero. He uttered this vow in public, which immediately caused an uproar in the whole society. The people are excitedly looking forward to Iron Man showing his might and finding out and killing the Mandarin. After speaking, Tony received a call from Anger on a secure phone, and Tony, who was furious, blurted out, "Hi. Dude, don't worry about this. No, I just remind you that this so-called Mandarin made me smell like Hydra. What you have to face is a terrorist organization that has been rooted in the United States for more than half a century, not a small group of people." Tony froze for a moment. Apparently Happy's injury had completely aroused Tony's inner stubbornness. Talented people are ego. The more creative people are the more so. Tony gritted his teeth and said, "Dude, I know you are doing it for my own good. But you have saved me twice, I can't ask you to wipe my every time. This time you listen to me and leave it alone." "Okay. Okay. If the other party really only plays with you, I will never intervene. Once things get out of control and rise to a higher level, don't blame me for taking your head. Okay. It's a deal." Tony finished speaking, and within a while, he was beaten. Speaking of him, he was miserable. During the war in New York, his Stark Tower was directly destroyed. This time, it's his turn at his seaside mansion in San Diego, California. To be honest, Ange has only been invited to this mansion built on the cliff by the sea once. This not only has a beautiful view, it is also the largest workshop where Tony plays with Iron Man. Tony just slapped adults in the face in public. Then when two powerhouses meet, one of them will lose face. Then, who is the shamed person? The answer is Tony. To be honest, his mansion is monitored by the intelligent AI Jarvis, and ordinary thieves really can't do anything to him. This is a defense that even the Marine Corps cannot defeat. Unfortunately, this is a civilian-level defense after all. Unlike Anger directly built 4 linked military-grade radar stations and a wide-area underwater sonar system on his island villa, and replaced the bodyguards with retired radar soldiers and sonar soldiers in the army. Tony's mansion does not have a military-grade radar, so that when Sabin brought his master's troops to attack in a civilian helicopter equipped with rockets, Tony was not prepared at all. Body, to protect her from evacuation. And in the harsh environment where missiles rained down, Tony had to put on the set of Iron Man Mark 42, which had not yet been developed and had no weapons system. A strong explosion spread across the entire villa. Although Tony fought back and used a piano as a missile to blow up an incoming helicopter, he still followed the collapsed villa and fell into the sea. Next, it is Tony's Good Friday. His newly developed Mk-42 was in a state of being out of order. At least this time, the mecha saved him, and then I don't know whether it was luck or bad luck. This seriously damaged Iron Man mecha carried him out of trouble safely. After that, it was temporarily disabled due to lack of energy supply. Tony embarked on the road to find the truth of the bombing alone. Chapter 122, The Wheels Run Over, One More. Gradually, Tony got closer to the truth and felt the absurdity of things. The source of everything actually came from his arrogance and one-night stand. He ignored Aldridge Killian, who was actually quite talented, and slept with Maya Hansen, and just solved a small problem for her by the way, which was regarded by Maya as the key to breaking through the flaws of the extremis virus. So the two geniuses who had been hurt by Tony joined forces to form a miniature version of the Avengers against Tony alone. Aldrich vowed to destroy everything Tony. Just as Tony started to fight back and found out that the Mandarin was actually an invited actor and his real enemy was Aldrich, the situation finally got out of control. Aldrich used the Trojan horse program implanted by AIM in the Steel Patriot mech, blackmailed the driver Tony's old friend James Rhodes, robbed the Iron Patriot, and used it to invade the old American Commander Air Force One, hijacked the president. Aldrich, who was in a showdown state, also kidnapped Pepper. So far, it seems to be no different from history. Apart from on Angie's private island, a group of Aldrich's men were swiftly crossing the dense forest and invading towards the villa. They are not ordinary people. Once upon a time, they were elite US military veterans who had to be discharged only because of disabilities. Aldrich used the extremis virus to lure them into the water, telling them that through this experiment, they could recover their permanently lost limbs. These veterans who were controlled by the extremis virus not only regained their broken arms or legs, but also gained strength beyond ordinary people. At this time, they were fully armed and suddenly heard some strange sounds. Listen, what is that? Horse hooves. No. Not only this, why does it sound like a carriage? Who the still rides in a carriage these days? However, the neighing of war horses and the rolling of wheels became louder. Having rich combat experience, they immediately dispersed to occupy a favorable terrain, and aimed their M4 assault rifles with large drums in the direction of the sound. It is only 10 centimeters tall grass, there is not much place to cover, and only a few big rocks are already the best cover. When the hillside that was the focal point of their sight was about 100 meters away, a strange thing finally entered their field of vision. That is indeed a carriage, but it is a Greek-style horse-drawn chariot that only exists in museums or historical legends. The biggest difference from the history is that the three war horses pulling the cart are not only incomparable, but also covered with luxurious gold ornaments. The bodies of the horses are surprisingly translucent. A sharp-eyed intruder discovered that standing in the carriage was the target of their trip, Angie Wayne. Anyway, the boss order was life or death, so they fired at Ang without hesitation. Thursday, chug. The sound of assault rifles, as dense as fried beans, resounded through the world. It stands to reason that normal people would have been beaten into a sieve long ago. The carriage rushed quickly, but the distance from 100 meters to 50 meters happened to be the superior range of the assault rifle. However, the scene they imagined of shooting people with horses and men did not appear. Instead, the bullets poured on the heads of those horses, causing sparks that should not have been refracted. Bullet, ricochets. This is impossible. These little friends who had little knowledge were collectively shocked. They may have other ideas, but the speed of the carriage is too fast, and it is too late to do other actions. At this moment, some people are trying to dodge, some are changing for more powerful grenades, and some are pulling the ring of the grenade. It's just that all their actions failed when the driver of the carriage suddenly whipped his whip. The speed of the carriage more than doubled in an instant. This is outrageous. It's like the catapult start of an electric car. The three immortal horses of the gods exert their strength at the same time, and in the blink of an eye, they hurricanely cross the small distance of 50 meters between them. When the first three intruders were directly smashed into broken dolls by the undead horse, the limbs all over the body showed an extremely strange twisted state, and I don't know if the bones on his body reached 4 figures. You can tell at a glance that you are dead. At this moment, an intruder could not escape. His whole body glowed a strange crimson. He stretched out his hands, and firmly blocked the chest of the charging horse, trying to block the horse's attack with his inhuman strength. Go ahead. To be honest, this strength is definitely not small. When the man and the horse collided, the ground under the man was sunken half a meter deep on the spot. The sad thing is that even though his strength is 3 times that of ordinary people, he is still a bigger bug in front of the magic horse given by Poseidon. The warhorse stomped over without stopping. The next moment, he was directly rolled under the wheels of the car, and he couldn't even blow himself up. There seemed to be a mysterious black hole on the chariot, and the last and most violent red light that appeared on his body was suddenly sucked away. Not to mention the explosion, not even a single fart. The only thing that spread across the field was the horrible shuddering sound of wheels crushing bones. Run! The rest of the guys ran away. Their agility was not twice that of mortals. Not to mention that the golden light suddenly appeared on the meat grinder on both sides of the wheel, expanding the harvesting range to 10 meters on the left and right sides. Even if their whole bodies became translucent and all the power in their bodies was aroused with the extremis virus, they still couldn't resist the harvest of this death chariot. The only guy who didn't die on the spot thought he was lucky enough to escape. Unexpectedly, a javelin shot exploded his head. Perhaps this means that if you survive a catastrophe, you must have a make-up knife? After meeting each other, all the intruders belched. At this very moment, Anger was riding the 4th horse drawn in the carriage, a precious rouge horse from Amazon, whipping non-stop with a 20 centimeters whip. He looked at the empty surroundings belatedly, and suddenly asked, "Did we bump into something just now?" Penthesilea panted and pulled the rein of the horse. "Probably, just now, some bugs were run over by the wheels." "It's okay, let's continue the ride." "Good." Not long after, Tony, who received the kidnapping of the president and his wife, suddenly received an anonymous email on Iron Man. In the photo attached to the email, there are impressively the corpses of a group of extremist soldiers. The inscription has only one line: "A group of idiots have offended me." At this time, James Rhodes beside Tony saw Tony stunned for a moment, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Good news." "Huh?" "Aldridge's people seem to have offended a few guys in Gotham who can't be messed with." Soon, the loyal American colonel knew who Aldridge had offended. Chapter 123 Iron Man Collection, 2 more. At night, a huge container ship Roxxon's Knock was parked beside a port pier. "Aldridge will live" broadcast the execution of the old American President Ellis here. "This public execution is very Viking." He asked his subordinates to hang Mr. President on a gantry crane in an X shape, with the steel patriot that the president once pushed the outside. There is no doubt that this is the greatest trampling on the American spirit. Typical murderer. Just find a reason for execution, and then all the crimes will be attributed to that unfounded Mandarin. Aldridge has long found the vice president as his new backer, relying on the vice president's love for his disabled granddaughter, and this is exactly the infiltration of Hydra into the government. Once President Ellis dies, according to regulations, power will completely fall into the hands of the vice president. Now that the president has been disappeared after being kidnapped, and the power of the top White House has temporarily gathered in the hands of the vice president who has become a ghost, Tony and Colonel James Rhodes can only rely on use your own strength to save the president. James took Tony, who was not wearing armor, for a clumsy secret infiltration. After being quickly discovered and surrounded, he immediately switched to the Assassin's Creed mode. "Right? As long as we kill all the enemies, no one will know that our infiltration failed." Tony, who doesn't talk about martial arts, directly asked the intelligent AI Jarvis to call all the Iron Man stocks in his Florida villa. In the night sky, a series of fire meteors flew from a distance. When Aldridge's men looked into the sky in surprise, they saw a whole row of Iron Man hovering in the air. Mk-33 Silver Centurion, Mk-39 Gemini, Mk-17 Heartbreaker, Mk-40 Shotgun, Mk-35 Red Silkfish. This is simply the legendary complete set of Iron Man. Not to mention the enemy, even I was dumbfounded. James turned his head to look at his good buddy, with disbelief in his tone. "You did it all." Tony's expression was subtly unnatural. "You know, Men are always interested. For his 100 million points of interest, he even gave up running his own company, and left the power of life and death of the company to the former secretary Little Pepper Potts. As long as Pepper is not a woman who loves him deeply, or is not capable enough, she can definitely kill Tony. The next second, following Tony's order, the Super AI Jarvis immediately controlled more than 30 Iron Man units, and launched an attack on all Aldridge's men in the entire dock. In James' eyes, this should be a one-sided massacre. Facing the high mobility of the Iron Man group, ordinary soldiers should not have much ability to resist. Unfortunately, the God of Destiny gave Tony a small shock, catch. In history, among Aldridge's men, the only ones who can fight against the Iron Man group are those strengthened soldiers injected with extremis virus. In this life, I saw those ordinary soldiers bringing out big killer weapons. James was dumbfounded when he saw it. Damn it! It's a Chitauri laser weapon. After the Great War in New York, the entire city was littered with the bodies and equipment of the invaders. Although the National Guard entered martial law and declared that all alien weapons are government property and citizens are not allowed to own them, a large number of Chitauri weapons and equipment have fallen into the black market and the hands of dark forces. The weapons of the Chitauri are not the kind of weapons used by Red Skull's men during World War II that need to be charged by the cosmic Rubik's Cube. This is an interstellar weapon that can be used independently, which is different from Earth technology. In another piece of history, after the Great War in New York, a few thieves used this device to rob the bank's cash machine, giving the little spider a little extraterrestrial shock. As a branch of Hydra, it is not impossible for AIM to get a batch of Chitauri weapons. 5.56 mm evil, cannot bring a threat to Iron Man, laser weapons can definitely. For a while, the laser barrage was full, and the entire night sky seemed to reproduce the chaotic scene of the New York War. The corner of Tony's mouth twitched at the first encounter. At least 3 Iron Man mechs in his field of vision were unlucky enough to be hit by laser gunfire and turned into gorgeous fireballs. Just as Tony was once bullied by Chitauri soldiers in the final stage of the New York War, the titanium alloy armor used in the entire Iron Man series cannot resist the destruction of laser weapons well. The exaggerated high temperature easily burned through Iron Man's armor, blasting a large number of electronic components and circuits inside into dazzling bright sparks. The Iron Men did not sit still. Under the control of Jarvis, they made all kinds of unimaginable maneuvers in the air to interfere with the enemy's judgment. Before they could react, the Iron Man who was covering each other had already launched an attack on the enemies who ran up to the gantry crane or on other commanding heights. Iron Man's pen missiles, laser pulses, and even Mk-42, which can separately act, splits fists and feet into several parts, flying to beat people like missiles. While they start to inflict a lot of damage on the enemy, the losses are also increasing. Within a few breaths, 2 more early model Iron Man crashed. This scene made Tony extremely painful. Originally, Iron Man's fight against the enemy's miscellaneous soldiers should be a crushing victory. Now with the addition of Chitauri weapons, it has become a 50-50th split. Unlike Batman, Tony doesn't care about the lives of his enemies, but he cares about his own blood being destroyed. At this time, the enemy actually started to threaten Tony with the lives of President Ellis and Pepper at the same time. This is a philosophical problem in the eyes of patriots. Save your own girl or save the president. Tony was very honest with his heart. President? Which old man doesn't know him? Mr. President, who was hung in the air, looked at the fire burning under his feet, and then looked at Tony who was saving the woman. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Right at this moment, the mysterious carriage that once gave New Yorkers a little Greek shock reappeared. The 3 immortal war horses of the gods made the carriage easily reach a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. The 2 sides who were fighting fiercely felt that a golden light flew over from a very far away, passed by quickly, and the president hanging in mid-air disappeared. Mr. President, who had been exhausted for a long time, looked at Quaya, who was dressed as an ancient Greek, and Penthesilea, who was concentrating on driving. His mouth squirmed for a long time before he could say, "Ing mouse." Ange imitated the tone of Wonder Woman back then, and spoke very standard American English. "You can speak to me 100 languages including Babel, and I will decide whether to answer you according to my mood." A lukewarm nail. President Ellis, who originally thought he was going to die, still thought the bald-headed and bearded man in front of him was extremely cute. In any case, on behalf of the people of America, thank you for helping to bring justice. Nge curled his lips and said nothing, but he said in his heart, I only help the Han family. Chapter 124 Ignition Type Skills, one more. Ange patted Rougemaw's butt, and ordered, take the president to the New York City Police Headquarters, just look at the Baidu satellite navigation, don't use GPS, that thing has too much error. New. Mr. President was choked to death, and when a big stone fell to the ground, he suddenly had another question, Mr. Kratos, where are you going? Penthesilea laughed and said, ha ha. That idiot Aldrich Killian got him. Ange's murderous aura was fierce, and the fierce aura burst out from between his brows without any concealment. President Ellis hurriedly lowered his head when he saw it, not daring to look directly, as if what he was facing was not a superhero, but a real god-killing god. Whoever me, I'll kill his whole family. After saying a harsh word, Ange just jumped straight from a height of 200 meters. In order to facilitate the evacuation of the Greek chariot, there is no rear compartment door at all. Just now, Anger didn't feel it when he was standing stretched out half of the body, watching the situation of Kratos. Not far away, I saw Kratos as if it was a coincidence. Just when a Crimson Extremis soldier jumped into the air and tried to knock down an Iron Man, Kratos stepped on the opponent's back. With that, the poor man slowed down the exaggerated falling speed with his back, and immediately made a smart double jump, and jumped to the ceiling of the nearby gantry ceiling. The president was relieved. As soon as he turned his head, he met Penthesilea, who turned his head. Even though the other party was wearing a mask covering half of his face, he was still attracted by the sharp minibus and facial contours of the other party. But the president immediately lowered his head, and immediately said in a moderate voice, thank you for saving my old life. As the president, I have my position, and I will never betray my country and people. But as my personally, I'd be more than happy to help a real hero with a little trouble. Oh? Is that so? Thank you, Kratos. Luckily, Ange had given an order in advance, otherwise no one would know if the daring Queen Amazon would do something to a man she despised. The Queen patiently lowered the speed and height of the carriage, so that the elderly President Ellis was not so frightened. In less than 10 minutes, when New York City Police Chief George Stacy held a regular press conference to discuss the security problems encountered in the reconstruction of New York, the Queen gave him a copy of Mr. President's Glorious Return Great Gift. Mr. President. The Georges were dumbfounded. Because the White House did not even disclose the news that the president was hijacked on Air Force One, the reporters suddenly saw the president get off from the balcony of the press conference hall and the mysterious Greek chariot that saved New York. There was ecstasy on his face. This is a headline that really fell from the sky. Mr. President. What the happened? Shouldn't you be going to XXXX place? Mr. President, can I accept an interview with our radio station? The reporters wanted to squeeze past, but George waved his hand, and immediately the police in charge of security in the conference hall rushed up and blocked the president. And George urgently called all the police officers on standby in the police station. I remember your name is George, right? Mr. President was very satisfied. Yes, New York Police Commissioner George Stacy. I don't know what happened. I will protect Mr. President's safety before the agents arrive. Director George suddenly smelled something unusual. Very good. Next, I need your full assistance. Relax. Mr. President, the 35,000 police officers in New York City are your most solid backing. I need to. After the president said a few words, George, whose scalp was numb with shock, turned around and even secretly asked his daughter, who was at home, to change into a leather case and lurk near the police station to stand by. On the other side of the port area, anger is doing a lot of killing. There is indeed something about the elite soldiers who have experienced the baptism of the extremis virus. As soon as they fought, anger clearly felt that their strength and agility were around 20 to 30 points, and their stamina was nearly 40 points. It is not uncommon for these elite soldiers to be able to take down several AI-controlled Iron Man armors based on the fact that these elite soldiers were formerly US soldiers. After all, according to the standards of this world, they can already be called small Captain America after they have achieved this. The key is that they still have a small magma fist. When their whole body turns translucent crimson, the high temperature that comes out of their bodies can melt even steel. The melting point of steel is at least 1500 degrees Celsius. At this point, they clearly overwhelmed the US team. In terms of combat effectiveness alone, they are undoubtedly more difficult to deal with than the US team. As for whether Tony's AI butler Jarvis can quickly collect their data, adjust the reaction speed and actions of the Iron Man army in a timely manner, reduce losses, and strike the enemy, that is not what Anger needs to consider. Eng came here, so what provoked him? It's purely to ask the president for a talisman, and then come here to pick up some attributes and skills. All superheroes are Hydra's vigilant targets, let alone Kratos, a guy who needs to focus on marking. As soon as Eng appeared wearing Quay's leather case, two elite extremis warriors roared and rushed towards him. Bring it on. Eng showed his snow-white teeth. In the eyes of others, this scene looked like a ferocious beast that chose to eat people. The first desperate soldier rushed forward quickly. He thrust forward with his left fist and pulled back with his right fist. This is a standard boxing posture. Obviously, he made up his mind to use his physical fitness to instantly kill Ng without any false moves. Ng's mouth seemed to open wider. Boy, are you drinking too much? How many dishes did you eat? After Eng was promoted to demigod, even in the last battle in New York, he didn't fully reveal his jaw-dropping and terrifying physical fitness. He asked the system to help and locked his agility at 40 points. Even so, it is shocking. Ng's figure on the spot seemed to be distorted for a while. The extremis just instinctively felt that Eng passed by him, but in his 120-degree field of vision directly in front of him, Eng definitely disappeared suddenly. His reaction was not unpleasant. Although he was still moving forward under the influence of inertia, he had already turned around in mid-air, instinctively protecting his vitals with both hands. He was bathed in fire, and the surface of his skin was even charred. He tried to scare Eng with super high temperature like lava. Unfortunately, in front of a real divine sword Achilles, his body is just a piece of paper. Chapter 125 Punch Desperate Kindergarten, 2 more. When he saw that golden light, the extremis warrior already felt bad. It was not like an attack that his blazing lava body could resist. At the last moment, he turned from defense to offense, trying to beat Ng at least once, but unfortunately he only hit the air. Red light flashed in the blood vessels of his whole body, the nerves in this body echoed the master's fear, and the blood vessels in the transparent skin and muscles suddenly accelerated and pulsated. However, in the desperate eyes of the desperate soldier, this golden blade still came to the middle. There was a crash sound as if a water bag was shredded. Achilles, one of the twin knives Trojan twin stars, cut its blade along the extremis soldier's belly, and went down like a wreck, dividing the abdominal cavity and the back spine into two halves. Unexpectedly, there were no and foul-smelling internal organs and splashes of blood. Looking from a distance, it seemed to burst out with a bright and dissipated brilliance of magic. It was a bright red similar to a red-hot soldering iron. Unable to be seen by anyone except Eng himself, the red soul was pulled out and sank into Angie's chest. At this moment, the system prompted anger inorganically. Congratulations to the host for killing, extremist warrior, Douglas Houghton. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following skills, or upgrades: Frost Resistance LV17, Cold Resistance has been incorporated, Fire Element Control LV4. Angie's mouth slightly raised. Got it? He is not interested in Extremis itself, its basic attributes are quite rubbish. At most he can get some red souls, so that Eng can improve his own girl. The attribute controlled by the flame element is the key. This means that Angie's path to the mage has become wider, from the original single wind element to a monopool of comprehensive elements. Of course, the joyful expression on Mrs. Quay's face, in the eyes of the other party, became cruel and murderous. No way, Mr. Quay's face is just so fierce. Ah! I'm going to kill you. FXCK. The scene of Nge cutting down the extremist warrior with a knife, was seen by many surrounding enemies. At the moment when anger fell from the sky and killed their teammates, at least 20 armed bandits around turned their guns around one after another, and shot blue rays with those very sci-fi Chitauri laser guns, piercing straight at Eng. 4 of the rays missed, and all the remaining rays penetrated from Eng's head, shoulders, chest, thighs, and other positions. Looking at this scene, Colonel James Rhodes was so surprised that his mouth opened into an O shape. Look at that bastard, that won't die. Almost echoing Tony's words, that sturdy figure had disappeared in place. His figure appeared in front of a gangster holding a laser gun as quickly as a teleportation. The guy was pierced through the heart without even reacting, and fell into the sea beside the pier. These bandits who have received professional military training have no power to resist in front of Eng. Eng killed them more quickly than chickens and ducks. At this moment, a second desperate fighter finally caught up to Lord Quay, who was killing all directions. He jumped high, trying to sneak attack from a high altitude. How could this little trick be fooled by Eng, not to mention that the guy was still swinging his fist. Nge didn't turn his head back, and he grabbed it with his backhand. Because the guy's arm span was slightly shorter than Eng's, before the fist reached, Nge's outstretched left hand slapped most of the face centered on the forehead. A ball of flames exploded from Nge's palm, and this scene did not attract the attention of anyone else. Only the victim knew that it was not the flames that burst out of his body, but Nge's. This guy has no chance to tell the truth. The sudden explosion made him shiver instinctively and close his eyes. In less than 0.1 second, the Hector on Nge's left hand stabbed into the guy's throat, gouged out half a circle very smoothly, and the hapless desperate soldier suddenly collapsed. Fly out. Eng threw his head out, and threw it on the chest of another extremist soldier not far away. Impact damage is a trivial matter. Even the high-temperature blood like lava can't hurt the extremist warrior. The key is the spiritual attack. My good buddies who get along day and night suddenly split up, and even pounced on them as flying heads, which is almost impossible to meet in modern warfare. Either everyone fell apart together, or fell asleep. How could it be so bloody? In this moment of stupefaction, Eng swung another knife in mid-air for a full circle, and slashed at the third victim. The blade cut off the man's shoulder, and cut open his buttock completely obliquely. A body with a temperature of at least 1,000 degrees. The desperate soldier lay dead on the spot. This time, James figured out that these terrifying desperate fighters were not Kratos' opponents at all. Those guys weren't so good when they chased you. Tony rolled his eyes. Don't trust Kratos, that guy is a pervert, just treat him like Thor. God. James was a little confused. In this life, it is obvious that Aldridge's #1 general, Savin, did not plot Tony's death. When Savin appeared boldly in front of Eng was somewhat surprised. If other extremist fighters are considered elite monsters, then Savin, probably is a rare elite with a silver label. Savin roared and rushed forward. Ange seems to know their offensive routines well. Saban's fighting skills of the SEALs are not weak in all fairness. Unfortunately, Ange locked his strength and agility, and didn't suppress his perception. This turned every attack of Saban into a clumsy one-man dance. Ange obviously anticipated his next move, dodged and moved easily, avoiding Saban's attack to bring with a mocking look. Saban, who was already ruffian, opened his arms frantically and swooped over, trying to hug Ange and burn him to death with the flames bursting out from his whole body. However, a bright golden light appeared on his pounce route. Golden light is now heaven and earth. Saban was surprised to find that his field of vision had been divided into two halves, the left and the right, which were not connected to each other. Huh? What is wrong with me? Seeing how things turned into two halves. Before Saban had time to react, he felt an emptiness in his body, and his two halves hit the steel corridor heavily. At first, he was able to almost burn a big hole in the steel floor with the residual heat of his body. The fierce flames quickly cooled down with the disappearance of life. In the end, only a sunken metal pit was burned out of his body. Ange looked at Saban expressionlessly. Congratulations to the host for killing the champion desperate warrior Saban. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special fire magic, self-explosive pyroman. Do you want to make more enemies into adults? You only need to inject the flame element into the enemy's body, and you can temporarily control the enemy's actions, allowing it to rush into the enemy's formation and explode. Ange once thought that his first fire magic would be the legendary 5-fireball god cult. Why did he give him a self-explosive living man as soon as he came up? Why does this skill sound so unprofessional? Chapter 126 Tony, you don't want to. 3 more. Now that the new skill is in hand, it doesn't matter whether he is self-explosive living man or self-explosive fireman, use it and you're done. When Ange came up to an ordinary gangster with a laser gun, the guy no longer pulled the trigger in vain. Instead, he threw a shot at Ange, then took out his tactical dagger and shouted to kill him. Remarkably brave. But it's useless. Ange, a Spartan, was kicking and immediately kicked the guy 20 meters away, and injected some red gene by the way, so that he flew to the 2 gangsters who were shooting at Biubiu in another corner. Boom. That guy exploded. Well, obviously he can't bear the red gene composed of flame elements. The violent explosion felt like a large pot of hot molten steel suddenly poured over there. Not to mention the instant disappearance of people, even the surrounding iron frames and steel plates were all burned into a molten state. Ange moved quickly again, flew more than 10 meters in front of another ordinary gangster, and threw him into the distance with an over-the-shoulder throw. This time, he collided with another desperate soldier, and then an explosion killed them all. Here Tony was running to save Pepper, and he glanced at it halfway, and was very moved. Brother Angie. He has attracted almost all the desperate lunatics by himself, and it would be difficult for me to deal with these self-destructing lunatics. Actually, AIM knows best how many people are desperate fighters. The status quo is that the number of explosions caused by AIM has outrageously surpassed the number of extremists. Few people on Aldridge's side noticed this, and even if someone found out, they didn't know what to say. What's even more exaggerated is that as Anger killed another desperate soldier at this time, unknowingly, Anger's killing speed surpassed the sum of all Iron Man armors present. Afterwards, Tony made some calculations and was even more dumbfounded. At this moment, Tony doesn't care about these at all. I don't see it, only Pepper. Right? Pepper is in danger. As soon as Tony ordered the Iron Man group to charge towards the enemy, he started looking for Pepper. Now he finally found Pepper in distress. Pepper was stuck on a crumbling container suspended by a gantry. Below her was a 200-foot, 66-meter, abyss. If Tony was still wearing any of the Iron Man suits, this predicament would not be a problem. Facing the hundreds of gangsters armed with laser guns, the Iron Man group's offensive was not smooth. Several sets of Iron Man mechas were blown up when they got close to Tony. Tony is now armed with nothing but a small pistol. Just like that, in front of Tony, Pepper accidentally fell into the abyss below. Pepper. At this moment, Tony's heart was broken. Endless sadness overwhelmed Tony, and when the culprit Aldridge appeared, this heartbreaking sadness immediately turned into endless anger. It just so happened that a set of Iron Man armor finally seized the opportunity to break through the gangster's anti-aircraft firepower net, and came in and put it on Tony. Crazy Tony killed the past without hesitation. To be honest, Iron Man has never been a hand-to-hand combat role. Even if he is equipped with the famous anti-Hulk armor in the future, Tony's own reaction speed determines that he will never become a hand-to-hand combat master. So as a shooter ADC, it's okay to go to play close combat and bully weak chickens. For Aldridge, who has been practicing for a long time, Tony was pressed and beaten. Bah! A counterfeit lava punch came over, and Tony didn't dare to hit it hard even in Iron Man armor. In melee combat, the directivity of the repulsive rays on Iron Man's palm is too obvious. With Aldridge's reaction, if he blocks a random move, he can kill him and teach Tony to be a man. In fact, Tony is really unbeatable. In less than 3 rounds, Aldridge punched the breastplate of the first set of battle armor, and Tony escaped by ejection at the last moment. Immediately, the second set of battle armor was put on, and it was also cut in half by the opponent's lava hand knife. At the critical moment, thanks to the arrival of the newly developed Mk-42, in which each component can fly independently, Tony turned the situation around for a short time. Jarvis. Put number 42 on Aldridge and blow himself up. At this second, Aldridge briefly became Iron Man. To be precise, this thing is more terrifying than the Iron Maiden in the European Middle Ages. Because Iron Maidens don't blow themselves up. Boom! A huge explosion resounded through the sky. Even if it was a self-destruction from the inside out, the shock wave of the explosion still sent Tony several meters away. Tony was astonished to find that in the purgatory-like fire, Aldridge's skin was charred, but he was still alive. Just when Tony lost the headset to contact Jarvis and control Iron Man because of the explosion, and fell into complete passiveness, Pepper, who Tony thought had died, suddenly jumped out of another fire, showing an outrageous performance. With his strength and agility, he punched Aldridge hard. What's even more exaggerated is that because Pepper was injected with the Extremis virus by Aldridge, he was identified as the Extremis warrior in many Iron Man's automatic enemy tracking systems. One Iron Man even launched an attack on Pepper. Who knows, the lady who used to be delicate, now seems to be transformed into a runaway humanoid Godzilla, with an exaggerated flying kill, blowing up this old model of Iron Man with one punch. What? Have an opinion? Little Pepper asked sharply. Tony was dumbfounded, and quickly shook his head. No. It's okay. Just when the somewhat angry Pepper turned around and was about to give Aldridge a fatal blow, an accident happened. A hunk fell from the sky. Aldridge reacted immediately. He took a sidestep suddenly and stepped aside, trying to make the attacker's attack completely miss. His response cannot be said to be wrong. A shrewd and strong man will not run away casually, or even expose his deadly back to the enemy. His mistake was that he completely miscalculated the attacker's speed and strength. 2 bright golden lights fell at the same time, splitting Aldridge's arms, covering his forehead without any hindrance. The golden light avoided his head at this moment, and at the same time drew 2 golden arcs, one left and one right. His chest was cut open from the position close to the collarbone, and there was a strange sound like cutting an old tire. Finally, the light of the knife converged on Aldridge's chest, and then left his body from the left and right ends of his abdomen. Ah! Aldridge let out a shrill scream. Even though he was so severely injured, he still didn't die right away. Instead, his hands that had lost his forearm still made a movement similar to white crane spreading its wings. He wanted to use the ultra-high temperature plasma from the wound on the severed arm, which was like lava, to give this mysterious the enemy's final counterattack. Huh! The bald man let out a cold snort. The second round of swords flashed, and this time, Aldridge became a 3-dan. The translucent head with blazing red light flew out high. Aldridge Pawn. Looking at the domineering Quaya in front of them, Tony and Pepper were stunned. The other party grinned a cruel smile. Tony, you don't want to dirty Miss Potts' hands, do you? Chapter 127 Provisional Act on the Rating of Extraordinary Persons, one more. Perhaps because of getting used to it, Nge felt somewhat inappropriate as soon as the words came out of his mouth. If such words are put into the novel, readers will definitely complain. Please pay attention to the author of this little life. What's interesting is that at this moment, Kurto's appearance said such words, which made Tony and Pepper feel warm at the same time. If 5 minutes ago, the enraged Tony would definitely kill anyone who took the head. But after a fierce and brief fight, in fact, Tony was almost beaten unilaterally. Tony began to understand that it might be difficult for him alone to kill the Aldridge. The opponent is not afraid of fire, not very afraid of explosions, but almost all the weapons in the Iron Man series have this attribute. The opponent's hand-to-hand combat ability is still higher than his Tony. Tony can't kill Aldridge, it's completely predictable, he can't. Pepper is about to make a move. Although the two of them hated Aldridge to the core, in the final analysis, Tony would not want his girlfriend, who is an ordinary person, to have blood on his hands. With this level of consideration, Tony immediately changed from possible resentment to infinite gratitude for Anger's head-grabbing. Little Pepper was still in a daze. Tony leaned over and said, "Don't be afraid, this is Aang's holster." "Anjwain." Pepper's eyes widened in surprise. Her voice was not so low, how could Angle not hear it? So, Mr. Quay, who was regarded by everyone as extremely violent and domineering, put the knife into the scabbard behind his waist with his left hand, and put his index finger to his lips. Shhh. Master Quay's extreme violence just now contrasted with his extreme calmness now, coupled with that hint of playfulness. This scene stunned Pepper. Not to mention Pepper, even Tony, who knew the whole process of Anger's rise, had greater doubts. Besides emotion, is this kid really an ordinary person? At first he hid his strength. It wouldn't surprise me now if he told me that he was the most famous so-and-so in Greek mythology. With his strength, wouldn't his old man Bruce Wayne be more terrifying? Here, Ange looked around. It took a while, and after he took out most of the extremists, the AIM's remaining resistance had been pretty much wiped out by the remaining Iron Man mechs. He raised the corner of his mouth, smiled, waved his left hand, and then jumped into the icy sea water, missing. Ange's sudden arrival and then abrupt departure left Tony and the two a little stunned. Tony immediately came back to his senses and turned his attention to Pepper. "How are you? Are you referring to me falling 200 feet into a fire and surviving? Or that I punched your precious mech? Or, I mean Anai's body?" Tony put a hand on Pepper's shoulder. "Don't touch me. I'll burn you, huh? My skin is okay. Not hot. You are already normal." "No, Kiliana injected me with extremis, and It's okay. It's okay. I will study how to help you. I also swear that I won't ignore you again, and go to work on my Iron Man series by myself." "Really?" Pepper was a little suspicious of Tony, the world's #1 man of science and engineering. "Of course it's true." Although Tony's face was a little painful, he still let Jarvis activate all Iron Man's cleanup, self-destruct, systems. For a while, these old models of Iron Man who were still flying back and forth in the sky exploded one after another, turning into fireworks blooming in the sky, which was truly beautiful. In order to appease his girlfriend, Tony actually did this. When James saw this scene, he could only feel that this was true love. Well, not to mention the original authentic Iron Man. Being a rubber man who loves to play with models, if his girlfriend smashes his Iron Man figure, once this matter is posted in the Model Q group, there will be 99 messages like this in a group of 34 people. What's the point of staying with this kind of woman? Why 99 messages from 33 group friends? Say it 3 times because of important things. Here, no matter what, Tony has gained an extraordinary girlfriend. And Ange reaped. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing, King of Desperation, Aldrich Killian. The host's ability to control fire elements has been raised to LV25. The host acquires the fire element skill, Lava Fist, LV12. It is true that Nge wanted to get the fire skill, but he really didn't expect that he would get this skill. By the way, Ace in One Piece, shouldn't be my kill, right? Someone and can't help but rejoice that there is no such thing as One Piece Hokage Reaper in this world, otherwise the power system would be even more chaotic. Seriously, the explosion drama is over. The aftermath is far from over. The senior executives of the United States found out that the Mandarin was actually just an invited actor, and they were really angry. But the real Mandarin is Aldrich Killian, and this guy has been slaughtered by Aang. Fortunately, Ange still had a head. The DNA of this guy was all messed up. Only the dental record can prove that the head is his own. The case of a terrorist attack by the Mandarin is considered closed. For the sake of face, Lau Mei publicly arrested the actor Mandarin and vowed to severely punish the murderer, which can be regarded as an explanation to the public. In fact, the real big earthquake happened in the White House. After President Ellis survived the catastrophe, he immediately arrested the vice president who jumped back, and presented evidence of the vice president's treason in a closed meeting of Congress. For the sake of the country's face, it is obvious that Mr. Vice President resigned due to illness. As for the pie transactions made inside the high level, outsiders will not be able to know. The biggest change in the historical line is that President Ellis proposed a provisional act on extraordinary ratings to the Senate and House of Representatives. If Mr. President was rescued by James, as in history, he probably would not have such a huge touch. The people who saved him in this life were the great hero Kratos and his female followers in the Battle of New York. The meaning is completely different. The content of the act is actually quite neutral. It is based on the actions of those superheroes. For example, how many points are there for saving a passerby, how many points are for preventing a bank robbery, and how many points are for saving city-level contributions. This is a positive score, and then it is supplemented with the evaluation of the enemy's combat power and the damage to the surroundings when the hero fights, and finally calculates a coefficient for multiplication. Generally, as long as the number of rescued people exceeds the number of harmed, the score it will not be a negative value. On the contrary, if anyone commits crimes with extraordinary power, it will be a negative score. This bill is not non-binding. The bill stipulates that once someone is on the white list, all police and military forces must respond according to the corresponding rating. What level of police and troops should be dealt with in the case of an extraordinary attack? What level of people on the white list will be dispatched? This is tantamount to directly justifying Captain America's command of the police during the New York War. As for the blacklist, just do it, get caught, and probably stuff it into Suicide Squad. Chapter 128 Ability to do whatever you want, 2 more. It is impossible to pass the Transcendent Rating Temporary Act under normal circumstances. Even if they knew that Thor, a true who has lived from the age of mythology to the present, would not be offended by people on Earth, neither the White House nor Congress would be willing to recognize his status, let alone give up part of his leadership. Dirty politicians don't mind having gods as their slaves whenever possible. The timing of President Ellis's proposal was too coincidental. He has just purged the vice president with a perfect chain of evidence. To put it bluntly, Anyone in the party who opposes him at this point in time may get burned and be regarded as the next purge target. The president and the vice president are originally a combination of two interest groups from the same party. Now that the vice president has cheated, the president wants to purge the vice president's congressman, which is just a matter of one sentence. After all, none of the top officials has a clean ass. Of course, when President Ellis proposed this bill, he was doing his best to obey the destiny. The donkey-elephant dispute has existed since ancient times, and he was not sure of convincing the members of the opposite party. After a month of lengthy debates, the president was pleasantly surprised to find that quite a few members of the opposite party approved of his bill. This allowed the Senate and the House of Representatives to quickly pass the bill with a moderate advantage. This is so delicate. As soon as the news of the passage of the bill came out, countless people who worshipped superheroes cheered and cheered. Only those plutocrats who lost money due to the loss of New York City murmured and complained non-stop. Gotham City Wayne's old house. Bruce sat on his master chair, looked at his son with painful eyes. Did you do it on purpose? Sitting opposite, knocking on Erlang's legs, shaking his toes non-stop, Anger shrugged. I didn't instigate the president to do this. Bruce said coldly, you used the contacts of the Wayne family to interfere with the judgment of all senators and congressmen who are familiar with the Wayne family. In Batmaster's view, this is a desecration of justice and procedure. Eng raised the goblet indifferently, and the old butler Alfred next to him smiled and helped him fill up the champagne. The famous Batman is number 1 on this white list. To promote this, the bill also helped Batman. This is what is called right and wrong. The master was choked to death. Well, my dear father, I'm going to be at the New York Reconstruction Charity Gala. If you want to make up your debt of 20 years of preaching, please make an appointment. I'm talking to someone who claims to be retired. No, I'm very busy. After that, Eng drank the champagne, raised the empty glass to the old father, smiled wickedly, put the glass on the tray in the old housekeeper's hand, turned around and walked away. Go. The crossveins on the old bat's forehead have never disappeared. The old butler kept a smile on his face. Sir, think for the best. He has at least learned to act within the rules. For a young man of his age, this is a rare quality. Think about your rebellious success at the age of 20. What does it look like? Bruce suddenly got stuck. He was much more rebellious back then, and he didn't even want to inherit the Wayne family. Eng is following the rules now. He is like a real son of a rich man. He uses the connections left by his ancestors and fathers to bribe congressmen and promote legislation that is beneficial to him at the national level. Members are very short of money. They want voters to elect themselves. They first need to put up a lot of advertisements to let voters know that there is someone like him. Burning advertising fees is a bottomless pit. Since the law stipulates the upper limit of financial donations by ordinary citizens to a single candidate, what they need is a soft donation. Eng's banknote ability just meets all their needs. First of all, Eng directly filled their sponsorship funds. He used various excuses such as tips, promotion, and salary increase to throw money in the Wayne Group, and asked the employees to pay more or less to the congressman he designated in their personal capacity to donate. Secondly, Eng bought all the traditional media he could buy with money, such as newspapers, TV stations, subways, and outdoor billboards. He also created a short video platform called TikTok. Once it was released, it immediately attracted a large number of young people. A favor? If someone else does this, most likely they will be hostile and rejected. However, Eng bears the name of the next patriarch of the old Chable Wayne Group. Moreover, New York has just hit the street, and the headquarters of many media groups have been destroyed. Not much exclusion. This allowed Eng to successfully win the support of members of parliament and candidates for parliament. In this place of Laome, people pay attention to doing things with money. If a congressman takes political donations and comes to power, if he collects the money and does not do things, he will die miserably. Suicide with 8 shots in the back is a trivial matter. The most frightening thing is to convict you of a serious crime such as molesting an old lady, which is enough to ruin your reputation. Ange opened the way with his ability to make money, and he also controlled the most important propaganda outlet of the media. It was too late for the congressman to kneel and lick him. In this way, at the New York Reconstruction Charity Gala, when Angie got off the Rolls-Royce and supported Diana Prince's hand, he received the warmest welcome from the audience. There were at least 100 reporters surrounding the two of them to take pictures, and the light of the flashlights almost joined together. At this moment, the man and woman are rich and beautiful, without a doubt, they are the most beautiful cubs in the audience. On the balcony on the second floor of the venue, little Pepper was swaying with Tony. Seeing Angie's arrival, she couldn't help leaning into Tony's ear. Is it really the same person? Tony made a bitter face. Although I don't want to admit it, I made his leather case. Who can associate that seemingly rough and reckless Kratos with this handsome nobleman in front of him? Not to mention thinking that the slender beauty next to her with a supermodel figure is actually the famous Wonder Woman. Plus there is Iron Man on the scene. In a sense, these guys have already infiltrated the upper class of New York into a sieve. Not long after, in this magnificent venue located on the north side of Manhattan, New York, which was rarely destroyed by aliens, a charity auction held for disaster relief began. After some courtesy, the host showed today's first auction item. Gentlemen and ladies, please allow me to formally introduce this auction item, imitation Spartan gold bracelet donated by Mr. N.G. Wayne. I must emphasize that this is not a genuine piece. It is only about 100 years ago. But this replica perfectly reproduces the royal craftsmanship of Sparta in ancient Greece. The host talked about it, and then started the auction with a starting price of $10,000. As the so-called bridal sedan chair was carried by everyone, Tony gave Angle a lot of face, and finally won it at a high price of $3 million. Chapter 129. This Krypton is not that Krypton. 3 more. The auction item of the charity gala is not about what expensive items you take out for auction, but who pays for the auction. No matter how expensive something is, no one bids. It is a shame. On the other hand, if worthless things are auctioned at sky-high prices, this is face. As an opening warm-up session, Angie's fake sold $3 million, which is definitely super inflated. For a moment, Tony thought he was trying to save Anger, but after seeing Anger's mysterious smile, Tony took a closer look at the gold bracelet in his hand, and couldn't help but lose his voice. Damn it. This is the real thing. His voice attracted the attention of several guests around the table. Really? Pepper was also puzzled. Most of Tony's physical attributes are at the level of ordinary people, but his intelligence and perception are absolutely extraordinary. When you look at it from a distance, you don't feel it. Once you get it, you can't hide the faint divinity on the bracelet. Tony has only seen a similar light on Thor. It's a pity that his perception can only support him to perceive this kind of light at close range, otherwise he would definitely not have offered the price of $3 million just now. Now it seems that $3 million is not only not much, but also a little less. Little Pepper whispered, "Isn't the age wrong?" Tony said bitterly, "We'll talk about it when we go back. Gold is the year when gold can be detected by X-ray diffractometer or atomic absorption spectrometer. Generally, this will not be faked. For a guy with the ability to open portals, that's not going to work. Ange just lost an auction item, and Tony had nowhere to make up for it. It's so hard to die. Tony's auction item is out. Gentlemen and ladies, this is the original Iron Man Mk8 donated by Mr. Tony Stark. For safety, its flight system, weapon system, and parts involving sensitive technology have been removed. But even so, the mecha, the exoskeleton system, can still help its users easily lift 2 tons of heavy objects. Unexpectedly, just after the starting price of 500,000 yuan, and GE immediately killed the audience. 12.5 million. The audience was dead silent. Seriously, if it is the full version of Iron Man, maybe a competitor will buy one at a high price and take it back to study. At the moment when Iron Man has iterated to the Mk42 type, the technological content of this early model is not high, let alone a castrated version with a lot of content removed. It is important to know that the average cost of the drone armor made by Hammer Company was only $100 million. If it is mass-produced, the price can still be lowered. To put it bluntly, the exoskeleton system alone is not worth the money. This Mk8 is just a big toy. Then, Tony was really flattered that Eng gave Tony such a face. In the eyes of others, Tony, who has a flawed knife, is actually very poor recently. He was so hard, first the Stark Tower in Manhattan, New York was seriously damaged, and then the villa in California was just blown up by Aldridge. Which of these is free to rebuild? But those guys who suffered heavy losses because of the destruction of New York all pointed their fingers at Tony, who had a part in tearing down New York. Who told most superheroes to sneak away after a fight, and you, Iron Man, lost your online name and went online with your real name. Not to mention, someone actually sued Tony for joint damages based on the live video. Even if the Stark Group's legal department has a battalion of people, there are many lambs who can't bear to eat wolf meat. Lao America is a country that enforces the law according to the precedent. Once someone wins Tony, there will be 10 million people. At this moment, Angle bought Tony's big toy at a high price, and the donation should be counted on Tony's head. There is no doubt that this will make Tony's reputation in the public opinion better. Tony cast a grateful look at Eng. This buddy, you can do it. He can completely imagine that tomorrow Eng will mobilize his media, how to hype this up. Eng threw a small target again. At this time, the US dollar and soft sister coins are 1 to 8, which immediately attracted a lot of mad bees and butterflies. Eng intentionally let Wonder Woman come to town as a female companion for no reason. Her noble temperament and strong aura alone can dissuade many girls. But they couldn't stand the courageous ones, so they came over to say hello with various excuses, and handed over a small note with their phone numbers written on it. However, even Eng didn't expect that one day he would become someone who was professionally headlined. Suddenly, the lights of the entire venue dimmed for a moment. Even though it took less than 2 seconds for the venue to switch to the backup power supply, everyone noticed something went wrong when a woman screamed. "Ah dash! Look! What's that?" Following the man's pointing, everyone saw a dazzling fireball falling from the sky over New York. People with strong eyesight can even see that it is definitely not a shooting star. The slow speed and rhythmic flickering light fully prove that it is an unnatural thing. Tony and Eng looked at each other, and they both saw confusion in each other's eyes. At this moment, all the TV screens in the venue were suddenly blocked, and the original electronic signal was cut off, turning into a cloud of snowflakes. No, at least there is a human figure among the snowflakes. A series of low-pitched voices that feel very mechanical come from the screen, not in a single language, but it seems to use different languages according to the regional language of the user. "You are not alone. I am General Zod. I come from a faraway planet. I traveled across the vast sea of stars to find you. You have sheltered one of my people. Now I ask you to hand him over to me. For some reason he chose to hide his existence from you, he went out of his way to blend in with you, he looks like you. But he is not human. If anyone knows his location, the fate of your planet is in yours in hand. KALL. Did you hear that? Come out and surrender within 24 hours. Or let the whole earth bear the consequences." The threatening voice ended, and the oppressive atmosphere disappeared immediately. At the moment when the haze of the Great War in New York has not yet disappeared, the speech of the alien who claimed to be General Zod easily aroused fear in people's hearts. Without words, the focus of everyone's attention immediately fell on the only superhero in the audience, Iron Man Tony * Big Shit. Tony wasn't surprised by this, but he was a little angry. "Why are you looking at me, Ange? By the way, you didn't provoke Zed, did you?" Ange seems to have understood Tony's question. "Although my name is Ange Wayne, this one is not the other." Ange smiled and put a hand on Wonder Woman's shoulder. "I'm sorry, they are looking for one, and I have a group here." Tony rolled his eyes. "Got it? It's really not him." Tony will not forget that Kratos was in a group of 3 when he played the Greek chariot. Presumably this beautiful girl is one of the people beside her. Tony muttered in his heart, and his old friend Colonel James Rhodes immediately called with a life-threatening call. "Tony, it seems that the Avengers must gather again." Chapter 130 All-Star Lineup Serving, one more. What the are aliens? The key is that there is nothing the old meaner can do. The mysterious alien spacecraft just entered the lunar synchronous orbit directly, and the old US Space Agency caught it blind. With today's aerospace technology, the moon landing spacecraft can't be launched immediately. In the end, if some invulnerable aliens are sent down, it is estimated that extraordinary people will be on top. At this moment, I don't know how many members of Congress want to applaud President Ellis. Because of the miraculous Bill Supernatural Rating Temporary Act, it is very good to distinguish between good and evil heroes. It can even be said that as soon as this bill is announced, at least the feat of 2 Spider-Mans scoring at the same time appeared in New York. These 2 high-powered heroes have prevented many incidents of buying for $0 while taking advantage of the chaos. Several gangsters used Chitauri laser guns to rob incidents that the police were not satisfied with, were all taken care of by the little spider. Now that the crisis is at hand, it is naturally time for superheroes to make great efforts. In less than 10 minutes, Iron Man, Captain America, Widow, Hawkeye, and James all received notifications. It's just that director Nick Fury is very annoying. At the critical moment, the 2 main CS of the Avengers are not there. Brother Hammer returned to Asgard, but Dr. Hulk Banner had a little accident. Dr. Banner, who was on vacation in South America, suddenly lost his nerve and turned into a Hulk, and then was inexplicably involved in the Amazon River and was washed away, washed away, washed away. In that broken place in South America, there is not even much surveillance. Hulk disappeared not once and for all. This is really difficult. But now there is too little information about that General Zod, and it is impossible to judge at all. For a while, Nick's black marinated egghead was emitting white smoke like a fever, and his CPU seemed to be overloaded. Naturally, the charity bazaar couldn't go on. Tony's departure made many rich people panic. At this time, they still gather together, that is a pot end. People can't help but think of that time when Rocky kidnapped a group of rich people in Germany and asked everyone to kneel down. All of a sudden, the well-dressed gentlemen and ladies flocked outside. The host had to embarrassingly announce that the charity sale was temporarily over. Fortunately, most of the charity sale had gone on, so it was not a loss. Over there, Tony took Pepper and evacuated. Instead of driving, the 2 of them drove 2 Iron Mans together, but one flew back to the Stark Group, and the other flew to the US military base. Tony, this time. Pepper was a little nervous. No big deal, at least Kratos is here. Yes. Pepper breathed a sigh of relief. Take care of yourself. I will. At some point, the absolute trust in Ange became Tony's confidence. Brother Hammer, Hulk, Kratos, as long as the 3 big CS are not all gone, they can still play to some extent. What's more, the Wonder Woman next to Kratos should be pretty good at fighting. After all, in New York, she also has a single-handed record of killing the Leviathan monster. It's just that she is not as famous as these 3 people now. Tony muttered to himself, if you add Batman and those guys who fly the plane, it should be okay. I'm starting to understand why Nick is bald. If Tony was the director of SHIELD, he would be annoyed by a large group of so-called subordinates who didn't know their real identities and didn't know whether they could be contacted at critical moments. Sure enough, just as Tony was rushing to SHIELD, the hard-working Agent Hill turned on the bat searchlight next to the Gotham City police station. Luckily, within half a minute, she heard Batman's deliberately altered husky voice. "If necessary, I will take action." Master Bat paused, and said, overstepping for the first time, "If I guess correctly, Kratos will also come." Agent Maria Hill and Director Nick both felt that this time it was safe. "I don't know what is the relationship between Batman and that wild Kratos." This made them have a wonderful association. "Here," Ange laughed like a pig in his Rolls Royce. "What's the matter?" Wonder Woman rolled her eyes, and she leaned comfortably on the leather sofa, showing her perfect curves. "No. If General Zod knew that he was going to face an all-star lineup, I don't know if he would admit it on the spot, and then say, 'I'm sorry, I was talking too loudly just now.'" Maliciously guessed. "Do you know who the enemy is?" "Probably no." After finishing speaking, Ange sent a text message to Dacheo on his confidential mobile phone. Over there, Clark was somewhat confused, reading the information on the phone. "Dear Mr. Clark Kent, I swear that I really did not betray you. However, since it is General Zod from Krypton, I still think it is better for you to settle this grievance yourself. Of course, in order to prevent the Earth from overwhelmed, we wouldn't mind helping you clean up some of General Zod's minions. Since we all call Earth our home, we're supposed to be family, aren't we? Your rating is whitelisted under the Extraordinary Rating Act very high. If you negotiate with the US military, they will probably not embarrass you." After reading the text message, Superman, who was once lonely and wandering, felt a warm feeling in his heart. Who is he? A cosmic orphan who lost his hometown. If it weren't for his adoptive parents who adopted him and taught him how to be a human being, and Louise cherished him, he wouldn't be the Clark he is today. He used to feel extremely alone, and was troubled by his superpowers. But today, he really felt a sense of resonance. He didn't know who this mysterious person was. Obviously, the other party was one of the superheroes of the New York War. A person with extraordinary power that obviously does not belong to human beings, but also cherishes the Earth and human beings. Isn't this just like him? "Thank you, mysterious man. Although I don't know who you are, I appreciate your kindness." Clark firmly took off the glasses he used for camouflage. "Clark? Who's the news?" Clark's adoptive mother Martha asked curiously. "A friend who has never met." Clark's eyes were bright. "That's nice. Hope he's a real friend." It was the first time Martha heard that Clark had a real friend, not a colleague he'd met under a false identity. Humans and Kryptonians are different after all. People who don't know Clark's true identity will only give him a sense of acting no matter how much they interact. Only with a similar background can there be no such sad estrangement. Clark knew that General Zod could not be trusted, but this time, he decided to try to believe the mysterious man. He puts on his Superman suit again and appears over the main entrance of a US military base. Fate turned a wonderful corner here. Chapter 131 The First Contact with Dacheo, 2 more. Short guns and long guns. From the short and cute M4 assault rifle, to the 12.7mm heavy machine gun of the Humvee Chariot, to the 20mm cannon on the armored vehicle, to the 105mm main gun of the M1A1 Abrams tank, all aiming at the cloak flying in the air man. To be reasonable, there are thousands of troops below, but it is far less impressive than the two steel figures hovering in mid-air that impress Superman. These are Iron Man and Iron Patriot, the existence of two extraordinary beings who can be called the Queen of the US military, which makes Clark feel a little headache. For Iron Man, the extraordinary who defended New York, Clark was full of respect from the bottom of his heart. He didn't want to fight him if he could. He could clearly see through his clairvoyance that two familiar faces who had appeared on TV were flying over urgently on a Quinjet fighter jet. It's a pity that their aura is too weak. In front of him and the Kryptonians, only the legendary Thor, Hulk, Kratos, and the mysterious woman wearing a half-mask can fight him. It doesn't matter anymore. He didn't come today to fight. I'm here to surrender to humans. If you decide to hand me over to General Zod, then I will obey. Superman's clear voice echoed over the entire base. The corner of the black General Swanwick's mouth twitched. Anyway, it's easy. To be honest, there are so many extraordinary beings on the earth, and the target that General Zod refers to is so abstract, the higher UPS still can't determine who it is for a while. General Swanwick looked at Superman, who was slowly descending to the ground, and beckoned, intending to shackle Superman. At this time, Tony's voice sounded, "Your Excellency, there is absolutely no need for us to deliberately humiliate a superhuman who can destroy New York with one hand. That thing can't even trap the oldest model of Iron Man." The corners of Swanwick's mouth twitched slightly, and he nodded in agreement. Superman couldn't help feeling a little bit fond of Tony, so he nodded. Tony spread his hands very bluntly. "Hey. Dude, we all know what you did before. At least you are on the white list now, and you are worthy of our trust." In history, Superman was extremely humiliatingly handcuffed and escorted into the base by a group of soldiers. In this life, Superman was followed by Tony and James, two Iron Men, and the passage was full of soldiers. This is not like an escort, but a bit like a grand welcome ceremony. "I'm asking to see Lois Lane," said Superman. "Hey man, that's not smart for you to do. Really smart guys hide their pussies, or specialize in some really good ones. Like some with a bald head." Tony said in Iron Man's closed helmet to complain. He didn't turn on the microphone, and the sound would not come out theoretically. Thanks to a reminder from a traveler, Tony is quite sure that Superman can actually hear it. Superman frowned as expected. As the large forces came to the depths of the base, in a hall, Superman not only saw General Swanwick, but also met Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. There is no confinement environment that is unique to the interrogation of felons, and there is no barrier. This is a very ordinary-looking conference room. Originally, Superman thought there was a large crowd of high-ranking officers behind the wall next to him, or a platoon of Marines. Nothing. Except for the cameras in the four corners, this meeting room is really ordinary. Nick first saluted the general. "Your Excellency, you should have received the order, and the SHIELD is fully responsible for it." "Right." Swanwick nodded reluctantly, and stood near the gate with two heavily armed soldiers. No one left, just stood there. At this time, the door of the conference room opened, and Captain America, carrying a shield on his back, and the Black Widow in a tight leather jacket strode in. T'Challa still didn't feel much hostility from the other party. "Would you like coffee, Mr. Superman? The freshly ground coffee here is pretty good." T'Challa was stunned for a moment, and said very politely, "Latte, thank you." Who knew that Tony suddenly burst out laughing. This time it was Nick and T'Challa's turn to be a little stunned. T'Challa was thinking, he is no different from usual? No. "Superman, I didn't mean to tease you. It just so happened that some sent me a picture, and I couldn't help it after thinking about it." After that, Tony used Iron Man's projector to show Han Thor holding Thor's hammer. The picture was sent out, and a big English latte was posted on it. Superman is a little embarrassed. What a cold joke. Nick smiled. It seems that Mr. Superman is very adaptable to life on Earth. Indeed, for 33 years, most of the time when I wake up, I feel that I am a real Earthling. Glad we're off to a good start. This time, T'Challa was a little confused. "Don't you need to isolate me? For example, be careful of deadly alien viruses." Nick tilted his head. Actually, SHIELD has paid attention to you a long time ago. If you really had some terrible deadly virus, all the people on Earth would have died long ago. Besides, we have already come into close contact with some powerful beings similar to you. In the age of mythology, our ancestors called them gods. Beside Tony, he said, "Hey, buddy, we have already fought side by side with the Nordic gods, and probably the macho men from ancient Greece. One more than you is not much." While Dachau warmed his heart, he was also a little puzzled. "So, you don't want to hand me over?" Nick crossed his hands and fingers. "It's up to you, Mr. Superman. We need your cooperation, and tell us about your alien compatriots so that we can make a final judgment. People on Earth will never give in casually. But they will not accept deception casually either." Captain America stood up. His polite speech made Dachau very fond of him. Dachau sighed, and began to talk about the origin of Krypton and his origin. Although Dachau concealed many key parts, this true story still surprised Nick and others. The universe is indeed very broad. Everyone here can't help recalling what Brother Hammer said on the aircraft carrier: humans have used universal Rubik's Cube to send a signal to the whole universe, which means that human beings are ready to deal with the interstellar war of advanced civilizations. Now these words are repeated rapidly. How long has it been since the Battle of New York? Another Kryptonian general came out? It's good for the US team to have confidence, but Dachau doesn't agree with it. Kryptonians are really powerful individuals. Each of them can easily fly like me, and has an extremely strong body. I don't think the Earth can easily resist it. Live. Tony muttered, "This is not necessarily the case, we are very strong." Chapter 132. A backhand, 3 more. The widow calculated calmly. The Earth is regarded as the territory of several powerful forces in mythology such as Asgard. Since Thor, the of thunder, and Loki, the of lies and tricks, appeared in front of us, then Odin, basically it is certain that it exists. At the same time, we saw Kratos driving the flying chariot in Greek mythology, and we can probably confirm the existence of Zeus, the king of Olympus. If we are not sure, we don't need to do it. They will first. There's a fight. Dachau said expressionlessly, "Oh, is the Earth the battlefield?" The eggs of all the men in the audience were aching. "You aliens are on an alien planet. I will control you to fight the world upside down and destroy the planet. Don't fight in my house. It is far easier to destroy than to build. It is absolutely impossible for the old American upper class to risk the destruction of another big city in the United States to shelter a Superman who is not very familiar." At this moment, Agent Hill brought up the coffee. Dachau looked at the silent crowd, put the sugar in very calmly, stirred the coffee with a spoon, and drank it by himself. Finally, he wiped his mouth with a napkin. Watching Nick silently, the one-eyed black director made a very visionary statement: "Mr. Superman, your words are based on the premise that the other party only wants you alone. If, Mr. Superman, you are willing to stand on the side of the Earthlings, what the other party wants is not it is the whole Earth. If we hand you over, it is equivalent to handing over one of our strongest individual combat powers to the enemy." Dachau froze suddenly. The old Kent couple brought him up and taught him how to be a kind person and a caring person. Having received such an education since he was a child, and living as Clark Kent most of the time, Dachau really never thought that General Zod could be so shameless. This is the biggest difference in the thinking mode between the good people and the evil party. Then what should I do? Dachau didn't realize that as soon as he said this, he gave Nick the whole control of the matter. Director Nick really wanted to laugh, but if all the guys in the Avengers are so simple, he will save a lot of trouble. The guys in the Avengers are either Tony, Bruce Banner, and the US team, who are better than each other, and they can casually discover the secret weapon research of S.H.I.E.L.D., Bird his point. Not to mention that there are 2 Batman and Kratos outside who are inseparable from the Avengers. Director Nick suggested very carefully, we can make an agreement. For example, if you wear a secret transmitter, you will warn the police if something happens, or if there is no movement for a long time, or if the other party expresses hostility to the entire Earth, we will launch an agreement. The extraordinary came to find a way to save you. In fact, we can do many countermeasures. Sure enough, with the intervention of SHIELD in this fusion world, the old American military is much stronger. The most coveted of the upper class of the old Americans must be the Kryptonians' interstellar spaceship technology. Earth's space technology has not been broken through for a long time, and the aircraft driven by conventional power has still not been able to surpass the solar system. At the moment when the Chitauri have been invaded, the governments of all countries on the Earth want to reverse study the Chitauri alien technology without exception. On this basis, it would be wonderful to capture a Kryptonian spacecraft. The rice needs to be eaten one bite at a time, and Nick doesn't intend to directly push against Superman, who ranks first in the evaluation of superhumans. In fact, the contact between the two parties was very smooth. After Superman received his own Louise, because he still couldn't figure out what General Zod wanted, Superman finally decided to go. T'Chau and Nick agreed that as long as Zod's people don't attack the Earth, if he doesn't come back within 24 hours, he can consider sending Extraordinary to sneak in secretly. This task was handed over to Tony. After the last battle in New York, Tony created an aerospace-type Iron Man. As long as the opponent stops in the Earth's synchronous orbit like now, his new Iron Man can fly up. However, Tony still had no idea, so he secretly made a phone call using the secure communication circuit. "Hey. What do you think of this shit?" The voice of a traveler came from the opposite side. "It doesn't matter, let Superman go back, there will probably be some adventures, but we have to be ready to fight." "You're coming too, aren't you?" "Certainly. By the way, are you human?" "Ange, I'll give you a chance to reorganize the language." No, you guys are ridiculously strong." Ange on the other end of the phone rolled his eyes. "Then should I say that your brain is ridiculously good? Do you want to dig it out and study it?" "Okay, I've confirmed that you are a human being." "Sigh, every superhuman has a special opportunity." "If you don't tell me, I won't ask." "That's fine. Anyway, I think your father is also an ordinary person. This is probably a mutation or something." Snort. On the surface, he snorted coldly, but Ange couldn't help complaining in his heart, "Even my wild father who is called immortal has been bitten by a bat. I'm just wondering, why isn't Bruce Wayne's bat report sick and belching? Hey, I almost planned to use the way of communicating with Thor to deal with you before. You're dirty." Tony cut off the communication and felt much better. At least Angie was more human than Superman. What happened next, in Anger's eyes, followed history. T'Chau and Louise were taken away by General Zod's female adjutant Frao. Actually, at this moment, there was a disagreement among the US military over whether to allow a person on Earth to be taken away by the Kryptonians. For a moment, Nick almost wanted to give an order, but Tony said, "Let her go." I have to say that this approach is very unlike Tony. Nick refrained, as he and the other Avengers glimpsed out of the corner of their eye Tony slipping something shiny into Lois Lane's palm. This angle is excellent, and it just didn't catch Furao's attention. She should have noticed, but her arrogance made her focus completely on T'Chau. Only her own family deserves her high regard. There is no doubt that Zod's men are quite disgusting in this way, but it's a different matter if there are backers on the human side. If not, Frao took T'Chau and Louise to the Kryptonian spacecraft in geosynchronous orbit, and General Zod began to preach, trying to persuade the KALL in his eyes to join his great cause of racial revival. To be honest, General Zod's approach is more like an Austrian art student who started World War II. He has a heart to expand his own race. If the rebellion he set off on Krypton was successful, there would be no Krypton. The destruction of the stars. After all, Krypton's council was already quite decayed at that time, and it was played off by itself, which caused the whole family to enter a state of self-destruction. Chapter 133 Kratos intrudes, one more. It's a pity that General Zod, a madman with extreme ideas, failed to succeed. Now the so-called Kryptonians are left with him and his dozens of loyal followers. Of course, there is also a thing called Kryptonian secret code. The DNA of all unborn children on Krypton is written in this tome, and Superman Clark's father put this tome on Clark's spaceship that landed on Earth. In his plan, as long as the world engine that can change the Earth's environment is used to turn the Earth into an environment similar to Krypton, new Kryptonians can be cultivated and Krypton can be revived. Everything sounds good, but unfortunately it is at the cost of sacrificing the lives of billions of people on Earth. T'Chau decisively refused. General Zod took his entourage and went it alone without saying a word. His two hypersonic spaceships flew out of the mothership and began to land on the Earth. While T'Chau was imprisoned in the Kryptonian yoke against his own people, Lois Lane was also having a hard time in the Kryptonian prison. It's just that she first inserted the USB disk, the master control key of the Kryptonian spacecraft, from Clark's spacecraft into a socket in the prison according to Clark's instructions, which made the program almost equivalent to Clark's father's soul. Hacked directly into General Zod's ship. Suddenly, the phantom of Clark's biological father, Joel, appeared. Zod's spaceship was designed by Joe, and he began to cooperate with Louise. First of all, he changed the air system of the spaceship. Because the composition of the air that Kryptonians breathe is different from that of Earthlings, when Joe began to change the air system on the ship to the air suitable for Earthlings, it was undoubtedly poisonous to Kryptonians. It's just that they also have the air purification system of the spacesuit that keeps them mobile. At this moment, Joe guides Louise to escape. What about Clark? Don't worry, he is easier to get out of trouble than you. That being said, this electronic ghost of Joe miscalculated. Kryptonians do not have superpowers in Krypton. His son Carl, Superman, has superpowers due to the weak gravity of the Earth and the yellow sun. People living on Krypton are no different from people on Earth, but their sun is red, which limits their power, but when they come to Earth, they can absorb the brilliance of the yellow sun for their own strength, so they have superpowers. These Kryptonian soldiers, who have been in the orbit of the Moon and the Earth for a long time, have begun to have extraordinary strength, agility, and speed. When Joe instructed Louise to fire on the Kryptonian soldiers who followed the sirens, the biggest change occurred. For Louis, the soldiers' movements were simply teleportation. After a face-to-face meeting, Louise was lifted high by the Kryptonian soldiers. Humble Earthlings, don't try to escape. A force more terrifying than the giant pincers of the deep sea came from the other's two fingers, and Louise felt that she was about to faint almost instantly. Just at this critical moment, very mysteriously, a portal suddenly opened behind her. A slightly pale, but equally strong arm stretched out from the inside with lightning, and rested on the soldier's hand. Who? The Kryptonian soldier was startled. He and the few companions who rushed over never thought about it. On this heavily guarded spaceship, there was no warning of foreign enemy attacks. Where did this strange bald man come from? A few Kryptonian soldiers behind him raised their guns and shot. Shhhhhhhh. Fiery laser flashes filled this not-so-spacious spaceship passageway, illuminating this gray-black passageway that seemed to be covered with tree roots like daytime. Without the bald-headed man making a move, a heroic woman flew forward and blocked them with a strange golden round shield. Louis widened her eyes in surprise, and the scene in front of her was very strange. This thoroughly futuristic high-tech weapon is pitted against a primitive-looking shield. No matter how you look at it, high-tech should win. Ghost knows that half a second later, the shield actually fired the laser back the same way. All the soldiers who fired were killed. Here, the hand that almost strangled Louise with absolute power a moment ago was sanctioned by another more terrifying force. Crack. The wrist of the male Kryptonian soldier made a cracking sound, even Louise could clearly hear it. Ag. That guy's scream stopped abruptly after a second. A strange-shaped golden dagger pierced his throat, and he didn't need to speak anymore. 3 Greek-style men and women stand proudly in this small slaughterhouse. As a reporter, how could Louise not know who was in front of her? Kratos. She still couldn't believe it. Ange smiled mysteriously. Do you still remember the gadget that Iron Man gave you? The big reporter widened his eyes and suddenly thought of something. She took out her pocket and spread her palms, revealing a gold bracelet. This is a decoration. It can also be a positioning device for a portal. What an unexpected fright. It doesn't feel bad though. Is this the work of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Or is it Tony Stark's dictatorship? At this moment, Louise thought of a lot. At this moment, suddenly the wall beside them exploded, revealing a handsome man in blue clothes and red cloak. Obviously, Superman's father saw that Lois was fine and ran to save his son. You are. Superman glanced at the corpses of Kryptonians all over the floor. His expression was wonderful. Ange put on Mr. Quay's leather case, and grinned. I'm your pen pal. Mr. Kent. D'Chow's eyes suddenly lit up. He knew early on that his pen pal should be a certain superhero who participated in the New York War. Now that he knew that he was Kratos, the warmth in his heart suddenly increased. Thank you, Kratos. No thanks. Ange pointed at the portal. General Zod's spaceship has landed on Earth. You'd better go back through the portal immediately to stop him. Okay. D'Chow doubted him. What about you? Since you want to destroy the Earth, don't blame us masters for greeting them well. D'Chow had a long conversation with his father, Joe, in a dream. Joe hoped that his son could become a bridge between the two races. It is true that Kratos wants to attack D'Chow's kin. D'Chow feels a bit weird. On the other hand, D'Chow didn't like General Zod who killed his father either. Zod is going to play with the extinction of human beings. Why not give humans resistance? Now it is the right way to prevent the world engine from starting. D'Chow did not hesitate, and took Louise through the portal. In the next second, he found himself back at the previous US military base. Louise, stay here and wait for me. Good. D'Chow immediately turned into a cloud-piercing arrow and flew towards General Zod's small spaceship. In the sky, on the Kryptonian mothership, someone smirked. 2 ladies, how about using this ship as our new mothership? Good idea. The aunt and niece responded at the same time. P.S. This is considered to be on the 12th, and a certain stupid writer failed to beat the second. Chapter 134 Deal with Superman Dad, 2 more. The Kryptonians can use their mass to slap the Earthlings, but as long as General Zod and his female adjutant do not take action, these Kryptonian soldiers who have just been nourished by the yellow sun of the solar system are actually still a little far from Aang's current strength. When rescuing Louise just now, Aang personally detected the opponent's strength. An ordinary Kryptonian soldier has a strength value of about 100 to 120 points. This is not counting the possible increase after they have been exposed to the sun for a long time. This value is quite explosive looking at the whole Earth, even a lot higher than the US team. It's a pity that they are just flies that can be wiped out by waving their hands to Aang, who is already a demigod at this point in time. Aang raised his head calmly, and another 7 Kryptonian warriors in black armor came into view. These Kryptonians who are obviously wearing metal armor but look like they are wearing a cluster of vines don't know that at the moment when Aang's perception is completely released, the whole area with a diameter of 360 degrees from Aang's center and a diameter of 30 meters, the rest are all under his attack range. Aang drew out the 2 knives, and the iron chain tied to the handle of the knives had become straight like an iron pillar at some point. With a strong swing of the 2 knives, the flame element attached to the knives and the iron chain suddenly rose. Even if this is not Quay's real original version of Chaos Blade, at least the visual effect is full, and with the round and round swing, this Hot Wheels style thing has already cut all the enemies in the entire passage in half. Hiss. It was obviously the sound of metal shattering, but because it was so easy, it felt like destroying a piece of A4 paper with a red-hot soldering iron. A thin golden line first appeared on the black armor of the Kryptonian warrior, and then along that thin line, it split into two, and at that clear fracture, the golden line became a whole section that was burnt into a molten state. The lives of the Kryptonians were also dissipated on their proud battleship with such a gorgeous slash. Even Wonder Woman, seeing this scene, couldn't help admiring secretly. Once upon a time, Ange was a good-for-nothing rich second generation who seemed to understand nothing, but now he is like a super warrior who has been trained for thousands of years, playing a random trick when the Greek-style slash is performed. There will be an intoxicating aesthetics of violence. Next to it, Penthesilea also inserted the Excalibur obtained from Achilles into the chest of an enemy. The Excalibur, which was obviously a bronze sword in essence, overwhelmed the theoretically harder Kryptonian armor. It makes a wonderful crisp sound of tearing metal. Ange let out a mouthful of stale air. Sure enough, the air of Kryptonians is poisonous to Earthlings. It's just that thanks to Joel's hands and feet, the air is quickly converted into the atmospheric composition of the Earth. The Kryptonian gas in the air is not too high, and the three of them can carry it with their outrageous physiques. But after a long time, if General Zod or the remaining commanders here regain control, and then change the air to the Kryptonian version, it will be bad. Ange made a time difference, and saw that General Zod had just descended into the Earth's atmosphere and couldn't do anything. When Zod reacted, he was going to face his old friend Jor*****'s good boy again, Mr. Superman. Kill. 3 Greek-style guys formed an invincible arrow and slammed towards the bridge. As Clark's approved companions, Ange and the others enjoyed the enthusiastic guidance of Papa Superman. This bearded uncle in a gray-brown robe not only guided the way, but also helped them open the key isolation door smartly. Consciously or unintentionally, he helped them lead the right amount of Kryptonian soldiers to them. After paying more than 10 lives, it seems that some Kryptonian commanders also reacted. The state of the spaceship is not right, we were deliberately guided away. You immediately notify the general. You go to seize the spaceship control system. You will follow. I come. It has to be said that this adjutant has sufficient professionalism, but his reaction caused his death. The cabin door in front of him suddenly opened, and a golden dagger tied with an iron chain, like the first ray of sunlight piercing the night between heaven and earth, slashed at his cheek with blazing fireworks. The entire facial features were deeply sunken along with the knife marks. His eyeballs changed from the initial unanimity facing outwards to staring at each other. It wasn't until his face became a mess that the Kryptonian gas mask on his face exploded as if belatedly, sending a large number of shattered parts flying. This wave can be regarded as the last formed squad of Krypton's left-behind troops. Until the trio reached the bridge, the Kryptonians failed to organize a decent counterattack again. On the open bridge, Ange and the others encountered an opponent temporarily, but it only took an extra minute to kill him successfully. Are you sure you don't need to live? Wonder Woman was somewhat curious. Ange asked back, if a wolf caught you and spit out people's words and asked you to submit to it, would you submit? Of course not. This is the answer. The guys from General Zod's faction are all Kryptonian supremacists. They don't care about the life and death of foreigners, let alone surrender to a lowly earthling. Besides, Ange has better means. System prompt: congratulations to the host for killing the Kryptonian scientist Nanti. The host gained 8 points of intelligence, future technology, and the Kryptonian spacecraft control manual. Ange secretly breathed a sigh of relief. An ordinary Kryptonian is really useless except for giving him a bunch of red souls. After all, their attributes are much lower than Achilles. Eng took their red souls, and at most used them to strengthen the Canary sisters. Now at least I have gained something. It's just that Eng immediately ran into a new problem. When Eng began to operate the spaceship system based on the information he obtained, the system rejected his instructions. The phantom of Superman's father appeared again. The master control key of this space carrier is in the hands of General Zod. In fact, as long as he is free, he can completely control the ship and give it to you. Get rid of it completely. Eng noticed the details in Joe's words sensitively. What do you want? We can make a small deal. You want a Kryptonian spaceship. I hope Kal and Earth are safe. Our needs don't conflict. Don't we? You're right. Eng nodded. With a wave of Joe's finger, a picture appeared on the main control screen of the Kryptonian mothership. Zod's adjutant, Fraeo, just hovered the spaceship in front of the house where Clark's adoptive mother lived. Joe put forward his condition: you help Carl get through the difficulties, and I can help you strip the authority of one of the landing craft on this mothership from the mothership when Zod can't make a move, and return it later. All of you. Don't worry, even such a landing craft still has hyperspace capabilities, but in terms of energy, it's up to you to figure it out. Make a deal. Chapter 135. Don't mess with Martha. 3 more. Clark, be nice to people. Mr. Kent lived 33 years, and when he was barely raging, he was well taught and worked very hard to keep his temper in check. He has encountered a lot of garbage people, and he held back almost every time, because others broke out, and he didn't hurt a bit. He exploded, and that was fatal. Interestingly, Mr. Superman and Mr. Bat have the same taboo. There are 2 existences with different surnames but the same name, and their mothers are both named Martha. When a Kryptonian elite soldier ransacked the home of Superman's parents, trying to find out the so-called Kryptonian secret code, and planned to torture Superman's old mother, it was really unbearable. Superman felt his brain explode all of a sudden, and the rage from the depths of his soul made him jump over like a cannonball, and with a lightning hug, he carried the guy away. Under the terrible impact, the 2 formed the most terrifying and efficient tractor in the world. Just by brushing their bodies against the ground, they plowed out a terrifying conical surface 3 meters deep and more than 10 meters wide on this piece of farmland. Superman pinched the elite soldier's neck, swung his right fist the size of a casserole, and rained his fists on the guy's billion. While beating, he continued to push the guy away from his old mother's cabin at extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, the 2 had flown a kilometer away, collided with a giant chimney more than 10 stories high, and split a fuel-laden train car into 2 pieces. In the town, it was considered to have stopped. Immediately afterwards, there was a beast-like hand-to-hand fight, and the sand and dust raised by the 2 fierce battles made the central avenue of the town a mess. The few citizens fled in panic, and the screams and wailing spread throughout the town. This is just the battle on the town side. On the side of Grandma Martha Kent, General Zod's adjutant Furlow hesitated for a second, whether to run to help his own people beat up the rebellious Kryptonian traitor Kall, Superman, or continue to torture his adoptive mother. The next second, she realized that she didn't need to think about it. 2 strange, high-speed flying metal men came over, and they attacked her without saying a word. Shhhhhhh. Compared to the soft live ammunition of human soldiers, Fulla must admit that the lasers of these 2 Iron Men are still somewhat lethal. She had no choice but to wave her arms like a windmill, blowing away the lasered energy rays. This scene frightened James Rhodes, and immediately shouted in the communication, "Tony, this woman-like object does not eat our weapons." Tony also bared his teeth, splitting and attacking together. After finishing speaking, Iron Man and Iron Patriot, who cooperated tacitly, immediately attacked from left to right. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is skinny. Fulla *AO saw that it was unfavorable. She made a movement similar to a track and field start. With just one bow, her whole body was ejected at high speed like a spring. Boom! The ground under her feet instantly split into hundreds of pieces. The next moment, she was in front of James, who was 100 meters high. FXCK. James' instinctive reaction, which he had practiced many times, saved him. At the last moment, he subconsciously tilted his body. In the end, the price he paid was that the armor on the Iron Patriot's right abdomen was torn apart. There is no doubt that the Iron Patriot has been severely injured. On the display screen inside the helmet, there are large red warning and error words, which makes James a little panicked. Don't be afraid. She can't fly. Iron Man flew over, followed Fulla's falling trajectory and began to shoot wildly. Unexpectedly, flying seems to be engraved in the DNA of Kryptonians. Fulla turned her head, obviously discovering the mystery of flying. Although she was a little out of balance, she still flew crookedly and flew towards Iron Man. No way, this time it was Tony's turn to scream. Hit and can't hit, can't even hide, what a fart. Not only the two of them, even Captain America, Hawkeye, and Widow, who rushed to the scene and met another Kryptonian soldier, felt the same way. Comparatively speaking, that Kryptonian soldier is just ordinary, but his strength, agility, and speed are also superior to the US team. Wu punched over, and the surging force infected Captain America's vibrating gold shield. Damn it, the shield is fine, but the people from the US team are fine. Unable to bear this huge force, Captain America flew upside down 5 or 6 meters miserably, and did a backflip before barely stopping his body. During this period, if the opponent hadn't received an explosive arrow from Hawkeye in a coquettish way, and was blinded on the spot, maybe the US team would be chased and shot out every minute. Captain America can't hurt that guy, let alone the Widow. The Widow's sister, who had known for a long time that there was a gap in strength, only dared to use the cannon of the Quinjet fighter to cover the two teammates. But the Kryptonian soldier also took off on the same spot, and jumped out of the cockpit of the Quinjet fighter in the blink of an eye. Seeing that terrible fist was about to come down, even the Widow, who had been through battle, couldn't help but close her eyes. She was in the driver's seat and was still wearing a seat belt. At this moment, she really had nowhere to run. She did wait for a loud noise, but it was not the scream from the cockpit glass of the Quinjet fighter jet, but the scream of the opponent. After opening her eyes, the Widow was stunned. Kratos. Bald head, naked upper body, a standard red lightning tattoo, plus 2 strange-shaped golden knives. Isn't this the hero Kratos who shined in the Battle of New York? The Widow is a little drunk. He is everywhere. But it's good to have him. As a teammate, few people are more reliable than him. He always seems to be in the right place at the right time, and he can carry those terrifying enemies that mortals can't match. The Kryptonian soldier who beat Captain America until his nose was bruised and his face swollen was now lifted up. The golden dagger piercing through his chest was the best weapon in the game. Bastard! You are the one who attacked our mothership. On the other side, an angry Fulla rushed over. Seeing that the Widow's sister, who was in the wrong situation, almost instinctively pulled the plane, a Quinjet fighter jet of Nyeta slid back like a ghost. Fulla rushed over, intending to pack this big bald man together with the small plane behind her. According to her expectation, with her ability, she was absolutely unrivaled among the little Earthlings, but she never thought that the fighter jet would retreat. It was so fast, did not expect that this bald man would dare to meet him. Immediately, the two knocked each other in mid-air without any fancy. Boom! A circle of transparent shock waves visible to the naked eye swayed from the air, followed by a terrifying sonic boom. Fura * was extremely surprised to find that this Earthling she looked down upon actually had a power not weaker than hers. Chapter 136. A strong man worthy of respect, one more. Impossible. Ugh. Fulla screamed subconsciously, but was kicked by the other side. The terrifying force made Fulla's stomach go numb. At this moment, a huge golden light galloped from the sky. Fula just had time to block her vitals with her hands before she was severely traumatized. The translucent illusory horseshoe precisely kicked her Krypton mask. Suddenly losing the protection of the parent star's atmosphere, absorbing the air of the Earth, this made Fula spin around for a while. At this time, the opponent's third blow came. A very beautiful woman leaped high and turned into a golden shooting star passing by her side. The cooperation of the three opponents was perfect, as if they had guessed every follow-up reaction of Fula. No matter how hard Fula struggled, she couldn't escape this final blow. Fula felt like a broken puppet, ushering in the final disposal. She met her head-on with a look of despair and disbelief, and was stabbed right through. It was only one blow away from killing the strongest person under this general. At this moment, a burst of laser rain poured down. Bayou. This is not the laser gun used by the minions, this is the laser main gun of the large landing airship used by the Kryptonians. With a laser cannon of this caliber, even Wonder Woman didn't dare to take it hard, so she had to curl up into a ball and hide behind the shield. So the heroine was blown away like this. The Kryptonian landing craft flicked its tail beautifully in mid-air, opened the rear hatch, and a Kryptonian soldier flew out, and took Furau inside. Chasing. I can't catch up. Ange was very angry. The tragedy of Troy. It can't be said that it is not powerful. Under the full speed of the car, it is not impossible to speed up to 200 km per hour, but it consumes a lot of divine power. The problem is that people use a spaceship, which flies to the sky in the blink of an eye, surpassing the limit of human vision. That kind of unreasonable speed made Angie's heart even hotter. I'll get a boat like this, it's not too much. The flying chariot picked up Wonder Woman again, but Ange didn't expect that woman would tease him. Hey, I think the female adjutant opposite is doing okay, why are you willing to kill him? Ange hesitated for a moment. He hypocritically admitted that there is probably, maybe a 1% chance that he is the kind of unscrupulous person whose three views follow the five senses. If appearance is justice, then Fulao is probably both good and evil, so let's be okay. Ange is not interested in spending a lot of effort to deal with such a fan of General Krypton. Besides, the advantages and disadvantages of Kryptonians are very obvious. Strong is really strong, the basic attributes are at least on the same level as Thor, or even slightly stronger, but when it comes to Kryptonite, weak is also really weak. At this time, Tony drove Iron Man to greet him. Kratos. The other party has a strange aircraft that ran to the sea between Gotham and New York and turned on something like an anti-gravity device. It looks like we have to get rid of it. Have you made a judgment? A traveler asked knowingly. Scientists are studying and judging. In the North American Air Defense Command, a group of scientists broke out in cold sweat. On the big screen of the base is a model of the Earth. At this moment, the Kryptonian mothership shaped like an octopus with three claws descended next to New York, and it echoed the two Kryptonian landing ships on the other side of the Earth. An extremely obvious gravitational wave, like playing table tennis, is repeatedly transmitted between the two devices at both ends of the Earth. My God! Those want to modify the gravity of the Earth, which will completely change the atmosphere of the Earth. A scientist said. Then what will we do? Director Nick Fury asked. No, once the transformation is complete, it is estimated that there will be nothing for us. No Earthlings can survive in a drastically changed atmospheric environment. There is no need to think about it at all, the top White House has issued a battle order. It's just that the battle was extremely difficult at the beginning. Report. We found a strange anti-gravity field near the opponent's mothership, and all our attacks were refracted. The fighter pilots besieging the mothership reported this. To put it bluntly, the weapons commonly used on the Earth, whether they are missiles or bullets, are so-called kinetic energy weapons. These weapons that require a metal carrier and explode with gunpowder to produce lethality cannot escape the shackles of gravity. When the Kryptonian mothership distorts the magnetic field around it, causing gravity to suddenly increase or decrease, the Earth weapons can be said to be useless. Not to mention that the fighter plane was crashed by the surrounding gravitational field, even the missiles could not penetrate the huge invisible barrier, and even the damage range caused by the missile explosion was abnormal, compressed into a very small range by the excessively strong gravitational force inside. Tony complained in the Avengers communication channel with great pain, "I thought that this time I was going to carry the nuclear bomb again. It is very likely that even the nuclear bomb will not work this time." At this moment, Louise found director Nick, Carl, that is, Superman's father, mentioned the ghost engine. If Carl's spaceship that came to Earth is used as a missile, it can theoretically break through the protection of the Kryptonian mothership field. At this point, in NGE's mind, this mess can basically be declared over. As long as Superman's small spaceship is activated to make a small fortune, blow up the Kryptonian mothership, and wait for Superman to kill General Zod, everything will be fine. Even the kryptonite secretly purchased by a traveler is useless. Things are impermanent. Anyone who shouts "I have the advantage" will have no good fruit to eat. The script of this life has obviously been graffitied by the goddess of fortune. General Zod took a tube of Dachau's blood before he escaped from trouble, and was surprised to find that there were DNA of all Kryptonians in Dachau's blood. Dachau is the so-called Kryptonian secret code. The general directly used the mothership's computer to analyze it, and transported it to a landing ship. Dachau can be said to be selfless. For the sake of the weak and helpless Earthlings, he froze the landing craft containing the DNA of the unborn members of the Kryptonian to blow up a dynamic death light in the eye. Who knew that in this life, the transport plane carrying the super spaceship was a little closer to the place where the two of them were fighting, but the general also blew up the spaceship of the super spaceship with a stare-at-everyone laser beam. This time, humans theoretically lost all means of interfering with the Kryptonian mothership. "No way, what's going on here?" Tony screamed in the comm loop, "Hey! Kratos, can you just teleport in?" Ange tried it, and almost died after trying it. "Damn! That thing distorts not only the gravity, but also the space coordinates. I can't figure it out." Even the great hero Kratos was caught blind, and the situation took a turn for the worse. At this extremely tense moment, on a group of clouds that almost no one noticed, a space door similar to a ring of fire opened soundlessly. In the portal that was whistling and sparking all the time, a guy wearing a hood and orange monk robe came out mysteriously. Ange was so frightened that his heart and lungs stopped. On the chariot speeding through the sky, he silently bowed to the mysterious existence. A peerless strong man who guards the earth deserves enough respect from him. Chapter 137 Negotiation Breakdown, 2 more. As the saying goes, a friend comes from afar. Even if you are far away, you will be killed. Use a brick to call out, and if you call out, you will not die. Call again, if you have friends, call out together, call again, if you call out, you will not die. Keep calling. If this is a single DC world, as long as Dachau doesn't make a move, General Zod, who is at most one tier lower than Superman, can really do whatever he wants. Damn it, this is a world fused with Marvel. The so-called New York War, the so-called Chitauri wiped out a city at the beginning of the game, and they were still far away from the destruction of mankind. It happened that they hadn't hit the Temple of Kamar-Taj in New York. As the guardian of the earth, it is reasonable for Master Ancient One not to act. Obviously, directly increase the strength, start to transform the Earth's atmosphere, and now Zod's approach has already crossed the bottom line of the Ancient One. Then Guyi will also tell Zod well what is called the ceiling of the Earth's combat power. If there is something surprising about Guyi, it is that the mysterious bald man on the sky carriage recognized her. She has been looking at the ancient and modern times and peering into the multiverse for many years, so she doesn't remember the existence of such a strong man. Out of the most basic courtesy, Guyi nodded slightly to show his return. The tiny interaction between the two was actually observed by director Nick through the drone's camera. This. Nick's one eye half closed. Different from politicians who claim to be the best in the world, Nick always maintains a proper sense of awe for the unknown and powerful existence. Here, after greeting Ange briefly, Mage Guyi made a move. She drew a circle lightly with her left hand, and in the next second, a large hole that could allow a train to pass appeared out of thin air at a height of 1,000 meters. Through this volley portal perpendicular to the ground, you can clearly see the Kryptonian mothership inside. There is no visual distortion, no gravity shock, and the defense power that drove the old US military crazy was directly dismantled by Guyi. Just to achieve this point, Guyi is already many times stronger than Anger, the Yelazi mage. What's more coquettish and amazing is yet to come. Guyi opened the door with his left hand, and gently grabbed the sky with his right hand. The next moment, the special spaceship for Dacheo that was just blown up by Zed recovered. That's right. The airship, which had been blown to pieces and exploded into countless fragments and fell from the sky like a meteor shower, suddenly began to reorganize in reverse along the trajectory of destruction, just like turning the camera backwards, with the momentum of lifting Newton's coffin. From burning fragments, to large plates, to reorganization into a spaceship that is so precise that every aviation technician is amazed. This incredible technique can only be realized by the Ancient One mage who controls the artifact Eye of Agamotto. A traveler clearly knows that Eye of Agamotto contains Time Stone, one of the Infinity Stones. This scene was too shocking. Even Anger, who had seen similar operations in movies, was still speechless when he actually faced this scene, not to mention Tony and others who just happened to peep into the scene. Hero. What they didn't know was that at the moment Master Guyi shot, time and space seemed to be misaligned, and the screens of all US military drones were blurred. Director Nick failed to see the most exciting scene. Alas, don't look at Guyi dressed like a Nepalese monk. Anger knew that she was a Celtic who was known as one of the three major barbarians in Europe back then. The European and American regions have always been simple and rude, and they don't play with you step by step. Zed was in the first day of junior high school. Guyi didn't even say hello, he just gave you 15, and threw the super special car with the ghost engine activated on the head of the Kryptonian mothership. In the blink of an eye, a small-scale terrifying black hole was created. The terrifying space rift that seemed to be able to attract even light easily distorted and tore apart this huge three-legged jellyfish-shaped mothership. What kind of metal, what kind of protection, are all scum in front of the small black hole? All Zed's hopes, all his ambitions, all vanished at this moment. Well, Zed, a 100-year-old boy who does not know the heights of the sky and the earth, unexpectedly challenged Guyi, a young mature woman at the peak of 1,000 years, to be squeezed out. It was only expected. No, seeing this, General Zed went mad on the spot. He jumped out of the beetle-shaped space landing craft and shot at Guyi like a cannonball. Right at the joint where the black hole was about to annihilate everything around, Guyi's eyes glowed with a mysterious light green light. Oh! Interesting. Guyi turned his eyes and turned his gaze to Ange. Ange's whole body trembled on the spot. The feeling was no different from being targeted by a big devil. Ange, who has always believed that beauty is justice, has to say which heroine in Marvel he least wants to have an affair with. It is probably Guyi and Brother Hammer and his sister. It is absolutely rare for Guyuda to be surprised. Most likely, she caught a glimpse of what Nge did in the future again. In this case, this Kryptonian is handed over to you. Almost in seconds, Guyi moved his left hand again, and a portal, or more than one portal appeared. When Guyi's figure disappeared in midair, Anger suddenly received a system prompt: "Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Kryptonian assault spaceship." Anger? Over there, General Zed, who had rushed towards Guyi, naturally missed out. In front of him, the world engine and the last piece of mothership wreckage were sucked into the black hole, all Kryptonian existence was annihilated, and the small black hole slowly closed. Come back. Who are you? Killed all my compatriots. Destroyed the future of Krypton. You just ran away? You come back to me. The impotent and furious Zod roared wildly in the world, venting unlimited anger in his heart. Dachau stood in front of Zod again, a little out of time. To be honest, even Dachau was quite moved by the scene in front of him. Once upon a time, Clark thought he was the only existence in the world who could save the Earth. Now it seems that a small Earth is really crouching tiger, hidden dragon. It is not that the Earth does not have peerless powerhouses, but these powerhouses acquiesce in him living on the Earth as an Earthling. Really want to die? Didn't he kill him with one move? Earth does not welcome you, Zod. This is the last chance. Leave here, I will help you plead with the strong on Earth. Dachau was still kind-hearted after all. Fart. This hatred, even if the Earth is destroyed, can't appease the anger in our hearts. Zod went completely mad. The negotiation broke down. Kratos's cold voice came from high above. At this moment, he is driving the flying carriage, the golden light. How can he look like a superhero? He is simply like Apollo, the sun who is driving a horse and galloping in the sky. Superman sighed with great regret. He understood that the tolerance of the strong on Earth to Zod and the others had reached its limit. Since this is the case, he can only be allowed to inherit the will of his father Joel and clean up the house thoroughly. Chapter 138 Shocked. Kryptonians go to sea collectively. 3 more. Quay's domineering speech is the final starting gun. Superman immediately launched like a bullet, and in the blink of an eye, he slammed his fist into the face of General Zod, who didn't know what to do. This aroused the general's anger even more. He also returned the old punch, and every heavy punch from both sides caused a terrible sonic boom in the sky. This is pure destructive power. This is a duel between the top superhumans. Look what you've done. KALL. We could have built a new Krypton from the ruins, but you chose the latter between us and humans. I exist only to protect Krypton. This is the only purpose of my life. Everything I do, no matter how violent and cruel, is for the well-being of the people. And you ruined it all. General Zod ignored Quay, who was high in the sky, and vented all his anger on Superman. With more combat experience, he finally saw the opportunity and gave Dachau a heavy punch. Boom. The earth-shaking huge shock is no less than the 460mm cannon fired during World War II. Dachau was sent flying nearly 1,000 meters upside down by a fist. He fell obliquely into the sea and rolled several times in a state of embarrassment. Every time he rolled, he was ejected tens of meters. Finally, he crashed hard into Gotham City. On an abandoned dock warehouse near the southern port, the wall slammed into the wall, causing the iron roof on the top to collapse. But in the next second, Dachau flew out like a spring that was pressed to the extreme. Zod. What you are doing is meaningless. Not only I will try my best to stop you. Other powerful people on the Earth will not let you go. Dachau was still kind-hearted. Until this time, his soft heart was more or less thinking about driving Zod and his tribe away. He didn't know that Zod and the others were going to die today. This is what Nge said, and it is also what Guyi said. From the chaotic barbaric era, how did the Ancient One protect the Earth from the hands of the major gods and brutal aliens? Why does Asgard beat anyone who refuses to accept it, but only retains its claim to rule the Earth in name? Isn't it because of the ancients who dumped the heads of those notorious aliens on the public space lanes of the solar system? Since Guyi made a move this time, the matter of Zod's immortality is endless. Let Dachau clean up the door, this is more of a mercy. Isn't it? Dachau, who turned into a cannonball, took out his classic fists and flew close to the ground forward, hitting the general's chest hard with a double dragon going to sea. The result of this kind of small fist punching your chest was that the general couldn't hold it back, so he was punched by De Chao and immediately flew another kilometer backwards. This kind of superhuman fight is outrageous. With a random move, he flew hundreds of meters away. Even if Tony and the widow arrived, they only dared to hang 5 kilometers away. Damn. Those miscellaneous soldiers are not at the same level as this General Zed. Tony complained frantically. If the US team can barely fight against the weakest Kryptonian soldiers, in front of Zed, the US team can only be killed in seconds. In fact, only Kratos' chariot dared to approach within 1 kilometer of the two of them. Those two Kryptonian bigwigs fought and fought fiercely all the way to Manhattan, New York, which was destroyed not long ago. Whew! The Berserk General suffocated 2 Kryptonian destruction rays from his eyes. The ultra-high temperature eye prism rays easily cut a large ruined skyscraper with a floor of at least 10,000 square meters in half. The superstructure with a height of more than 10 floors and tens of thousands of tons collapsed, and slowly fell along the oblique section of the laser, setting off dust hundreds of meters high. Fortunately, this is a ruin that has been destroyed by the Chitauri, but if there are still people working here, it will be thousands of casualties. Tony flew not far from Anger's carriage, opened his visor, and he clicked on the left side of his visor, and Louise Lane's voice came out. She apparently begged Tony through a remote connection. Tony made a gesture, and Angle immediately understood that this is a private channel that Nick can't even hear. She asked nervously, "Mr. Kratos, may I ask, who will win?" "Superman wins." Seeing Ange speak so firmly, Louise murmured in her heart, "Are you sure?" Joke. Superman is just too kind. His physical fitness is almost twice that of the general. Strong physical fitness means that he can have countless opportunities to make mistakes. Tony bared his teeth and stopped talking. For Mao boxing, fighting should be divided into heavyweight classes. It is because the destructive power and damage tolerance of the two parties are not in the same order of magnitude. If both sides have no way to kill each other with one blow, under this premise, the side that is more resistant to beating must win. When Louise heard this, she was somewhat relieved. "Thank you for letting me know." Reporter Ryan, instead of worrying about this, why don't you think about the headline in tomorrow's newspaper, or come up with the Chitauri who arrived in New York before urgently summoned the Kryptonians to discuss the future situation. Tony and Louise were left speechless by someone. Louis took a while to say, "Mr. Kratos, you are probably not from ancient Greece if you can tell such a cold joke." And shook his finger, "You can't look at the surface when looking at people." Over there, the two Kryptonian bosses played really wonderfully. Here, Superman gave Zed a hellish windmill, and Zed kicked him back with a whip, kicking Chao upside down, and broke several load-bearing branches of a 30-story building. Column. Another abandoned building was quickly demolished on the spot. At this moment, Frau, who had gone to the other side of the Earth, took the remaining Kryptonian soldiers and drove back across half of the Earth in a Kryptonian airship at an extremely exaggerated flying speed. It's just that they encountered Aang's chariot just after they came back, and they became part of the tragedy. The tragedy of Troy, although it is driven by the divine power of Penthesilea, on the other hand, as the owner of the chariot, Aang can inject magic elements into it to strengthen the power of the chariot. Onlookers only saw that the speed of the chariot suddenly increased, and there was a winding lightning bolt in the clear sky. After a closer look, they found that it was the trajectory of the chariot. Others may not be able to detect it, but the Ancient One mage, who was peeping at the scene secretly and remotely from Karmataj in Nepal, let out a soft sigh, "Oh." Because in the field of elements, the wind element in the surrounding atmosphere has already boiled like hot porridge. All the elements condensed into a purple light spot, just like a big stone hitting the glass window. The chariot slammed into the Kryptonian airship that looked a bit like a beetle. The energy shield on the airship swayed in a circle unwillingly, and the blue light circle spread out half a mile in diameter. It's a pity that it only lasted less than half a second, and the chariot directly smashed into the spaceship. The high-speed spacecraft that caused the US military a headache, just plummeted into the sea off New York with black smoke. Seeing this scene, Louise couldn't help pursing her lips. According to that Kratos guy, isn't this shocked? Kryptonians go to sea collectively. Chapter 139, The End of the Kryptonian Dream. I have to say that, as a famous reporter, Louise understands the title. Ange would dare to make such a title. In a world where traffic is king, a title that doesn't attract readers is a bad title. For Ange, as long as the opposite Fura asterisk is more beautiful, he dares to make Krypton Beauty's Wet Body Temptation.jpg or something. It's a pity, her appearance is more than one level worse than Wonder Woman. Maybe she is very strong, but after a fierce but brief confrontation with Wonder Woman, she let out a desperate wail, blood gushed out from her body, and the sharp wounds were terrifying, as if she was about to burp at any moment. As Zod's adjutant, even in the entire DC world, she is still a top-ranked boss. Even though she was seriously injured, she was not killed immediately, but was aroused fiercely, and her backhand was violent, as if flying over to kill Ange. But at this moment, she staggered unexpectedly and did not fly. What happened? Ange looked at her calmly with his hands behind his back. This is the weakness of Kryptonians. Under the yellow sun, their strength will be greatly strengthened. Even if they die, as long as there is enough light, their corpses will be well preserved, and they can even be brought back to life. Conversely, once they cannot receive the sunlight, such as in this deep sea where you can't see your fingers, the strength of the Kryptonians will be greatly weakened. It's not that he's not strong, but he won't be able to beat him for half a day like Zod above. Chao recently appeared on the stage. Even if a certain traveler prepared a small gift of kryptonite, he was embarrassed to take it out on the spot. Otherwise, let Chao know that there will always be troublemakers trying to harm him, so how can someone mess with the Justice League in the future? So, when Fura *O pounced at the end, Angle's last attack was quite easy. According to the usual practice, Ange failed to get the basic attribute points. However, the system gave him a Man in the Sun skill. The effect is to heal his injuries at twice the speed and quickly replenish his physical strength under direct sunlight. There is also a photosynthetic flight technique. The effect is that in a sunny environment, he can absorb the power of the sun to make himself fly at a maximum speed of 15 km per hour. This speed is no different from riding a bicycle. It's not that Ange doesn't want to be faster, but the system reminds him that if he wants to increase his flying speed, he must Kryptonianize his body. This is very painful. The upper limit of the Kryptonians is there. It's not bad, but the weakness is too obvious. As long as he gets a kryptonite, he can make his life worse than death and turn into a soft snake on the spot. Relatively speaking, it is relatively safe to let one's body develop in the direction of deification. After all, the Greek gods did not enshrine their gods by faith. They were gods first, and then strengthened their own power by seizing power. Flying technique is very fragrant, but Ange still gave up on upgrading it. After killing all of General Zod's men, Nge just took the two girls out of the spaceship, and was surprised to find a group of sharks in the distance. A group of people riding a shark. An ordinary person would feel that this is an illusion scene at the bottom of the sea. Anger is not the case. He waved his hand over there, and then drove the undead steed away chicly. Kilometers away, a muscular man looked at his queen. Mira, did he see us? Hi, how Mila is not too sure, it should be. Her advisor Vico saluted respectfully. My lord, as I said, never underestimate the heroes of the earth. I feel the power of Poseidon on those two horses. Everyone was stunned. No wonder the people on the ground can drive the strange horses and drive the carriage underwater. It turns out that they are their own people. The man known as the king held the golden trident tightly in his hand, and recognized the breath of the carriage. Since there is nothing wrong here, let's go back. Good. Zed should actually be thankful that his death has not been completely enlarged. Otherwise, it really angered this hunk from the underwater empire of Atlantis, and it would not be impossible to ask Jaime to dismember him by 6 horses. When Eng returned to the water surface again, the battle between Dachao and Zed had already hit the exosphere of the atmosphere from the ground. Even one of Laomei's satellites was knocked down, and the fight began to return to the ground from the sky. Looking at the doomsday scene of the bolide falling to the ground, the citizens of New York were extremely worried. First the Chitauri, then the Kryptonians. Is life okay? Boom. Dachao and Zed crashed into the half-destroyed New York train station. Unexpectedly, a train just stopped here, and a large number of refugees returning home just got off the train. After a fierce battle, Zed, whose physical strength almost fell to the bottom, went completely crazy. If you really love the people on Earth, then mourn their death. After that, Zed's eyes once again shot out a terrible death ray. The ultra-high temperature laser easily penetrated the outer wall of the train station, melting a large hole that could allow the train to pass through. The terrible laser also cut off a shelter that was providing food for refugees, and finally followed the curve of the Earth and shot far into the open sea. Superman stuck Zed's neck firmly, preventing the laser in his eyes from shifting even an iota, because as long as Zed's eye ridges shifted by 5 degrees, a family of 3 would die in front of Dachao. Ah, 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 the woman and child's screams tore at Clark's heartstrings. One side is his favorite human being, and the other side is his few remaining compatriots. Zed's madness and stubbornness left Clark with no choice. No, Superman's cry of pain and despair was more like a confession for the action he was about to make. With a force far superior to Zed's, he completely twisted the neck of the loyal and paranoid Kryptonian general. Kara. This is not only the sound of Zed's cervical spine bursting, but also the end of the dream of Kryptonian revival. Superman won, but he would rather not win. Humanity and nostalgia tormented his heart at the same time. This made Dachao almost collapse. At this moment, under the guidance of someone, Tony sent Dachao his greatest spiritual comfort, Miss Louise Lane. No words needed, the two embraced tightly. Tony looked at Dachao from a distance, a little envious, and a little emotional. By the way, I feel that the Avengers have not done anything this time. Be confident, this is not a feeling. The widow stabbed Tony coldly in words. I still think you are cuter when you are my secretary. Tony is not flamboyant, but his habit of flirting has not changed. The widow rolled her eyes and muttered, forget it, this time, there will probably be a lot of people above who won't be able to sleep again. When there are a large number of individual mighty powers overriding the country's combat power, any politician will be caught blind. Not one, not two, but a litter. How many perverts like this who can't even be killed by nuclear bombs are left on the earth? Chapter 140. Dare to shoot me with the fire control system? The Second New York War is over. Don't look at the Kryptonians' attack so massively. Compared to the last time, the loss this time is actually not that big. The Chitauri have already plowed New York once. Dachao fought General Zed on the ruins of New York this time, and he really didn't kill many civilians. The number of dead is estimated to be in the double digits. Some people may ask, are there no construction workers to clean up the ruins? The truth is, the time to save lives is long past. After the disaster relief work is over, there will be a difficult reconstruction period. Reconstruction requires a lot of money. This is a country with private ownership of land, and it would be really embarrassing for those hard-working owners in Manhattan to immediately spend billions of dollars to rebuild a skyscraper. Besides, there are still differences on whether to rebuild New York. As a result, there are really not many construction workers on the ruins of Manhattan. New York is too dangerous. People used to say that after the Battle of New York. This Kryptonian incident will undoubtedly aggravate people's prejudice. Pulling away. After killing Zed, Dachau finally calmed down, said hello to Tony, patted his and left. He can't go. Leaving aside the Superman status, Mr. Clark Kent is just a hard-working wage earner, who lost his life and property in New York, not to mention his waste, and he couldn't afford to sell all his organs. Dachau's only advantage is his confidential identity. After transforming into Superman, he is still the same in the eyes of outsiders. In the eyes of a certain traveler, it is absolutely ridiculous that Dachau can fool the officials with just wearing glasses. When it came to the real DC Marvel hybrid world, Ang knew why Dachau could keep it a secret. When the Kryptonians are fully armed, there will be a burst of Kryptonian energy fluctuations overflowing. This distorts all optical cameras. Human eyes can see the appearance of Kryptonians, but it is somewhat blurred. Then, General Swanwick was humming, and while he was driving on the road in a Humvee, a Predator drone fell from the sky and crashed in the middle of the road. The Black General looked up and saw Superman descending from the sky. Hell! This thing is worth $12 million. It used to be. Dachau curled his lips. I know you guys want to track me down. In fact, I'm willing to help if something happens, as long as I'm willing. General raged, how do we know if you will endanger America's safety? Come on, I grew up in Kansas, and I consider myself an American. Tell the top of the White House. Swanwick akimbo, do you think I've said it, will they listen? I don't know, but Kratos said that he will help convince them. After Dachau finished speaking, his whole body was like a cruise missile, flying into the sky first, and then suddenly opened the second stage where it would not affect people, accelerate, and fly away with a whiff. The general suddenly had a bad premonition. What would Superman say? He is too pure and naive, he is the typical good boy who learns to keep order and agrees with Lao Mei's universal values. All the staff felt that Superman was controllable. But what about Kratos? This enigmatic Spartan knows America well, and is decidedly more savvy. The way he saved the president made him at least invincible. If not, just as Swanwick was in the secret meeting, reporting in front of Director Nick and a group of senior White House officials, suddenly a big bald head came in. Hello, Mr. General, can you please step aside? The voice was rough, but the words were very polite. But this voice made every participant shudder. Because of the black figure in the third shot, his real identity is a 4-star general, and he is in the North American Aerospace Defense Command in Cheyenne Mountain, Colorado Springs, Colorado. Not only is it nearly 1,000 meters deep underground, it can perfectly withstand the attacks of nuclear bombs and ground-penetrating missiles, and it is also the most heavily defended place in the United States. Kratos actually infiltrated there. Mr. General was numb, his whole body was like a puppet, and his body stiffly moved away from his position. Another senior White House official was a little tongue-tied. Mr. Kratos, do you know what you mean by doing this? You invaded the NORAD command. Kratos slapped the table, and a complete handprint shape appeared on the sturdy table, as if it had been deliberately cut open by laser cutting. At the same time as the table HP 100, the hearts of all the participants were refreshed. You dare to shoot me with the fire control system of the Predator drone, and tell me what it means. Quay yes roar almost scared them all to pee. Cold knowledge, according to international practice, irradiating the opponent's aircraft with a fire control system is equivalent to an attack. This is indeed the old American Air Force going too far. They thought that someone's carriage would not have such advanced anti-reconnaissance means. When the drone tracked Ang, they used the fire control to take pictures. The tragedy of Troy does not have a corresponding anti-radar system, but Godslayer system does. Ang dares to speak out, so he is not afraid of the other party's repudiation. He sat in the chair of the 4-star general with extreme rudeness, and even put the very Spartan-style leather boots on the table, which was extremely rude. I'm here today to give you idiots a final warning, don't do any more tricks to consume my little patience. I'm already one of the few existences in the entire Olympus pantheon who is willing to help you. When someone brought up this moment, the hearts of director Nick and others jumped violently, which meant that Kratos admitted that he was a member of the legendary Greek gods. Up to this point, it has been very troublesome for the senior leaders of the US. Although the god they believe in has nothing to do with the Greek pantheon, most Americans admit that Greece is one of the origins of Western civilization. If Kratos has this identity, it will often lead to serious conflicts of religion and belief. Kratos continued coldly, however you Americans die, you can't affect the Olympus god realm, just like you can't hurt me even if you hit my face with a nuclear bomb equivalent to 50 million tons of TNT. But you must not provoke me, if so, my servants will kill everyone on this list. After all, a list appeared on the screen of each participant. When they saw it, they were numb. Above are the names of all the core members of all the old American chaebol. A dutiful son added Bruce Wayne's name, even his own and Tony's names. Ignorant civilians always think that the president and members of the Senate and the House of Representatives are the high-ranking big shots, but they don't know that they are just the spokespersons of interests elected by the chaebol. It is no exaggeration to say that they are puppets of the chaebol. There is no high-ranking official or general on the list, but if Kratos sends someone to kill them all, then the United States will be no different from destroying the country. To put it bluntly, no matter how many senior officials and generals die, it will not prevent the plutocrats from trying to control those superheroes in the name of the country. But when the butcher's knife fell on the plutocratic elite, they couldn't bear it. But Kratos can even invade the North American Aerospace Defense Command at will, so how can there be any safe place? Chapter 141 Card Bug, one more. In the entire online conference hall, everyone was silent. No one dares to say anything harsh in the name of the United States, as we all know, as long as there are enough flags, one of them will come true. If all the chaebol are killed, it will of course lead to the redistribution of wealth. Don't forget, the easiest way to inherit a plutocracy is to avenge the previous patriarch. They can't find Kratos' revenge, can't they still anger Kratos officials and generals? This terrible depression lingered in the hearts of every participant. At this moment, President Ellis smoothed things over. There are enough threats to the people of the Earth. We have no intention of forcing a guardian of the Earth to stand on the opposite side of the Earth. In the name of the President, I swear that I will severely punish the person who ordered the opening of fire control. People who systematically test you. Please, Mr. Kratos, forget about this little discomfort. If you have any needs, you may wish to ask our government directly, and we will try our best to meet your requirements. Ange stared at the president's face for 3 seconds. I will do things in the future, just don't be a hindrance. I don't have anything I want from you. I assure you. The president was straightforward. Ange withdrew his legs hanging from the table and stopped humiliating them. In front of the guards who rushed into the room of His Excellency the 4-star general, turned on the safety of the automatic rifle but did not dare to shoot, he opened a portal and left in a grand manner. No one dared to shoot, and no one wanted to shoot. Director Nick has shown the US military the scene of Loki ignoring the 5.56 mm bullet, and Kratos is the man who beat Loki violently. Mark the key points twice. Watching the light of the portal disappear into the other end of the camera, everyone in the meeting was in pain. They know why Kratos can come and go freely. Everyone is playing space teleportation, and your gate is 10,000 times thicker to prevent loneliness. Similarly, throwing any nuclear bomb will only pollute one's own environment. For a while, everyone felt bleak. Changed to a secret channel, and it was still the group of people just now. No one can be arrogant at the moment. Director Fury, what do you think? The president named Nick. Director Cyclops cleared his throat. Kratos is powerful enough, deterrent enough, and relatively safe. You mean, he's not a real threat? An elderly female senior official asked. I can only say that compared to the Chitauri, Kryptonians, and Loki, his threat level can be ranked last on the threat list. Nick talked eloquently. Please continue, the president said. First of all, he has never done any intentional massacre of civilians or committed any serious crimes. Second, compared to an outsider like Thor who has no understanding of American society, he knows better how our society works and knows what we are really afraid of. What, and what? In the end, we clearly have a common enemy. Several senior officials nodded to show their approval. Nick continued, again, the risk of trying to control him is disproportionate to the reward. There is a great possibility that there is an entire Olympian pantheon behind him. We know that Asgard is not on Earth. So the reputation is still the holy mountain of Olympus on top of Asgard is probably not in Greece on Earth, but on another planet. And judging from their combat performance, every one of the legendary god has the power to easily destroy a city. Nick greeted, and Agent Hill made Brother Hammer fall from a height of thousands of meters to survive, and the scenes of Kratos and Wonder Woman killing the Leviathan monster in seconds were broadcast on the video conference channel. Seeing these elders showing toothache expressions. Senior officials hate uncontrollable people and things the most, but what can they do? Seeing that the atmosphere was coming, President Ellis initiated a proposal. I propose to give certain preferential treatment to the existence of the whitelist in the Extraordinary Rating Temporary Act, temporarily abandon their secret or public investigations, and conduct a series of informal investigations. Contacts to test their attitudes. Agree. Seconded. Good. In this way, under the impetus of Dacheo and Kratos, the high-level White House changed its attitude towards the extraordinary, which also ushered in the honeymoon period between the official and the extraordinary. Of course, how can the big shots in the Chable not hold grudges? The name of Kratos was completely remembered for them. Eng doesn't care about this. Cold knowledge 1, the people who signed the Declaration of Independence were all slave owners. Cool knowledge 2, Sparta is a slavery country. The case was solved, it turned out to be a colleague. That colleague must be an enemy. Join if you can't beat it. This was naturally spread back to the big Chables, and also to the Wayne family. Eng was very happy about this. You are playing with fire. Master Bruce was very angry. I just like the expression that they hate me and can't kill me. Bruce blinked, and changed the topic. Are you really not some Greek god? What is it that compels a genius inventor who believes in science to begin to believe in metaphysics and myths? That must be because he has an outrageously rebellious son. Someone spread his hands, not knowing what death is. If the Wayne family doesn't have divine blood, then it's not. Master held a mouthful of old blood in his throat. If he couldn't beat him, he really wanted to kill this traitor. Co-authored to the end, the pot is still on the head of the Wayne family. It really doesn't matter if anger is, everyone is writing as a superhero and reading as a holster. Come. Hurt each other. Another superhero, Tony * Big Shit, knew about this, so he couldn't help but laugh like a pig. He showed this secret email to Pepper, that bastard, how dare you? I feel that he cooperates with you, very well. Iron Man and Kratos, one bright and one dark. It is precisely because of the existence of Kratos that the top officials of the White House have to rely more on Iron Man, who is already a well-known card. At least the days after the reunion are much better. No one knows, in the middle of the Sahara Desert in Africa, on a barren sandy land with no one for thousands of miles. A female corpse wearing only a 3-point battle suit was lying in the middle of the desert. The blazing sun in the great desert is enough to roast the flesh and blood. Even the sky has attracted vultures. But she lived. Cough. Cough cough cough. Fula * suddenly jumped up, and the blood clot that was once stuck in her lungs and trachea was coughed violently. She found that her Kryptonian mask was still there, but her black Kryptonian battle suit had been ripped off by someone. Immediately, she found the enemy Kratos sitting leisurely under a parasol opposite. Almost instinctively, Furau swooped towards Kratos. As before, she failed. No, if she was able to fight back in the first two battles, this time she was powerless. A terrifying binding force from the depths of her soul directly destroyed her will to resist, and she knelt down. "What did you do?" she angrily questioned Kratos, who was surrounded by beautiful women. "It's nothing, I just got stuck with a bug." Chapter 142 The Rules of the Earth, 2 more. Anj said this to himself, and no one in this world would understand it. In all fairness, Fulau is fat on the red soul level. As Zed's adjutant, Fula can fight back and forth with Superman in a normal state. With this alone, she is worth as much as 1 million red souls, which is 10 times that of ordinary Kryptonian soldiers, and the elite Kryptonian soldiers. Double. At first, Anj didn't think about saving Fra***AO, which was really an accident. Kryptonians have a characteristic that they don't even know about themselves under the illumination of the yellow sun of the solar system. As long as the head is not chopped off and the body is still intact, they can be resurrected in a true sense. In history, in order to protect the Earth, Chao fought against the Big Boss Destruction Day, and finally died with the boss. The story of Superman does not end here. On the contrary, in the Justice League incident, Chao was successfully resurrected and staged a peerless show of the hero's return. As a traveler, Anger certainly will not fail to remember such an important note event. Superman can be resurrected, which has a lot to do with his ability to absorb sunlight to become stronger and heal himself. Even his resurrection took so long, largely because his relatives helped him cover the coffin to prevent him from absorbing the sun the strength. Maybe let him expose the corpse to the wilderness for a long time. I guess he can't wait to be sent to the morgue, and Chao will be resurrected by himself. Since Anj can obtain the photosynthesis series of skills by killing other Kryptonians, this proves in disguise that the power of the yellow sun has the same effect on all Kryptonians. A conjecture popped up in Anger's mind: can the red soul be spawned by repeatedly killing Kryptonians? Try it when you think of it. Anj first practiced with an ordinary male Kryptonian soldier. If not, the thing would be revived after being exposed to the sun for half a day. Anj killed someone again. Who knew that no red soul came out this time? No way, there is nothing. Anj didn't believe in evil, and exposed the guy's body to the sun again. You lowly earthling, you, ah. Anj shot the guy again, but still no red soul came out. He checked the system and found that the system prompted the host has obtained all the soul essence of XXX and cannot be extracted repeatedly. Just a new problem: when Anji revived that guy, the corresponding part of the red soul he had obtained was temporarily deducted by the system. After a search, it was discovered that the system believed that this part of the soul had returned to that guy's body. My good fellow, could it be that I have used this part of my soul, and my red souls will still be negative? What is the difference between this and my mobile game card bug stealing some furniture parts, and then being discovered by the authorities, making me in debt for millions of parts at a young age, and I can't buy new furniture until I pay it off? After some research by NGE, he found that the red soul had been returned, but not completely. Because the Godslayer system is quite domineering, the red soul snatched by Anger absolutely has no reason to return it. On that part of the red soul, it is impressively written owned by the host Anj. So, I am the master of your soul. Anger said to the kneeling Kryptonian soldier. Low earthlings. You're not even qualified to be a Kryptonian slave %@ $. That guy opened his mouth with a string of vulgar Kryptonian slang that Ang's system didn't even want to translate. Anji's head was full of black lines. In history, the Kryptonians were extremely brilliant, with a vast territory, and half of the universe was their outpost. No one would naively think that they won such a large territory by peacefully developing the barren planet, right? Not to mention that General Zed is a Kryptonian supremacist faction. Obviously in control of this guy's soul, Eng had no intention of subduing him at all. He waved his hand and turned him into a real red soul. Good. The soul needs to be returned temporarily, but what about the skills obtained? Eng activated the second test subject Fula *AO. He is considered experienced. Reviving a Kryptonian is a bit like sunbathing. The more skin area exposed to the sun, the faster the resurrection speed. So, under the fierce sun of the Sahara Desert, Eng put up a double parasol, surrounded by beauties, and began to wait idly. Actually, when it was discovered that Fula's resurrection speed was slower than that of the first Kryptonian, Eng realized something. Skills obtained by killing should not be returned. Seeing Fula's resurrection, Eng first ordered soul binding in the system to restrain Fula, then he took off the leather sleeves on his arms, and asked Penthesilea to quickly swipe on each of his 2 arms. There was an almost identical blood stain. Just one arm stretched out into the sun and the other in the shadow of the parasol. Obviously, even though the wounds on both sides were healed rapidly, the speed of recovery in the sun was doubled. This is... Queen Amazon looked at Eng in surprise. Eng leaned over and whispered, "This is the power seed your niece gave me. I rely on it to part of the enemy's abilities. Great force." Originally, the queen was a little eager to see if she could ask Diana for this kind of power, but Eng dismissed her thoughts with a word. "Even if you will not be welcomed by the Greek gods." These words reminded her of the hard days when she was hunted down by the Nemesis. This. I have a deep understanding, so forget it. The two communicated so intimately that they grandly ignored Furau, who was still kneeling on the ground. She yelled angrily, "Earth bastard! What have you done to me? Where's the general? Where's our Kryptonian revival?" Her yelling made the queen very upset. "Hey! Chick from Krypton, you don't seem to understand your identity and status. No matter what race, what era, for those robbers who break into other people's homes arbitrarily, and try to kill all the masters and take everything from them, they don't deserve even a little bit of kindness and compassion." The queen came out proudly. She just gave Eng a look, and Eng would agree. The next moment, Fura * found all her strength returned. Weak earthlings are ashamed to call themselves victors. She was like a cannonball, and with a bang, she accelerated from 0 to 100 km/h on the spot, not even taking a second. Her terrifying acceleration shocked the Canary sisters behind Eng. The next second, no matter how angry she is, she will end up miserable. A long, wheat-colored leg slashed down, stepping on Fula's back at a faster speed than her. The first person under General Zed, who was dignified, was pressed down by Penthesilea and rubbed on the ground. "Disobedient alien, let me teach you what the rules of the earth are." This is a crushing, horrific beating. As a demigod, as an Amazon queen who dares to fight against Achilles, Penthesilea's combat power is absolutely unbearable. Fula discovered for the first time that the infinite recovery ability given to her by the sun would actually become a terrible curse at this time. She became the best beanbag. Chapter 143 Self-Strategy, 3 more. How can we communicate well in the face of extreme Kryptonian supremacy racists? The answer may be beating. Beat to death. Ha 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 dash. The queen's arrogant laughter echoed over hundreds of square kilometers of empty desert with few people. Her pair of beautiful legs are swinging at a speed that is hard to be discerned by the naked eye, and a seemingly slender arm is firmly holding Fura *''s face, making it rub wildly on the desert where the sand and wind-eroded rocks are mixed. The queen regarded Fula's head as the best plow in the world, and she just opened up deep ravines one after another in the desert. Fula did not try to resist. All her punches and kicks were blocked by the queen with absolute speed and strength. Soon, the hands and feet of the Kryptonian female adjutant were interrupted again. The sun kept providing powerful energy to reorganize her dilapidated body. Can't beat. Can't beat it no matter what. I. I will never give in. Really? Good. Go on. Was beaten violently again and again, and died violently again and again. That is, when Fulla was killed, the queen took a short rest. Then she continued beating human flesh sandbags from noon until sunset. Whether Fulla is afraid or not, no one knows. Anyway, Catwoman, Helen, and Canary sisters who came with Aang were all scared. Ange sighed, and took out the video clips of General Zod before he died. There is no way. General Zod regarded the Earthlings as weak and lowly ants until his death, and regarded the Superman who was willing to become an Earthling as a self-defeating Kryptonian traitor. When dealing with this kind of guy, you must first compare they are stronger. Let them understand that you are stronger and better. Then they will be willing to talk to you. And I just need someone who can drive a Kryptonian spaceship. Angie's explanation fell into Selena's ears, and the proud Catwoman straightened her nose. Humph. To put it bluntly, this just used violence to conquer women again. Who knows, at this moment, the Queen's sneer sounded. Don't put women in the position of the weak. I also slaughtered several Greek cities back then, and enjoyed the joy of thousands of men crying and begging for mercy at my feet. The Queen said while mentioning the limp Fulla * threw it on the ground. There is no reason for it. To put it bluntly, this is a story of a conqueror who became a spoil of war after he failed. Cruel, straightforward law of the jungle. The Queen made sense, but Catwoman couldn't find anything to refute. Sure enough, women born in modern society cannot understand the thoughts of these tough Amazon women. However, Catwoman can't learn the Amazon woman's way of playing the matriarchal clan game of grabbing back any man she likes to breed, and then throwing it away. As a result, Catwoman can only sulk. Ange felt a little funny, turned to look at the dying Kryptonian female adjutant and asked, "Who are you?" "I am, Fulla *AO. When she said this, Fulla felt a terrible gaze from behind. Fulla suddenly trembled. This savage Amazon queen is literally going to kill her. Not once or twice, but no matter how many times she is resurrected, she will be brutally killed again, making her life worse than death in this living hell. She would definitely be dissatisfied with another person. But she will never forget that the first time Ange killed her instantly with a terrifying power over Penthesilea. Not to mention, Nge also controlled her soul. No matter how much reluctance Fulla felt in her heart, she still recited the words that the Queen forced her to learn, "I am your most loyal servant." That word couldn't be uttered because of extreme shame. Just saying this, Fulla felt that she had lost her Kryptonian glory and exhausted all her strength. Fulla immediately felt that the slender hand that was holding her neck tightened suddenly. "Me, am I going to die again?" At this moment, Ange gave the Queen a look, and the Queen let go immediately. The long-lost air breathed into her lungs again, and Fulla felt that she was alive again. A little abruptly, she suddenly found that Ange put a cloak on her body, which brought warmth to her body in this desert that dropped below zero. Being beaten continuously for more than 8 hours, she never shed a single tear. At this moment, Fulla burst into tears like a dam lacking an embankment, and kept falling crazily. The tears quickly turned her pretty face into a painted cat. She felt that she was crazy, because there was even a trace of gratitude to Ange in her heart. With a sudden snap, the 2 necklaces were thrown to the ground in front of her. A necklace with a green pendant exudes a power that frightens her to the deepest part of her soul, because this pendant is the nemesis of the Kryptonians' kryptonite. Fulla immediately realized the other party's intentions. Ange and this powerful Amazon woman could deal with her in the simplest way, but they chose the most direct and violent beating, just to let her know that there is no bridge between herself and the Master Absolute Difference. What about the other necklace? This necklace made of gold is very beautiful, but it is in the style of a Kryptonian, with Aang's name written on it. Whenever the Kryptonians conquer a new planet, they will use this necklace to surround the intelligent creatures of that planet during their grand triumphant ceremony and parade and demonstrate their own force. Fula stretched out her hand tremblingly, and finally put the gold necklace on herself. Irony. She once thought that General Zod was always right. She used to think that killing all the people on Earth would revive Krypton. She used to think that she was a brave and fearless warrior who would never give in. Now everything she is so proud of has been completely smashed to pieces, and she even degenerates herself and becomes a servant of little humans. No. Master Eng is not human. Queen Penthesilea said that he became a noble demigod of Olympus by killing a powerful demigod? Ha ha ha. I understand. General Zod didn't lose to the little earthlings, he lost to the gods of the Olympus gods. Krypton is not wrong. What was wrong was that we foolishly picked a stronger opponent. No wonder we lost. We really deserve it? In Anger's view, this scene is absolutely super weird. 1 second before, Fula Ao still looked like she was really death to her family, her grief was greater than her heart's death, and the next second, you can believe it, there is light in her eyes. She bowed deeply to Ange, and when she raised her head, in addition to the wonderful piety, there was also clear fanaticism in her eyes. I figured it out. Kryptonians are powerful, so I have always believed that Krypton should not be destroyed. But in front of the more powerful gods of Olympus, Kryptonians are just a group of insignificant wretches. In this case, become the slaves of the truly strong, nothing to be ashamed of. I **AO, am willing to dedicate all my loyalty to Master Eng. Anger? No, you completed the self-guided strategy. Chapter 144 Godslayer, one more. Selena next to her saw her eyes straightened. Would you rather die than surrender? Why do you just wear a collar on your own? Is this thing enchanted or psychic? That's how cheap you are, Ng bastard. You, Kryptonian woman, have been beaten violently for hours. What is the picture? All right. If I were beaten like this, I would also surrender. Taking it orally for the body does not mean taking it from the heart. When Catwoman sees Eng, the only thing left in her body is her mouth. She still has a place to prop herself up. So seeing Fula like this, Catwoman really blames her. After Eng got over the initial shock, after Fula's explanation, he suddenly realized something. Isn't there such a nation on Earth who is ruthless to everyone when they are ruthless? Maybe this is the so-called Mujiang. That's right, they are the ones who lived a good life. Ahem. Eng put his eyes on Fula, and carefully studied the adjutant of General Zod. Well, good looks and good figure. Being a ship girl is definitely enough. But it will take some time to observe. Now that Eng has become the master, many things are not so troublesome, and you can ask them directly. If you don't ask, you don't know, but if you ask, you will be shocked. When people on Earth bring out a child, they have no idea what kind of person the child will grow up to be. They will teach their children carefully, but God knows what kind of talents or genetic mutations children inherit from their parents. Having a baby is like opening a blind box for people on Earth. The reproduction of Kryptonians can be said to be efficient, or it can be said to be outrageous. They used a place called Siyuan room to mass-produce newborn babies. This is similar to an artificial womb, only on an extra-large scale. Kryptonian babies are like fruits hanging on branches in the origin room. They use the Krypton secret code to distinguish the children's DNA, not to mention their identities and talents. For example, if they are said to be gardeners, then from birth to death, this person will be a gardener's talent for the rest of his life. Gardener's life. As a professional fighter, Fula's entire brain circuit is bound by the belief of protecting Krypton. Zod brought her to tell her, only by fighting to get back the Kryptonian secret code can Krypton be revived. The advantage of Kryptonians doing this is that newborns can completely meet the needs of racial development, avoid conflicts in various industries within the race to the greatest extent, and easily maintain the authority of the ruler and the stability within the race. The disadvantage is that a large number of possibilities are obliterated, and the entire society is extremely rigid. It is precisely because the ruler's mind and thinking mode are completely rigid, and the people below are bound by the power of the secret code, absolutely blindly following the orders from above, which led to the demise of Krypton. After Fulla succumbs, she must find a logic that can be rounded up by herself, otherwise she will fall into madness. In the old era of Krypton, Kryptonians who failed to complete their tasks were to be discarded. After understanding the thinking logic of Kryptonians, Aang suddenly had a bad idea. It's impossible to rebuild what the Yuan room is. How about trying a more primitive way? What method? Fulla really didn't understand. After Aang took her back to his villa, he took her into a forbidden gate called Asian District. On this day, since the day of birth, Fulla suffered such a severe three-view shock for the first time. People on Earth reproduce in such an inefficient way. Inefficient? There are 8 billion people on Earth. How many people are left on Krypton? Fulla replied reluctantly, 2 people. For the future of Krypton, why don't you try to talk to Carl? No. Never. I hate him. I'd rather die a billion times than Fulla screamed in the loudest of protests. Sure enough, when Kryptonians are not logically self-consistent, great resistance and contradictions will erupt. Aang said solemnly, then if you want to revive Krypton, it seems that you have to inject more powerful power into your Yuan room. Fulla is struck by lightning. It seems, this is the reason. When the evil Olympus demigod took out a 20 centimeters long knife, the brave Kryptonian female adjutant greeted her with a shout of awe. Even if she knew she would never win, even if the result was the same as the previous battle, for Krypton, Fulla would not hesitate. The battle situation is really tragic. White knife goes in, red knife goes out. Red knife in, red knife out times 2333. The brave warrior fell. Put it in the sun to dry. White knife goes in, red knife goes out. Red knife in, red knife out. Sun drying. White knife. 3 days later, Penthesilea recklessly jumped from the first floor to the window of Anger's study on the 3rd floor. Aang behind the desk frowned, how many times have I told you that you can't go through the main entrance? I'm happy. The queen raised her eyebrows, and looked around proudly with her hips on her hips, as if she was inspecting her own territory. Where's your little Kryptonian maid? As soon as she finished asking, she saw 4 legs sticking out from under the table. She stretched out her hand and saw a Kryptonian face full of contradictions. It's hard to imagine that this beautiful face is actually a mixture of grief, despair, helplessness, a touch of fanaticism and joy and other expressions. Fulla yelled, "Go you kill me." The queen laughed loudly, put down the Kryptonian who was foaming at the mouth, and walked away. 3 days later, Tony came to visit Anger. Tony had to admit that he would be frightened every time he came to Aang's house. Originally, after the Kryptonian invasion, Tony pretended to have nothing to do and came to visit the door, but as soon as he entered the door, he saw the female adjutant Fulla who was still wearing a Kryptonian oxygen mask. Even though she was wearing a classic black and white lace-made outfit from the neck down, the goose egg-shaped mask surrounding the entire head was too eye-catching. Wait. Could it be that one? Tony pointed at the other person's right index finger that was trembling slightly, and he couldn't speak fluently. Hello. Mr. Stark. I'm Master Angie's Kryptonian maid, and General Zed's former adjutant, Fulla *O. Fulla held up her skirt in a slightly awkward posture and walked in a fairly standard way. European curtsy. Tony only felt the thunder rolling. He looked at the peerless beauty Helen who was still wearing a veil next to him, and at Fulla who was as well behaved as a off daughter-in-law, and he suddenly understood something. Ange, You bastard, you never leave empty-handed every time you go. Thieves don't leave empty space. But, no. Ange said righteously, I saved the Earth, fought against the invading evil aliens, and got some loot by the way, isn't it too much? Not too much. Not too much. That's the reason, Tony is just a little envious and jealous. Compared with Aang, his previous record is too embarrassing to bring it up on the stage. Chapter 145 Make New York Great Again, 2 more. Tony's only consolation now is that his girlfriend Pepper is already Supergirl. Speaking of which, where did you discover Miss Gwen Stacy, and her research has now helped Pepper a lot. As soon as Ange beckoned, Helen offered a glass of wine, and Ange took a sip. I picked it up from the Osborne group. It's funny to say that Tony is invincible in science and engineering. In comparison, he is poor in the field of biotechnology. After Pepper was injected with the Extremis virus by Aldridge, Tony was of course afraid that his girlfriend would suddenly explode like other failed injections of the Extremis virus. In desperation, he happened to find Gwen, a female scientist who is well known in genetic engineering. After asking, I found out that this is actually a studio fully funded by my good brother Anger. Gwen does have 2 brushes. If Pepper isn't cured, at least her condition can be stabilized so that she won't turn into molten goddess when she gets excited. The topic dragged on for a while before Tony expressed his intention. The reconstruction of New York needs a lot of money. Are you interested in taking a share? Ange almost shouted Chuan Bao's classic line, and changed it to, Make New York Great Again. Tony froze for a moment, his face showing joy. Not bad slogan, how did you come up with it? I thought of it suddenly. A certain Wencheo made a sad face. He took the slogan, and he was really a little embarrassed. Okay, now that you have the slogan, how much are you willing to invest? Tony looked at the big dog opposite him with burning eyes. I'm a Gotham guy, and it's not good to reach out to New York. Tony rolled his eyes. I don't know which bought shares in the Stark Group back then. Ahem. Ange, who was heartbroken for the small money, slapped the of a certain culprit. It's all you, it made me bankrupt. Whoa. Fulla, who was humiliated in public, returned a small look in grief and indignation. Tony had to admit that seeing Fulla's reluctant but unable to resist humiliating eyes made his heart soften. Suddenly Tony shuddered and remembered. This chick hurt his buddy James. This girl is not human, so she has no human rights? This girl also demolished a town? That's alright. In fact, Tony got one thing wrong. It's not that Fulla doesn't want to be loyal to Aang, but that she doesn't want to be a soldier, but under the name of Europe and America, she does all kinds of work that breaks the professional barriers of Kryptonians. If you really let her fight, she is definitely fiercer than anyone else, and she is the vanguard who does her part. Here, Anger was embarrassed by Tony's stare, so he could only casually say, okay, I'll take a piece of land near Gotham in New York to build a house, okay. Thanks buddy. Tony laughed heartily. To put it bluntly, the modern society on Earth is a society of credit. The most important thing is a confidence. Other people believe in you, whether it is a place or a dollar, it is valuable. Believe it or not, a beautiful knife can also become waste paper. New York, a hard place, has seen 2 batches of aliens in less than half a year. Even if it used to be the largest city in terms of population and economy in the United States, investors would hesitate even after the trials and tribulations. The ghost knows whether there will be a 3rd wave of aliens demolishing houses in your crappy place. Don't let me build a building here, and demolish it over there. Insurance companies won't even pay for wars, let alone alien invasions. Only a traveler knows that there will be no major events in New York, at least not the demolition of an entire city. Let's talk first. I'll invest 500 million first. Unexpectedly, he agreed, and in the afternoon, he read the exclusive report by the famous reporter Louise Lane on the Daily Planet in New York, "Make New York Great Again." Ange, a famous investor and the next head of the Wayne Group *, Wayne decides to join NYC Rebuild. The total investment of this plan is estimated at $30 billion, and the initial investment is $500 million. Looking at the title, Angie's eyebrows jumped wildly. What the am I teaching? Chao's wife badly. I won't talk about the same title as the UC Shock Department. When did I say that I would invest $30 billion? Angie's complaints made Canary sisters giggle non-stop. This kind of wild news must have been exposed by Tony. It is impossible for Ange to turn his face against Tony for a mere small goal. This is tantamount to confirming this extremely exaggerated private investment plan. Reconstruction of this kind of thing, it is useless for the government to sing a one-man show and shout there. It has to be joined by a heavyweight cable for this to happen. The Stark Group started rebuilding because it is based in New York, and it is a victim and must save itself. It seems that the famous Wall Street sniper like Anger is the weather vane. Who on Wall Street doesn't know that Ang has billions of dollars in cash in his pocket? Even if the total investment is $30 billion, it didn't say that all of Anger's money is needed. As long as Anger makes something famous, there are plenty of capital on Wall Street who are willing to invest in him. Wall Street is a place that relies on making up stories to make a living. If the story is well made, the company goes public, and most of the foolish stockholders are willing to be fooled. Angie's attack, does it mean that there are huge profits to be made? The entire Wall Street commotion. You must know that the reconstruction of New York has not received a large amount of capital injection, and many businessmen secretly plan to abandon this international financial capital. A capitalist is not a philanthropist. Anyway, capital has no borders and cannot make money. Who is so stupid to send money to New York? At this juncture, Ange first took away the best pieces of land in a whirlwind fashion for $100 million at the city government's land auction. After all, the original owner officially declared bankruptcy and owed a guarantee to the New York City government. The loan was issued, but the land was confiscated and auctioned off. Immediately afterwards, the Wayne Group suddenly announced the launch of the Kryptonian spacecraft research project, and the research center was placed on the newly purchased land. This is absolutely too coincidental, so coincidental that no one can believe it. The wolves on Wall Street have every reason to suspect that Angus made a pie deal with the New York City Council to support the reconstruction of New York as a bargaining chip and obtained a relatively complete Kryptonian spacecraft. Don't look at the massive Chitauri invasion before, except for some motorboat-sized airships and laser guns, their contribution to the Earth's technology tree is almost zero. Because the technology of biochemical soldiers and giant leviathans cannot be analyzed by Earthlings. It is the Kryptonian spacecraft that can truly surpass the existing spaceflight technology of the Earth through reverse analysis. Kryptonians have too few ships. The mothership was hit by a black hole and annihilated directly. 2 ships went to the other side of the Earth, one was swallowed by someone privately, and the other happened to be the one that Ange killed Fula *O. He gave it to Wild Dad. As soon as the news came out, Wayne Group's stock price soared 128% within a few days. This is an epoch-making alien high technology. Only Master Bruce Wayne almost wanted to kill his relatives. You actually gave me an empty spaceship shell. Chapter 146 The Future Female Thor, 3 more. The material of the Kryptonian spacecraft is of course a good thing. Materials science is the most boring thing. You have to find a lot of hard work, and keep experimenting with combinations of various materials regardless of the cost. Maybe you can't find a useful alloy combination after a million tests, or you may get it right on the first try. Jackpot! There are ready-made spaceship materials. If the corresponding raw materials can be found, human spaceflight technology can leap forward immediately. But is my majestic Batman only asking for spaceship materials? Star map, interstellar route map, Kryptonian computer, Fire control system, which of these things is not delicious? Rebel. Damn rebellious son. That nice Kryptonian girl beside you, you pretend I can't see it, right? Compared to other organizations or individuals, Wayne Group's biggest advantage is probably that it has a large amount of complete Kryptonian text and translation materials. Master Bruce chatted about being a teenager. After a long absence, he walked around the nightclub and won the title of Achievement Nightclub Veteran. Not long after, the Master saw the combination of Queen and Heroine, Helen, Catwoman, Kryptonian female adjutant, and Canary sisters beside Ange, and suddenly felt that the vulgar fans around him were not good, and he always felt that he was not, and marriages were taken away somewhere. Ange ignored his cheap father, anyway, as long as Master Bat doesn't fall out with him. At this time, his mansion on the island ushered in a group of special guests. On the helicopter, Jane Foster often had to open the claws of her assistant Daisy Louise. After all, they brought their assistant intern Ian with them. From takeoff, the assistant and bestie has been nagging. When the helicopter passes through a small half of the private island and lands on the helipad in the front area of a huge manor covering an area of more than 30 acres of land, get off the helicopter and look at the new style villa with artistic atmosphere like an art gallery in the distance, and looking at the 1 kilometer long fine sand beach with almost no gravel not far away, Daisy's mouth seemed to be firing like a machine gun. Hey! Jane, didn't you mean to forget about that stupid guy? You even did such a thing as a blind date with a wooden engineer, why don't you catch your true love today? Angie Wayne is the fifth in Diamonds the best. Jane gave the assistant a hard look, please, I am much older than him. And today we are here to work. Fart. Our broken studio is about to close down. Why do people fund us? Didn't they fall in love with you? Jane rolled her eyes and was about to complain, but she didn't expect Daisy to take a look at her collar. My God. You didn't wear the winning underwear. You little bitch, besides, I tore your mouth. Jane also pretended to be aggressive at her, and her scolding tone could not deceive anyone. At this time, a Rolls-Royce parked in front of the tarmac. A man dressed like a bodyguard got out of the car first, opened the door, and immediately a blonde beauty with big waves in a black professional skirt came down. This woman dressed as a secretary is the type of nothing to be a secretary to a discerning eye. Although she tried her best to dress up as a standard professional woman, many details, such as unconsciously twisting her hips when walking, subconscious catwalking and other small movements, can more or less tell that her original job is unlikely to be a proper one. Watching the other party approaching from a distance, Daisy's face was subtly unnatural, and she whispered to Jane, "It's okay, at least you won the face." "Shut up." Jane secretly kicked the female assistant and greeted her with a smile. "Hello. Miss Jane Foster, I am Dana Lance, Mr. Angle Wayne's life secretary, and I am responsible for taking the three of you to see Mr. Wayne." Dana's bright smile made the three people very excited. It's hard to feel bad. "Hello, Miss Lance, I'm Jane, she is my assistant Daisy, and this is my intern assistant Ian. 3 this way please." The luxurious Rolls-Royce sedan further refreshed the views of the three of them, and they were more or less shocked by this mysterious newcomer, Abuleddin, the upstart of the old Chable. Entering the villa, when they walked in through the gate, the three of them seemed to have passed through an invisible air barrier, and the sound outside suddenly died down. Then, Jane and the others saw another Miss Lance. "Hello guests, I am Sarah Lance, the housekeeper here, and Dana's younger sister, and I will lead the way." This time Daisy didn't speak, and secretly looked at her. The two sisters are standard American big girls, with hot bodies. Relatively speaking, their sisters have a slightly weaker skeleton, and are slightly inferior in temperament and face. But there are sisters who have this attribute bonus. "Jane, your opponent is not weak." Daisy's confidence in Jane lasted until the maid who was as beautiful as a fairy appeared. "Everyone, would you like something to drink?" With a gentle and moving voice like a lark, coupled with the hazy and perfect facial curves under the white veil, there is an extraordinary noble aura in every move and every gesture. This maid is too exaggerated, it's like a queen came to play a maid. It's outrageous. Not to mention Ian, a vigorous young man, even Jane and Daisy were taken aback. "Ma'am, are you really a maid?" Daisy couldn't help asking. "Yes, I'm Angie Wayne's personal maid." The other party spoke English with an obvious foreign accent. "May I have the honor to know your name?" Ian seemed to be bewitched, his eyes dimmed. This scene made Daisy very angry, and stomped on the kid secretly. Under the pain, Ian somewhat sobered up. At this time, the maid seemed to be frightened, whispered, "Sorry, no." Then hurriedly trod away. Daisy next to her was more concerned about her good sister than Ian's gaffe. "Jane, just give up. Simple." Right at this moment, anger finally came into the living room. When he saw Helen, who looked like a frightened deer, he pursed his lips and smiled. Sure enough, Helen was still a little embarrassed. "Hello, 3. I'm Angie Wayne, your soon-to-be patron." Such a domineering opening speech made Jane choked up. She pinched her nose and reported her family name, and then said, "No offense, Mr. Wayne, we haven't decided to accept your sponsorship, sir. And I've thought about it for a long time. I don't think we have anything worthy of Mr. Investment. It may even cause trouble to you, Mr. Trouble? This." Ange pressed the remote control, and immediately a 300-inch giant projection screen came down and started playing today's news. On the screen is the news of the police arresting a streaking old man. Because it affects the city appearance, it is also coded. At this moment, the three of them held their foreheads at the same time, and they couldn't see it, because the one who was arrested by the police was Jane's partner Eric Savage, a doctor of astronomy. Seeing this, Ange turned off the projection screen casually, and smiled, "Let me get straight to the point. What I'm looking for is not your professional knowledge, nor Miss Foster's beauty, but Miss Foster's you have, extraordinary qualities." Chapter 147, A Locator, one more. What trait? This time it was Jane's turn to be a little puzzled. Boundless, no. It is a physique that can accommodate extraordinary power. After my research on a large number of extraordinary people, Miss Foster, you have a very high chance of becoming an extraordinary person. Ha! Before she could react, anger suddenly took out a taser gun, electric stun gun, and shot it in Jane's arm. 3 seconds later, Jane belatedly said, "Ah." At first, the three of them were shocked and angry at the same time, secretly blaming this strange rich man for beating him whenever he said he wanted to. You must know that although the police all over the United States complain that the taser gun is not very useful when encountering drug addicts, under normal circumstances, this thing can instantly incapacitate most unprotected ordinary people. It is absolutely uncomfortable to be shocked. Jane's face was a little pale. She did feel the electric shock coming, but the electricity was not like a taser gun at all, but similar to an electric mosquito swatter. "Is this the real thing?" The handsome guy next to him, Ian, asked cheerfully. "Do you want to try?" Ange smiled mysteriously. "Then try." The next shot, the handsome guy almost became a big sabi. With the same gun, this guy's whole body stiffened instantly, his lips fought, and he lost control of his bowels on the spot. This time it was Jane's turn to be a little confused. "Miss Foster, can I have a chat alone?" Good." When there were only 2 people left in the room, anger said, "I know you and Thor." Jane's whole body tensed instantly, and the 10 fingers of both hands were erected, and they were placed less than 5 centimeters from her face. "We have already broken up." It was Angie's turn to be punished. After a few seconds, he continued, "Thunder God Thor is undoubtedly a man who meets the definition of God in human minds. He has a long life and is stronger than human imagination. Physique, and the power of God overflowing all the time. I prefer to call it divinity. Finding that the other party was not asking about her relationship with Thor, Jane began to regain her composure. Divinity. Yes. Divinity. It can also be said to be a certain unique power or nature of God. He can make you feel his uniqueness, such as Thor's. Jane frowned, and blurted out, "Silly." Ange rolled his eyes. "Well, he is indeed a fool. But I'm talking about the thunder power on him." "Well," Louise said that when she was near Thor, sometimes she would get goosebumps all over her body and her hair would stand on end. And Ge snapped his fingers. "Yes. This is his lightning power. Even if he deliberately controls the power to prevent it from bursting out, the power that is accidentally leaked, even if it is less than 1/10,000th, will still make many mortals unbearable. You just accepted it all." Chick Jane couldn't be dealt with anymore, and asked weakly, "Have you ever watched me or Thor?" "I've funded a lot of superheroes, including Batman and Kratos." Jane instinctively doubted Angie's words. In her opinion, there is absolutely no need for a wealthy family to do such a thing. She changed her mind and thought of Tony Stark. Well, rich kids can be crazy sometimes. Jane decided to listen. "That's right, I have an extremely rich dad. But what's the use of money in the crisis of annihilation? It was the Chitauri people 3 months ago, and then the Kryptonians. Who knows what the next time will be? Funding superheroes is actually protecting myself." Jane nodded slightly. "I agree with your point of view. The key now is that the Earth's strongest guardian, Master Guyi, probably has less than 3 years left to live. Next, we will rely on the existing and new generation of superheroes to protect the Earth." Anger said very much. It thoughtfully played a small clip that only VIP positions can shoot. It was a short video of Master Guyi using the method of going back in time against the sky to forcibly demolish the Kryptonian mothership. Still a little confused, Jane basically understood what Aang meant. "Mr. Wayne, how many superheroes have you invested in that are growing in your mind?" "I plan to vote for 100. As long as one grows, it will be earned. For me, but also for the Earth." "Well, let's say that I am the future superhero in your heart. If I really succeed, what will I pay for it?" And Ge crossed his fingers against his chin. At this moment, he seemed to be the boss behind the scenes. "Although I really want to say that protecting the Earth is the best reward for me, I do have something to ask. If you really become extraordinary, I want you to sign a contract of God, allowing me to borrow no more than 10% of your total power from you unconditionally." The future female Thor still feels like a dream, so unreal. But she thought to herself that her physique seemed to be a bit special. "What if I fail to become extraordinary?" Jane asked unwillingly. "Then it will be considered that my investment failed. I will not hold you accountable in any form. I can write this article in the documents of any notary office." Jane couldn't think of a reason for the rejection at all, and finally asked, "What can you offer me?" "With a research fund of no more than $50 million, 2 female bodyguards at the peak strength of mortals, and an interstellar emergency caller belonging to Kratos, once you think you encounter danger that you or even Thor can't solve, you can use it." If you talk about the first two, Jane can barely maintain a calm expression. The last one, she is really a bit unbelievable. Thor is a elusive guy. He came back from the whole New York battle, but he never came to look for her at all. It's one thing for Jane to be sullen. After all, she's been comforting herself all the time, that's her ex-boyfriend. But she watched the video of the New York War all over. She knew very well that Kratos was definitely one of the top 3 in the New York War. Whether it can kill the giant Leviathan alone is the benchmark for the top powerhouse. With him as insurance, her life is much safer. "Okay, I agree. Finally, I want to confirm the emergency pager. Jane is a very smart woman. She was always on guard against Ange. It is true that she broke up with Brother Hammer, and using her hands to cheat Thor is absolutely unacceptable to her. Ange smiled and pressed a button. In the next second, the entire room sank slowly and silently, reaching a spacious and bright basement. Jane Foster was stunned, because she witnessed Troy's tragedy with her own eyes, and above, Wonder Woman, who was fully armed and wore a golden half-mask, leaped 10 meters and jumped lightly in front of her. "Are you Miss Jane Foster, whom Mr. Wayne values?" "Yes, it's me." Jane was in a daze. She could not give good looks to the naive Brother Hammer, but she would not ignore this Wonder Woman, who is considered by most American women to be the strongest heroine. Seeing the heroine, she rarely showed star-chaser eyes. Chapter 148, Improperly Being a CAO Thief Today, 2 more. Diana handed Jane a small golden hairpin, and said in a charming voice, "This is a hidden space locator, and it must be twisted like this to trigger it. Please remember that we belong to the Greek gods, and we belong to the Norse gods. The gods are not all the way. In case you go to the Nordic gods, you'd better say hello to Thor first to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings." "Oh. Good." Jane suddenly realized, "You and Mr. Wayne." Diana glanced at Ange and smiled. Ange can be trusted. After chatting for a few more words, Jane watched Wonder Woman leave, and the room went up again, returning to the first floor of the villa. Jane carefully read a contract written in English on parchment provided by Aang, and signed her name in a fluttering manner. She didn't know that she was not signing some god's contract, she was signing on Ange's system. Ange secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This is the way out. In case he fails to kill thee in the future, he can still borrow divine power by signing a contract with the god. Whether she or Brother Hammer, they are all one of Ange's candidates. This wave is not bad. The only thing Anger didn't expect was that at the end of the meeting, when Jane was about to get up and leave, she suddenly acted like a demon. This woman who could fascinate even Thor was deliberately dent a perfect S-type, show off a smile. "Mr. Wayne, am I not pretty?" The timid voice combined with the pure and beautiful face, plus a little bit of the temperament of a playful little witch. It must be admitted that this girl has a 99% relationship with Natalie Portman, an actress from another world. The beauties with similar faces can definitely beat the beauty. Even Ange, who has been tested for a long time, was lost for a while. It's just that he quickly came back to his senses and realized what this girl wanted to do. He suddenly laughed. "Your appearance is excellent, but your figure is not in my hunting range." A mouthful of old blood rushed into Miss Jeon's throat, and she almost wanted to tear her new benefactor father alive on the spot. B-level chest muscles can be said to be an eternal pain in her heart. By the way, the national average is D. Never pretending to be a lady anymore, this little wild chick gave Ange an international friendly gesture, slammed the door and left. When I came to the hall, the assistant lady shrank when she heard the wrong voice. "Did you screw it up?" "No, it's settled." Miss Jeon was angry. That. Jane didn't hide from this best friend and assistant, and rolled her eyes. "It's the thing you've been gossiping that messed up." "Well, it seems that this arduous task can only be entrusted to me." The female assistant put her hair in a bundle and held up the hood, feeling that her figure has really improved. Not long after, in the villa, Anger was watching the 3 people leaving through the surveillance screen, when Wonder Woman suddenly came to him. "I thought she was very to your taste." Angie's right eyelid twitched. "She and Thor are still in love. I'm not interested in intervening in the feelings of comrades in arms." Diana said indifferently, "Sure enough, a common enemy can eliminate many contradictions. If there is no threat to survival, many people will be out of the sky, such as the man in front of him. Ange knows how to advance and retreat. Jane Foster is very sweet, but Ange doesn't like mortal women anymore. If he touches the Canary sisters now, he can only ask the system to help reduce his strength value and lock it. It may even be life-threatening, In other words, as the daughter of Zeus, Helen's physique is not low, at least 50 points. But when Miss Jane becomes Thor, what is her relationship with Thor at that time? Instead of being entangled and ruining a powerful heroine who is likely to be born in this life, it is better to let go as soon as possible. Ange was very free and easy this time. There are so many heroines, isn't it more delicious to be a widow? Cough cough. Ange resolutely gave up being a CAO thief on this side, and the righteous master on the other side rolled back. Leaving from anger, Jane Foster was very excited when she saw the 7-figure check in her hand. The three of them didn't even have to squeeze into the economy class bitterly, and directly boarded the Gulfstream private jet that Aang had booked for them and flew directly to London. They also brought along the 2 female guards Katana Sword and Huntress arranged by Ange for them. It's just that before they found Dr. Eric, they were attracted by another vision. That was the revelation of some 10-year-old children. In an abandoned factory area, Jane found a wonderful interdimensional passage. Throwing a stone into a courtyard, sometimes the stone will fall back from above. Such a miraculous scene naturally makes Miss Jane extremely excited. Sometimes extreme joy begets sorrow. Obviously she was still accompanied by the Huntress, but as she walked, she suddenly stepped into a space tunnel and was teleported to a strange place. There she saw 2 black cubes stacked on top of each other. Between the 2 cubes, a wave of red blood gushed out like a tidal wave, drowning Jane. When Jane woke up again, she was surprised to find that Daisy, Ian, and a guilty Huntress with a katana, surrounded her neatly. What happened? Jane asked. You've been missing for 5 hours. Daisy glanced nervously at the 2 female supervisors sent by the black-hearted boss next to her, and decided to say, I originally planned to call the police. It's just that Miss Huntress Bettinelli didn't agree. She said this is the domain of extraordinary people. She's right. If you stupidly choose to call the police, you will alert S.H.I.E.L.D. We don't own this magical research site. Jane is still full of research. Daisy was about to say something, when suddenly the Huntress and the katana turned around at the same time, drawing out their weapons as if facing a formidable enemy. The next second, both of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The visitor was Thor, the of Thunder, wearing a full set of divine attire. Thor is a little surprised to see 2 heroines. I knew you guys when I was in New York. We are Miss Foster's bodyguards now, the Huntress said quietly, before stepping out of the way. Thor walked up to Jane. Seeing that a touching reunion is about to happen, every woman present is expecting something to happen. This is the love of human beings who will be praised by countless mortals regardless of ancient or modern times. At this moment of much anticipated attention, Ms. Jane showed her scene as a dating ghost. Slap. A crisp slap hit Brother Hammer on the left cheek. This is not a problem at all for the thick-skinned Brother Hammer, he is more concerned about whether Jane's hands will be okay from the bottom of his heart. Sorry, I had to check to see if you were real. It's been a weird day. I'm real. Jane. Brother Hammer showed a very masculine smile. Of course, in Jane's eyes, this naive smile is really awkward. As a result, the backhand slapped Brother Hammer on the right face again. Snapped. The expressions of the 4 melon-eating people next to them are very exciting. This is the of Thunder who lives aloft and theoretically living in legends. Where did you die? Chapter 149 Reality Gem, 3 more. Thor didn't blame Jane, but asked instead, I'm more worried about where you went just now. Heimdall, who can spy on thousands of planets in the 9 kingdoms, just couldn't see you. It must be admitted that Brother Hammer is really good-tempered. Mortals have 2 consecutive big fights against the true God. In theory, there is no way to end it without God's punishment. This is true love, yes. After reuniting with Brother Hammer after a long absence, Ms. Jeon didn't even notice how important the words that Brother Hammer said were. She just talked about her depression these days like an angry little daughter-in-law. I was waiting for you where I was. I was waiting for you, and then I cried. You said you would come back. Brother Hammer is really patiently explaining, I want to come back, but Rainbow Bridge was destroyed, and then the 9 kingdoms fell into war. Jane could tell the difference. She pouted, that's not a bad reason, but I saw you went to New York on TV. Jane, I tried my best to protect you from the world from my side. One person and one didn't notice at all. Their every word was broadcast live to a mansion on the other side of the ocean through the tiny camera on the huntress' shoulder. At this time, the island was experiencing heavy wind and rain, and Penthesilea brushed her hair that was sticking to her forehead because of being soaked, and commented on the live broadcast, Thor is really good-tempered. What is the difference between your love soap operas at 8 o'clock? We still have a good atmosphere there. When we see handsome men and beautiful women, we will grab them if we like them. If we can't grab them, we will propose and give dots to pretend. Here, after wiping her mouth, Helen, who was about to help Penthesilea put on her pajamas, suddenly froze. Once upon a time, she was also the woman who was almost snatched away by marriage robbery. But Helen looked away. So what if you once collected thousands of loves in one body? She was nothing more than a cursed woman. After transmigrating, she secretly searched for the story of Troy. When she saw the mythical Spartan king Menelaus slaughtered the city of Troy, he finally forgave Helen and brought her back to the palace. After that, Helen was silent for a long time. No historian dares to write the following story. As a sinful woman, Helen is well aware of how terrifying the cold violence she will encounter after being locked up in the deep palace. Well, being a maid is not so bad these days. Helen glanced at Ange secretly, and her eyes softened miraculously. Ange looked at the screen, feeling a pain in his stomach. If he had chosen to meet Miss Jeon not long ago, Miss Jeon, who was already desperate enough to go on a blind date, would probably not reject him, but in this way, he and Brother Hammer would be like-minded in no time. He has no intention of engaging in a sharing economy in this world. At this time, the Queen suddenly came over, and gently stroked Aang's toned muscles with her fingers, and asked, since the timeline of the world of Troy is different from this world, then when you traveled in the astral world, you must have glimpsed part of the future. But is it really okay for you to stir up fate like this? You really died at the hands of Achilles, is that okay? Aang asked with a smile. Bastard, I'm worried about you. In mythology, there is no good end to the existence of peeping at fate. The Queen patted Aang's chest angrily. Aang bared his teeth, as if that was indeed the case. Those who leaked the secrets often had a terrible death, and the bosses who were spoiled basically couldn't escape their fate. The most classic example is Twilight of the Gods from Norse mythology. But if the time traveler doesn't make trouble, is he still a time traveler? Question: when the car is driving at high speed, what will happen if the car key is suddenly pulled out? A. The exhaust pipe of the car may spray water if the key is pulled out suddenly. B. The car will beg you to quickly insert the key back. C. The car will find the key and plug it in by itself. D. Unplug it and plug it back in quickly, otherwise the car will get angry. E. All of the above. Aang holds the car key now, the wheel of fate has begun to roll, and he will not stop until he reaches his destination. Aang caressed the Queen's niece's face, which was 80% similar to her niece, and showed a gentle smile. Those who believe too much in fate will only die under the wheel. With as much strength as you can do, you may be able to make your life easier. The wheel of fortune has changed direction. It is impossible to stop. Do your best and obey. The destiny is not bad. To be reasonable, the thread he buried with Miss Jane may not be useful, and even if it is, the usefulness of busy Asgard may be quite limited. Asgard at the time of Thor 2 is still quite strong, not to mention the old Odin. There are still many god-level powerhouses. The key is that the Asgard Legion is basically full. Aang is not an anti-hero, and it is unlikely to start a war with Asgard, so even if he has the Godslayer system, he may not be able to get anything from Brother Hammer. After all, on the side of Thor 2's boss Dark Elf leader Spicy Chicken Shreds, NGE really didn't know what he could get. Spicy shredded chicken is not available, so the so-called ether particles are another matter. It has another name that resounds throughout the universe: Reality Gem, one of the infinite gems. If it wasn't for knowing that Miss Jane just got the Reality Gem, Brother Hammer would have killed him on the back foot. Maybe even Ange would have a black belly and let Miss Jane spit out the gem. However, after this continuous event is over, Ange still has time. Penthesilea saw that NGE seemed to be a little worried and anxious, and put a pair of jade arms around his neck. Don't worry. You are a traveler in the astral world. Something really happened. At worst, let's live on another planet. Really, where the strong can't survive. Can you stop calling me astral traveler? I might be more comfortable if you call me a magic stick. For no other reason, as soon as he heard the word traveler, a lovely but hateful phantom voice sounded in Angie's ears. Traveler prays for a full guarantee, and the traveler's secret realm has 0 drops. Grass. Stop reading it. Master, stop reading. Okay. My magic stick. I'm just waiting for you to take us through the hurdle of fate. The Queen greeted us warmly. Ouch. For such a big matter, you can just say it directly. It was difficult for Anger to refuse a rich and generous queen. When Ange was not free, on the other side of London, Brother Hammer instinctively felt that something had happened to Jane Foster. He directly called Heimdall to open the Rainbow Bridge and bring Miss Jane back to Asgard. If you don't check, you don't know. If you check, you will be shocked. Using Asgard's writing technology to read metaphysics, Thor saw the crimson ether particles overflowing and flowing in Miss Jane's body from the perspective view through the Asgard version of the B ultrasound. Discovering this, Thor is in a bad mood. Chapter 150: Cursed Warrior with full cards. This involves the history of Asgard and the Dark Elves attacking each other. That is still an old story from the time of the last god king of Asgard, Poul Odinson, and the time can be traced back to 10,000 years ago. Bor led the Asgard, Asir Protoss to unify the 9 worlds, including the dark world of the Dark Elves, Svartalfheim. In ancient times, truth was only on the edge of the sword. Among the 9 worlds, most of the races could not accept the Dark Elves style of play that likes to completely darken the world, and then Asgard's fist was even bigger. That's all. Baal led his men to theoretically kill the Dark Elves to extinction, and destroyed all the black-skinned starships they knew. If you have to say that the Dark Elves have any commendable units, it is probably the cursed warrior who burns their soul and life in exchange for strength. Recently, there have been constant rebellions and bandits in the 9 great worlds. Thor was too busy borrowing the Rainbow Bridge's ability to instantly project troops across the stars. He fought around and defeated one vote after another of traitors. Today's Asgard is far more civilized than before, and has captured a considerable number of bandit leaders and locked them in the dungeon under Asgard. If it were the old King Bor, it would probably be a slaughter, just like they did with the Dark Elves back then. Thor is busy with Jane's affairs, so he has no time to take care of the trivial matters in the dungeon. From the perspective of a traveler, this is a big mistake. How can anyone overthrow the enemy these days, catch them and lock them up in their own house? What's the difference between this and sleeping on the crater of an active volcano? Ange suddenly saw the Kryptonian female adjutant burying her head in the pillow, posing in an ostrich pose, and rubbing her legs uneasily. Oh. It turns out that I am too, that's fine. Speaking back to the fairy palace, the disaster really came. One of the big men captured by the 3 warriors of Asgard under Thor was actually a dead man sent by Hepe. Because of the arrogance of the Protoss, the guards of Asgard didn't even search them strictly, but just took away their obvious weapons and locked them in the dungeon. The cage looks quite technological. It is a concave cell, facing the outside direction, with only an energy light curtain as the door of the cage. Reasonably speaking, in the tens of thousands of years of Asgard's existence, there is really nothing that can break this light curtain, because this thing has the same origin as Asgard's space barrier. Not to mention a small rebel leader, even Loki, the former prince of the Protoss who was arrested for committing a crime not long ago, the of trickery, was locked in this kind of cage and could not escape. There are no absolutes in the world. This black-skinned dead man is no ordinary little character. His name is Algrim, and he is Heapy's second boss. Not everyone can be a cursed warrior. The stronger the strength will be when you burn yourself as firewood. Algrim inserted the cursed gem that had been hidden in advance into his wound and activated it. Whew! Suddenly a dazzling light rolled out of the cell, which suddenly attracted the attention of the few Asgardian guards and other prisoners in the sky prison. Scarlet flames gushed out from the cracks in Algrim's thick armor, instantly burning a few unlucky ghosts in the same prison to ashes. Although the golden light curtain imprisoning the prisoners is still in effect, the guards can clearly feel that the temperature in the corridor of the sky prison has suddenly risen to a high temperature that ordinary humans cannot survive. The guards barely manage to keep breathing in this scorching air wave, relying on their powerful physique several times that of the people on Earth. In the cell, there was another unlucky guy who happened to be hiding in the farthest corner and escaped the initial splash of flames. It's just that before he could escape in time, this cursed warrior with a height of 2.5 meters grabbed the back of his head with one hand. The begging sound of this guy changed its tone because of the long sound that was dragged in his throat, and finally, as his face was pressed against the light curtain, it immediately turned into a mournful howl. At this moment, the entire sky prison corridor was reflected in scarlet. The flames illuminated the golden armor of the two Asgardian guards red, but the flames that spread through the light curtain to the entire corridor seemed to be afraid of their faint divine power and went around. It's a pity that this power didn't give them enough sense of security. They could only watch in a daze as the cursed warrior blasted the light curtain of the dungeon with one punch, surpassing Thor's absolute violence. While the flame elements accumulated in the small cell spewed out, forming something like a waterfall of flames. The guard at least let the strength in his body burst out, and he survived this wave. Suppressing the tremor in their hearts, one of them firmly pressed the hilt of the saber, and the other clenched the spear with faint divine power in his hand. Loud bang. The thing striding out of the flame seemed to be not a humanoid creature, but a violent beast in humanoid heavy armor. In the eye hole of the huge horned helmet, there is a pair of angry eyes eager for revenge. The pair of horned shoulder armor with substantial lethality on his shoulders is even more fierce and vivid. The few skins exposed to the air between the armor parts are as bright red as flowing magma, with a high heat yellow glow. His muscles are thick, and his burly body is full of terrifying explosive power that even Asgardians can't imagine. He approached step by step. Unable to bear the super high temperature like a raging flame, and unable to adapt to the pungent sulfur-smelling smoke from the opponent's mouth and nose, the two guards yelled and rushed forward. As the elite captains in the sky prison, their strength cannot be said to be bad. Anyway, one of them split a small piece of the cursed warrior's shoulder armor with a sword of a holy weapon emitting golden light. But, that's all. The next moment, they were a child with one punch. Absolute strength coupled with impressive speed, and that terrible high temperature. Not to mention the mere elite captain, even if the three warriors of Asgard came here, they would probably be on the spot. After the cursed warrior easily killed two guards in seconds, he easily killed the second batch of guards who came to help. Then he forcibly demolished the sky prison and released a large number of rebels and bandit elites who were extremely dissatisfied with Asgard. He needs these guys as cannon fodder to attract Odin's attention. It was almost at the same time that he launched it. On the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall, the gatekeeper of Asgard, who can see through concealment and invisible existence, found something was wrong. He resolutely abandoned the main entrance of the Rainbow Bridge, which was no longer meaningful, and took a few lunges to the height of the 10-story building, drew out the Excalibur, and swiped in the void. Karalala! A slender scratch that burst out sparks and mechanical parts appeared out of thin air. In the next second, a dark elf spaceship completely different from Asgard's painting style suddenly appeared in the middle of Heimdall's vision. The shrill siren resounded throughout Asgard.